Hello, everyone. I hope you all are doing great. Welcome to the end of term exam questions. This is the MCQ, that is multiple choice question part. You will be given four options and you just have to select the correct answer. In this question, we will identify the degrees, the leading coefficient, and the solutions of polynomial functions. Here they have told to state the degree and the leading coefficient of the given function. You must see what is the highest degree. Yeah, the highest power or degree is phi. So that will be directly your degree, that's phi. Now, what is the number behind it, the coefficient behind the highest degree? You don't see 3 or minus 8 because this is not the degree of the function. The degree is the highest power, that's phi. The number beside it is minus phi. That will be the leading coefficient. It should be phi and minus phi, option D. That's it. Now, how many solutions or real zeros are there? That is, if a graph touches the x-axis, you can see over here, it's touching the x-axis at this point, 1, 2, 3, 4 times. So there are 4 real zeros. So there can be imaginary zeros also, but that means it will not touch this. So say, for example, you have a quadratic function like this. It's not touching the x-axis. So you will still have roots for this, but they are imaginary. But now over here, if you're touching twice, it'll be 2 roots. With this given problem, we have 4 times the graph touching the x-axis. Therefore, answer is 4 zeros. That's a real zeros. Now we need to state the degree and the leading coefficients of this. The degree and the leading coefficient for the seventh is 1 and 1. Degree is 1, leading coefficient is 1. What about this? Now here, you need to simplify this before you find the answer. So what I would do is, I know this is the highest degree and this is the highest degree in these two parts. So you just multiply these both and that's enough. That'll be 2 times 4, it's 8x power 3. No matter what I do any other terms, I'll never have this degree. The highest degree will be only this. So it's power 3 and leading coefficient is 8. So whenever it's like this. Now, what if it was, say, 1 minus 2x and then you have this? So then I will take the highest part over here and this part will be minus 8x power 3. That would be the answer and that would be the degree 3 and leading coefficient would be minus 8. So just focus on the highest ones. Now what if there are 3? There's one more over here. So imagine you have one more term, say x power 2 plus 1. Then take this and this highest in each terms, multiply them all together. That will be the final answer and see the degree and the leading coefficient of that particular term. So that's how we do it. But generally you'll be given out like this. So this over here is 6, degree coefficient 7, and over here it's 5 minus 5. Please do these by yourselves. They are very straightforward. You can pause the video now and look and solve it up. So over here, this is not in one variable. Though the degree over here, highest degree will be 4. 2 and 2 plus 2 is 4. Over here also 4. But we don't solve in 2 variables. It's only in one variable that I've clearly mentioned. Here, this is not a polynomial because we have divided by its negative exponent. So you can't have negative exponents in a polynomial. What about these? How many zeros are there? It's not touching the y-axis, only the x-axis. So it's 1, 4, and 3. Here, please do it by yourselves and then look into the answers. Answers are 2. You can see over here it's 3. And lastly, we have 3 again. In this question, we will graph and locate the zeros of polynomial functions. Here we have been given the function x cubed plus 4x squared minus 5x plus 5. And we need to find where their solution lies. So we don't need to find the exact x value, but where does it find? Where does it exactly lie? So if you graph it, you can approximate the values. But since it's in choices, I'll tell you another easy shortcut for these problems. You need to have your calculator with you. Just go to more, and this is an equation. So I'll press phi, and it's a cubic one. It's option 4. So mod phi 4. And now what does this a mean? It signifies the coefficient of this x cube term. If you go to mod phi and see the option 4, it's ax cube. We know what is x cube. What is before it? Nothing, means it's 1. What is b value? bx squared. So x squared is over here. What is b? That is 4. So b value is 4 and minus 5 will be c value, and then plus d. D is the entire term, that's the number. So mod 5, 4, whatever is the coefficients, that's 1, 4, minus 5 and 5. There is an important thing to remember. It must always be in the descending order, the highest degree first, next power 2, 1 and 0. If at all there is no x power 2 term at all, then we put 0 over there. So when we come across that, I'll show you. So now it's mod 5, 4, put in the coefficients plus equal to, the answer is negative 5.5. And this is an imaginary number. You can see that's something plus I. So you ignore those two, minus, plus, and minus I. They are conjugates always, imaginary numbers. So ignore those two. It's only one that is minus 5.1. Where does it lie? It's not over here. It's negative 6 and negative 5. So option C is the correct answer. What about this? Mod 5, it's quadratic, power 2. So it's mod 5 and 3. Option 3, the coefficients are 1, 3 and minus 1, and this is the answer. It's 0.3 and minus 3.3. So we look into the options, which gives us minus 3.3 is over here. Okay, that means this is the correct answer itself, because none other has minus 4 and minus 3. And 0.3, yes, it falls within this 0 and 1. So that's how we figure out the correct answer. You can just use that same thing everywhere over here. If the graphs are given, you can approximate it's 0 and 1 and minus 3 and minus 4 here. Similarly, please do try the other problems. But I'm going to solve this because there's no x term here. In your calculator, when you go to mod 5, the option 4 is cubic. Look here, there is cx, but there's no x term. Let's take option 4. Let's type it minus 1. That's fine. We have even x squared 2. What about x? There's nothing, so it's 0. And lastly, we have minus 4. And so the answer is negative 1.1 and then imagined numbers. So we are just looking at negative 1.1, that is here, in between 1 and minus 2, minus 1 and minus 2. So you can see here, it's in between minus 2 and minus 1. That's the correct answer. And what about this one? If you look at the left side, this will be touching. It might be at minus 5 and minus 6. Yeah, that's the answer. Or you can use your calculator and find it out. So now what if it's x power 4? There are few methods, but the most reliable method which will work in all problems is just the table method. Because if your calculator cannot solve power 4 problems, then let's do the table method. Yeah, please note, if your calculator is the latest model, then even the quartic, these are called power 4 quartic functions also can be solved. Not only power 3, power 4. But in this one, it's mod 5, power 3 is the maximum you can solve. So what we will do is, we'll go back, mod and 7 to get the table, and type this equation out. Minus x power 4 minus x power 3 and plus 4. Go next and plus 4. That's it. You press equal to, don't type any other function. Some of your calculators will not get this option, but if your calculator gets this, ignore that. It's if you have two equations to compare. Now, where do you want to start? It's better to start at minus 5 and end at 5 and give the step of 1. Just memorize these values. Now you can see what's happening. Okay, there's sign change from minus 2 to 1. So there is a root here. There is a solution here. You can see minus 2 to minus 1. There is one answer. But let's go ahead and see. Again, there's a sign change that is from 2 to minus 20. That is at 1 and 2. So these are the two solutions you can see here. So otherwise, it'll just go on. So here it was at minus 2 and minus 1 and 1, 2 and 1, 1 and 2, sorry. So that's how we graph them up. Even over here, this is very straightforward. You can do it and check the answers here. Even this as well. If you know the graph, if the graphs are given, it's very straightforward. You can easily approximate it. But otherwise, use mode 7 and find it out. Or if it's until power 3, you can directly use calculator to solve it up. Even over here, very straightforward. And this one as well. You can use quadratic and solve it. You can consider this as x power 2, the whole power 2, and do it. But I would suggest you just do the table method, which is easier, and you will easily figure it out. If you're doing table method, remember most of the time, almost always, minus 5 and 5 will give you the answer. But if you want, you can go say minus 7 to 7 also. But minus 5 and 5 is more than enough to get the answer. In this question, we will do arithmetic operations on polynomials. They have asked us to multiply this polynomial. Looking at this a minus 5 the whole square, it's a minus b the whole square identity. So it's square of a. This is a squared, but there are two terms, and yes, 25 is correct, but it should be plus 25. So option A is the correct answer. What about the middle term? It'll be minus 2 times a and b, that is minus 2 times 5 is minus 10a. So option A is correct. But what if you want to do a calculator method? No need of any formulas or anything. So now I'll show you that shortcut method in calculator. This is time consuming. See, this is a simple identity, but it'll take more time if you do it in calculator. So now what you need to do is you need to assume a value for this particular number a. What I mean is, instead of a, you don't think you can just put by alpha x. No, that doesn't make sense as well. You need to assign a numerical value. Don't choose 5. Why? Because if you choose 5, 5 minus 5 is 0, 0 squared. It's not going to help you. Choose anything by avoiding the value 0, avoid the value 1, avoid negative numbers, and avoid whatever makes it 0. So the conditions are, for this shortcut calculator method, any positive number more than 1. So you can choose anything greater than 1. But don't choose the value which will make the equation 0. See, 5 is greater than 1, but 5 minus 5 is 0, isn't it? So 0 squared, this doesn't help you. It might come correct over here, but sometimes you will get it wrong if it's a complex equation. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to choose 2. I usually choose 2 most of the time. So here it's 2 minus 5 the whole squared. So what is the answer I'm getting? It's 9. So here at a equals 2, the answer is 9. So you need to look into all the 4 options and solve it up, and whichever gives you 9 when a is 2 is your correct answer. So let me choose this. 2 squared, because a is 2. Don't change the value throughout this, all the options. A will remain 2. 2 squared minus 25. Is this giving 9? No, it's wrong. Even if you choose the b and d, you will get some other value. Let me do the b value over here. So it's minus 2 squared, because a value is 2, plus 10 times 2 minus 25. Minus 9, but no, I need plus 9. So let me try this. Here it is a squared, that's 2 squared, minus 10 times 2 plus 25. Whether it's 9, yes, this is the correct answer. And just to prove it, this will also be wrong, I'll just put it as 5 times 2a squared minus 5 times 2 minus 25. Look at the answer, it's minus 15. So only one correct answer, that was option A. Similarly, you can try it for any other value. Now you might be thinking, what can I do for such big ones? Doesn't matter. It will work everywhere. You can multiply this. It's easy to multiply, but the calculator method will work. It's just that I'm going to choose plenty of values. Say I'm just going to choose a as 2, b as 3, there's only a, b, x as 4, and y as 5. You can even choose 2.5, 3.5, but to make your typing easy, I'm just going to choose whole numbers. A is 2, b is 3, x is 4, and y is 5. Now you need to use your calculator. It depends how quickly you are in your calculator. You need to solve the question and then try which matches the correct answer. First, let's try the question out. It's a is 2 plus 3. Okay, open up the bracket. It is 2 times a is 2 again, plus 3 times b is 3. And then we have 2 times x, that is 4, minus y, that is 5. It's 195. So add these particular values, the answer would be 195. So which of the option gives you the same answer is your correct answer. No other option can give you same answer. That means the entire question would be wrong if there are two answers. So let's try it. 8 times 2 squared times 5. So there are also ways you can eliminate some of the options, but then you need to know the multiplication and everything, but basic things. But I'm just gonna stick to the calculator method directly. So A is 2, so I just substitute A as 2 because I've used it in the question. Same values remain. And X is, sorry, not 5, it's 4. Minus 2 squared times 5 plus 5 times 2 times 3 times 4 minus 2 times 3 times 5 plus 3 squared times 4 minus 6 times b is 3 squared times 5. It's minus 162, so that's not the correct answer. You need to try another one, and you need to try until you get the correct answer. So now I'm not going to do it for all, but what I'll do is, I think so it's option C. Why? Because there are two A, so it should be A squared. So now you can just deduce few things. It'll be A squared. Here there's no A squared, so wrong. This is A cubed. You don't get A cubed. So if it's not this, it should be option C. You will have B squared. Yes, there is B squared, and then you will have all these here. So I'll just do it for the last one. It is A squared x, that's 4A squared x minus 2 times A squared is 2 squared times y plus 10 times A times B times x minus 5 times, that's not 2, it should be 5 times A, B and y, that's correct, plus over here will be 6 times b squared times x minus, this is not 6, it's 3 b squared and y. Okay, this should be 195. Yes, this is the correct answer. So what deduction I did is, I know there's two terms having a, so it should be a squared. B must be b squared, and then you can see this. Or what you can do is, you can focus on few terms and get those multiplied, and then that should match. In the sense, I'll multiply this, it'll be 2 times a squared. And then what I'm going to do is, I'm going to multiply this term with over here. First term, it'll be 4 times a squared x. So you should see this. But that'll be a problem because it'll be one more term over here. You know, two options have the same term, then you should try another term. So that's the thing. Whichever method you find easy, stick to that. The calculator method will definitely work. You need to assume properly and then stick to that assumptions. So option C is the correct answer here. What about these ones? You need to have the options with you, and then you can easily solve it up. Let me do with this one. N, P and Z. So you need to assume what is N value. I'll take it as 2. P is 3. Z is 4. So now here 3 times, see, P value is 3 again. Open the bracket. N is 2 times P is 3 minus Z value is 4. So it's 18. Now even the final answer must be 18. That is here 2 times 3 squared minus 3 times P is again 3 times 4. It is 18. It should be 18. Only one correct answer. So that's the thing. Please do try the other problems by yourselves. They're pretty straightforward. Also, you know, such problems you don't need to stick to calculator, because just multiply this. It'll be 2x power 3 plus 9x power 2. Done. That's it. It's pretty simple and easy. Same way, here you can use the identity over here as well. I mean, over here you need to do FOIL method. Multiply this, and you'll get the answer. Since it's the electronic part, I'm sticking with the calculator and shortcuts. Now this one as well. So instead of all this, what you can do is assume x as 2 and y as 3, and then solve this. You'll get a value whichever options will match, that will be the correct answer. Same thing over here, we just did this type. And these two are the answers. Please do solve them by yourselves and then check for the answers. Before moving ahead, a quick reminder and a humble request. Please do share my channel and my videos with your friends and to whoever that can benefit from it. And I also kindly ask you if you can hit the subscribe button and like my videos, it would mean a lot. In this question, we will divide polynomials using long division or synthetic division. Even this can be solved directly in calculator by shortcuts. So there are a few tricks. There's one more thing before I tell you the calculator method. Some people find multiplication easy than division. So if you multiply the divisor, see this is the divisor, right? With the correct answer, you must get the question back, the dividend back. So x minus 3, multiply all of these, whichever gives you this part, that is 5x power 4 and so on, is the correct answer as well. But that takes a long time. You have to multiply 4 times, a maximum of 4 times. So the easier way is calculator method. So let us see how it is. Here as well, you assume a certain value for x. Now what I would do is, since it's only one variable, x is the only one variable, instead of assuming it as 2 and typing 2, to be on the safer side, I'll take it as x itself, alpha x to the power 4. And then we have plus 12 x cubed. I'll tell you why I'm taking it as x itself in a minute. 64 x squared minus 95x plus 132 divided by, what is it? X minus 3. Now I can assume x value directly by putting calc, and let me calculate it as 2. X value always I assume as 2 is 138. This will be equal to 138 at x is equal to 2. Now, why did I choose x instead of directly substituting 2? Because I can double check easily. See, it's 5x to the power 4 plus 12x cubed minus 64x squared minus 95x plus 132 and x minus 3. It's correct in this case, but if I have made some error, it'll easily allow me to double check. If it is 2 to the power 4, one thing is you should always add multiplication sign. And one more thing is, if at all you have made an error, it's a little bit hard to understand. So here, when you calculate the x value of 2, it's 138. Now, which gives us over here, whichever the answer gives us the same 138, that's the correct answer. So let me take it as first one, x. Okay, now before I go ahead, I'm not going to choose the first one. Why? Because I know for sure this cannot be the answer. I have the highest degree in the dividend as x power 4. And this I'm dividing the highest degree x. So it should be x power 3. So now here, either B, C or D is correct. It's not A because this is wrong. We don't have x power 3 here. So I'm not going to take that. Let me choose the option B and check. X power 3, 5x power 3 plus 27, x power 2 plus 17x minus 44. It's no problem. Even if you try this, you'll just not get 138. You'll get some other value. See, now the calculate, it's already saved. I'll just press equal to. Oh, in fact, this is the correct answer. Now, once I saved x as 2, it will always be saved as 2 itself. You don't have to type it again and again. Now, over here, I got this correct. This is the correct answer, you can see. But let me choose the last one, just for argument's sake. It is 5x cubed minus 27x squared minus 17x plus 44. So here the answer is minus 58, which is not the same as 138. Or you take any other value, it will not be the same thing. Only one correct answer can be possible in the 4 options. So that's how we can do division very easily. Let me do this one as well. So here power 5 and you're dividing by 1, it should be power 4, but all are power 4. So we have to try all. Now how do we do is, let me type this out. 2x power 5 minus 7x power 4 minus 15x power 3, that is, sorry, alpha x power 3 plus 2x squared, and then we have plus 3x plus 6. And okay, now did I do some wrong? Yes, I have done this mistake. Do you know, I had done the mistake of not pressing next after power 3. So that would be completely wrong. Now write it out: plus 2x squared plus 3x and lastly plus 6. It's good that I made the mistake and I realized it at the beginning itself. So, I mean, I typed everything, but anyways, so this mistakes can happen. You please be careful in your exams. 2x power 5 minus 7x power 4 minus 15x cubed plus 2x squared plus 3x plus 6 divided by 2x plus 3. Now I'll calculate. It's already saved as 2. It's negative 148. I'm just going to write both the values. At x is equal to 2, it is minus 148 by 7, or it will be, let me write it over here, or minus 21,142,857. Now, why is this brackets there? Why are the brackets there? That means these numbers will keep on repeating. Now, after this, again, the next one will be again 142,857. Again, 142,8. It keeps on repeating. That's what these brackets mean. Now, I need to try these options. So let me clear this off. So you need to be very careful whether you have put the given question properly, because sometimes if you have done this error, you'll get some value and then none of the answer will match that. That's the thing. So you need to be very careful when you type in. Now let me try x power 4 minus, go next, and now minus 5x cubed. Then we have plus x minus 1 by 2x plus 3. This is the remainder, last part. Now calculated at 2, it's minus 1. No, it's not the same. It's close but not the same. So let me try the next one. X power 4 plus 5x squared here. Then we have plus x plus 2 divided by 2x plus 3. Okay, it's giving me an error over here. Oh, sorry, because I've not written plus. So now it's x power 4 5x squared. Okay, this is now correct. I calculate at 2 always. Why? Because once I saved it, it's always saved over there. So this is also wrong, incorrect. You have to go to the next option. See, calculated at 2 is already fed in once you feed. So you can just type equal to and it will automatically calculate it at x is equal to 2. Let's try the next one. It is minus 5x power 3 plus x, and then it is over here 6 divided by 2x plus 3. Oh, here we go. This is the correct answer. Option C. Okay, sometimes it's good if you get at the first or the second option. Otherwise, you need to do all the options. There's nothing that can be done. So go ahead with 1, 2 in order itself rather than jumping. So this is the correct answer, option C. There you go. Now we have, this is mainly a writing problem sort of situation, but a long division problem which is incomplete. Now we don't know what is the divisor, we don't know what's the dividend, and the quotient is also not given properly. But we know the rules, right? So whatever you take over here, if you have x, then we multiply with this term and then you write it down over here. So we know these two. So 9x squared, and over here we know it is, sorry, not the above one, this one we need. We know that is 9x squared, isn't it? So always we make these two same in the first term. So this multiplied by this gives you this. So I'll just divide this answer by 3x. That must be my divisor. So it'll be 3x over here. So this is 3x. So if I multiply 3x with 3x, it's 9x squared. That's done. So now the first term is over 3x. Over here this is done. then whatever is the next term you multiply over here as well, isn't it? So I don't know what is that, but if I multiply it with 3x, I'm getting the same term, so it should be plus 1. So let me check now. If it's 3x times 3x, it's 9x squared, correct? 1 times 3x is 3x. That's also correct. So this much we got. And now this is done. The quotient divisor is done. So now here what happens, the second part. Here, the sign changes here, minus 3x, and then I add it up with this above. So if it was, say, 1x minus 3x will be minus 2x. But I got the same thing. The denominator, this is the same. So I added with nothing here, isn't it? Because we change the sign of whatever is there. This also sign changes. This cancels, it's gone. But we don't need that. We need just this part. What happens is you add it with nothing. So it should be basically 0x minus 3x. You will get minus 3x itself. And then whatever is this term, you just bring it down over here, isn't it? So I'll write plus 5. So this is what happens over here. Now I have to find the next part as well. So it'll be 3x and over here 3x itself. Only the sign has changed, so it's minus 1. So it'll be minus 3x. 3x times minus 1 will be minus 3x, and so on. You can continue. But we got all the unknown terms here. So we can check the answers. See, you can see that's it. Here we go. If you know the long division, this is pretty straightforward. This is most likely a writing part of question, but now it's an electronic, it may not be asked. But I mean, they might ask you this specific one as well. It might be like that. And now the next one. Here they have asked us to divide this and rearrange it in terms of quotient, remainder, and the dividend. So basically, it's just dividing this. We can use the long division, or you can use the synthetic division. But since it's a little bit complicated if you use synthetic division, so long division is better. But also you can check this answers. See, this is the final answer, right? You can check this using your calculator. You've done it. Assume the x value, type it in, and then see what value you get. What about this? How can you check your expression? See, if you multiply these two, see the whatever is the dividend with the quotient, you must get the above term. Okay, so you can multiply and also try and check getting the answers. So that is possible. Now, when a polynomial is divided over here by 4x minus 6, the quotient is given. And remainder is minus 4. What is the dividend? See, now this is very important. Now, just now we had it divided by. So we don't know what is the term. So I'll write it, it's like this question mark. You divide it with 4x minus 6. The answer was 2x squared plus x plus 1. And the remainder is minus 4. How do we write the remainder? Plus minus 4 divided by the dividend, isn't it? 4x minus 6. So this is it. Now you basically have to find this answer. So you multiply these two, you will get it. If you multiply these two, how is that done? It'll be 4x minus 6 multiplied by 2x squared plus x plus 1 plus minus 4 divided by 4x minus 6. Now, whenever you have remainder, what happens when you multiply? Over here, all these terms you have to multiply, but here this cancels. So it's basically like multiplying 4x minus 6 with 2x squared plus x plus 1. And then since it's minus 4, so just multiply it and write minus 4. Why didn't I write these words? They cancel off. Okay, so you can directly skip the step. I just written it in the actual orders. Whenever the remainders are given, just multiply the dividend and the quotient, just these two. And at the end, whatever is, they just add the remainder. But here it's minus 4, so I have to subtract the remainder. You're just adding. If it was, say, plus 5, you just write plus 5 at the end. So let's do this. Here you multiply. It'll be 8x power 3 plus 4x squared plus 4x, and then we have minus 12x squared minus 6x minus 6 minus 4. And now the highest degree is 8x cubed. And here you have minus 12 and plus 4, it's minus 8x squared. and it's minus 2x, and lastly we have minus 10. So that must be the final answer. That's the divisor. So here we go. I mean, that is what is being divided by 4x minus a. Sorry, this over here is divisor, and whatever we got is the dividend. So here we go. That's the answer, isn't it? Yes, that's correct. A real world problem. Luciano has a square garden. A new garden will have the same width and the length. That is, okay, it's a square garden. They have not given us what is the dimension. So before we go ahead, let's assume this to be x. Then length and width are same, x and x. But it has same width. So this is also x over here. But the length is different. It is 3 feet more than twice the width. 3 feet more means it's plus 3, twice the width, 2x plus 3. Okay, what we need to do is, okay, just try the variable. So this is it, this is the answer. And then they're asking us to write a ratio to represent the increase in the area of the garden. So now they want us to know how much increase it is. So multiply these two and divide by x squared. That's it. So here we go. I'll just write it out over here. Here it's going to be 2x squared plus 3x divided by x squared. Ratio, that will be the answer, the ratio. But now, okay, we can do the simplification here, isn't it? It will be 2 plus 3 by x. But here they have taken in terms of percentage, okay, the percent of increase. So percentage would be just multiplying by 100. So it will be 200 plus 300 by x. And for the last part here, we have to use the percentage of increase if the original area was 12 feet. So you just substitute this by 12, you'll get some area. So here you can see substitute by 12, you get 225%. Now this is the total, but the original was 100%, right? So there is 125 percentage of increase. So if you're comparing these both, because it's the ratio, the comparison, if this is 100%, this is 225%. But the increase from the original is 125%. So it's basically telling whatever the answer you get, if it's 100 here, over here the answer will be 225. So what's the increase from the original? It's 125 increase. So that is what it means. And here again, these multiple choices, we have done the similar ones. Please go back and see the calculator method is pretty easy over here. So all you need to do is use calculator, choose a x value, and then check which is the correct one. And remember, if it's power degree 4 divided by x, then the answer must have a degree 3. Here all are having, so it's easy to it's not easy to understand which one. So you need to keep on doing and check the correct answer. You should get C as the correct answer. And what about this one? Again, it's the same thing. Choose a x value. Let it be 2 because I usually use 2, and you'll get always correct answer if you use 2 or 3. Don't just use negative numbers or 0 or 1. Then just go ahead and try this, and then you will get the correct answer. Here the answer should be D. In this video, we will use binomial theorem to solve problems. Here we can see the binomial theorem formula. NC0, it starts with C. What is this? It's combination. You can directly use this in the calculator, or the formula, or the expansion of it is given over here. N factorial by whatever is down over here, NCR, that will be R factorial times N minus R factorial. Now you can use it in calculator to find the coefficients. Now what happens to the first and the second term? Let me just show you here. Imagine we have A plus B. Let me take minus because that is more interesting. A minus B the whole power 4. So this N is there, right? The N value is the exponent. That is N. That is 4. So we write 4C0. I'll just write the coefficients. We go ahead 4C1, then we have 4C2, 4C3, and the last one will be 4C4. It stops when you meet the same number. See, you can see both are the same numbers. You stop there. Now, what is the next terms? It's the first term. What do you have the first term? A. I'll just write A is over here. and over here. What is the next term? It's not just b. Here it was plus b, so it's just b, but here it's minus b. So you open the brackets up and then write minus b. So this is how I usually write this formula, which is easy, and you can easily figure out the correct answer. Okay, this much is done. These 4C1, 4C2 can be easily found in calculator, or you can use this formula. Now, whenever it's 4C0, you have 0 over here, it'll just be 1. And if it's the same numbers, n and r are same numbers, it'll again be 1. Now, when there's only one over here, the r value is 1, it'll just be this number, it's 4. And whenever there's a difference of 1, also it's 4. And this, it'll be 4 times 2. Anyways, we'll come to that in a minute. But what about this A, B, and C, powers of these, A, B? You start with the highest, first term with the highest power, it's 4. Next will be 3, 2, 1, and 0. What about this minus B? It'll start with 0 and go up till 4. You stop at 4 because the 4 is the highest power. Let me show you the how to solve the C in calculator. All you need to write is 4, shift and the C here, and 0, that is going to be 1. And over here, when it is 1, it'll be 4. Now over here, it'll be 6. See, now if you look at the formula, I thought it'll be times 2, sorry, it's 6. What happens is you have 4 factorial divided by 2 factorial. What is factorial exactly? Factorial means if you have 4 factorial, that's 4 times 3 times 2 times 1. That's what it means. So here will be 4 factorial divided by 2 factorial, and then it's again 4 minus 2, it's again 2 factorial. So what I'll do is 4 times 3 times 2 factorial, that cancels off, and then you're remaining with half of 4, so it's 6. You don't need to do that formula at all because it's electronic part, and even if it's in the writing, as long as you know this combination, that's more than enough. You don't need to write it out. So this is the coefficients. Now when we go back, again, now when we change this to 3, what happens? You'll get back 4, and then it'll be 4 over here will be 1. So always the starting and the last, first and last will have the same coefficient. These two will have same. In the middle, if there are 2 terms, they'll have same. If it's 1 alone like this, it'll be 1 unique coefficient. This is how we write it. But now here it's not yet over because it's minus sign. Let's see this. 4C0 is 1. A to the power 4. You can ignore this 1 because 1 multiplied by a to the power 4 is a to the power 4 itself. But what about this? It's minus b to the power 0. Anything raised to the power 0 is 1 itself. So this is the first term. Plus here we have 4. A power 3 is very straightforward. But what happens minus b? Here it will be negative b itself. Power 1, right? It will be the same thing. Plus here we have 6a squared. And what happens when it's squared? Minus b minus b. Whenever there are even powers, even times, it becomes positive b power 2. So it becomes b squared, and then we have again 4a, and we have minus b. See, if we multiply by 3 minus, it will be b to the power 3. This becomes positive and 1 negative remains, so it's minus. So it'll be minus b power 3. Now we can remove the bracket, it'll be minus, but anyways, we just multiply that minus later on. And lastly, we have 1 times a is again 1, and then we have positive b to the power 4. So the final answer would be a power 4 minus 4a cube b plus 6a square b square plus, sorry, it's minus here, minus 4a b power 3, and lastly we have plus b power 4. This is how we expanded. Now, if you have understood this thoroughly, you can try expanding the problems by yourselves. And also the expansion can be used, can be done by Pascal's triangle. You can see the ends of this triangle are 1, 1, 1, and then we just add up the middle terms and we get the terms. Always look here, the coefficients that equal 1, 1, 6, 6, 15, 15, the middle is 20. Now here it's 1, 5, 5, 1 same, but 10, 10, because it's even number. You can stick to Pascal's triangle, but see, imagine you get, say, x plus y to the power 9. It's just a long triangle to do. It's better to use binomials theorem. It's much easier. Now, since it's in the electronic part, you don't even need to solve it entirely. You have some shortcuts as well. But before that, if you know a few basic things of the formula, I know this first term will be having power 4, power 3, power 2, and so on. So which is having power 4? This one here, it's wrong. B is wrong. This one and this one. Okay, well and good. What happens here with the H? H must be 0, 1, 2, 3. It's the same thing. Okay, it's a little hard to find over here. But okay, no, this is wrong. See, look here. 4 and then it should be 3. It's 1, 1. So this is also wrong. The first one. Only these both are correct. And what about the H? It'll be 0, that means it will not be there. Then it's 1, it's the same thing, 2, 3, 4. Okay, these both can be correct. But what about the minus sign? Minus sign means the first term it's 1. It's gone, dissolved because it's power 0. But next term is 1, so minus sign will remain. Yes, both are minus. When it is even power, it will be positive. Yes, that's correct. Now, odd power, it's minus. Yes, this is correct, whereas this is, see, odd power and it's plus. It's wrong. Why? Because you're minus h. So minus h whole power 3 is minus h the power 3. So this had to be minus here. And also you can go with the coefficients. 0c, sorry, it's 4c0, 4c1, 4c2, and so on. So here it is 1, 4, 6, again 4 and 1. Now you can see 1, 4, 6, 4, 1, and this is wrong. So you can easily eliminate the wrong options and get the correct answer. Now also there's one more trick. You can assume some values and solve it up. What I mean is, it's better to take big values. Sometimes, if you take small values, you will get the answer. But if you take negative numbers, see over here, we have cubing and all, right? So you may not get the accurate answer. But if you take, say, for example, G is 10 and H is 5. Why I'm doing this? Because G is the positive number, it's big one, and it'll still remain positive. So let's assume these two numbers and check. What I'm doing is 10 minus 5, 5 to the power 4 is 625. So here, instead of G, I'm putting 10 minus H is 5, the whole power 4. We're getting 625 because 5 raised to power 4. Now this option C is correct. So I'm just going to take this, but instead of G, I'm going to put 10, and instead of H, I'm going to put 5 and solve it up. It must be equal to 625. Otherwise, that's a wrong answer. Let me show you. It'll be 10 to the power 4. Then we have minus 4 times 10 again to the power 3 multiplied with 5. Then plus 6 times 10 to the power 2 times 5 to the power 2 minus 4 times 10 times, it's 10, sorry, 10 times 5 power 3. And lastly, it is plus 5 to the power 4. It's not 2, sorry, 4. Now this must be 625. Now, what if I take this as, say, instead of 5, I'll make it 8. Okay, I'll change everywhere this to be 8. This is also 8. 8. All the 5s I've just converted to 8. And that's it. Now, what's the answer here? It's 16. What is 10 minus 2? It's 10 minus 8. It's 2. 2 to the power 4 is 16. Yes. Say 10 minus 8, the whole power 4. I'll open the bracket here. It's also 16. See, that's how you can change the numbers and check. But you will get the correct answer. But it's better to put the first one. If it's minus, put a big number over here in the first one. Second number, put a smaller number. That's the correct answer. And what about this one? Now here, there is no shortcut. You can't use these shortcuts. But you can try when it is such type of problem. Only the expansion is asked. But what if they ask you real world problems like this? The first shelf on Hana's bookshelf holds an equal number of fiction and non-fiction. If Hana selects 5 books randomly, what is the n value? N is 5. 5 is the selection. What is the probability that 4 of the books are fiction? F. 1 is non-fiction. I'll take it as n. So we are dealing with 4 fiction, 1 non-fiction. It's fiction plus non-fiction. How many are the total? What is the n? It's raised to the power 5. We have to expand this because we need to find the probability of this condition. I'll show you how. Just the fiction and non-fiction, add them up. If it was, say, winning and non-winning, W plus n, just raise it to the number of matches or number of selection. Over here it's 5 books. Now let me expand it. It'll be 5C0. And I'll just write Fn so I know the spacing. Here it is 5C1, Fn. Since it's plus, I'm just writing them together. Otherwise, I should have put a bracket and put minus. Okay. Phi C2 Fn plus phi C3 Fn plus phi C4 Fn plus phi C5 Fn. Now here, first one, it always starts with the highest power. 5, 4, 3, 2. Okay, you don't need to do the. You need to do this. Sorry, and you don't need to simplify. Only just put this powers. That's enough. And what about n? It starts with 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now, what about fiction? How many books are selected? 4 fiction. So we are looking for f to the power 4, and non-fiction is 1, n power 1. Which is that? This is it. So you need to look into the coefficient of that one. Let's write all the coefficients. Phi C0 is how much? It is 1. Then we have over here phi. Then phi C2 will be 5 times 4. You can use the calculator, but now I'm just going to do this. 3 factorial by 3 factorial and 2 factorial. So it's going to be half of it. It'll be 5 times 2. It's 10. It's always, yeah, it'll be times 2. So yeah, it's 10. And what about phi C3? Phi C3 is also going to be the same thing if you look at it. Times 4 times 3 factorial, and over here we have 3 factorial, and 5 minus 3 is 2 factorial. It's basically the same thing. Okay, it's again 10, and then we have 5, and we have 1. Let me add up all these. So these coefficients represent the total possibilities of this particular situation, where there are total 5 books and 4 are fiction and 1 is non-fiction being selected. So that's the total possibilities. 20, 30, 32. 32 is the total possibilities. But we want this particular condition where 4 are fiction and 1 is non-fiction. That is f raised to power 4. That's fiction 4 books, non-fiction 1 book. That coefficient is how much? Phi C1, that is 5. So it's 5 divided by 32. That will be the answer. So we have to put in the calculator. You can see it's in percentage. Here all I'm going to do is 5 divided by 32, and then you can multiply this answer by 100, or you can just see 0.156 is 15.6. That's the answer. Multiply this by 100, you'll get 15.625%. Here we go, option D. This is how we solve the real world problems. Now expanding this, see, since they have asked you Pascal's triangle, but you can stick to any of it. Binomial theorem is more reliable. You'll find the use even in the higher grades as well. The binomial theorem is quite often used. Now here, I'll look into the options and I will just figure out the correct. Now it's only the correct answer, but I'll just tell you what are the important things to look for. 3C1, 3C0, 3C2, 3C3. Now, since it's a small number, the coefficients are very simple. Here, the coefficient will be 1, 3, 3, 1. Okay, but then the coefficients of a variable, the terms, are there any? No. So this is it. So if there was 2x here, then I wouldn't directly jump with the coefficients. I would choose the other things. But here I know there's no coefficients for x and y. Therefore, I'll check. It should be 1, 3, 3, 1. Ignore the signs. Just look at the coefficient. That's the first way to check easily. You might eliminate at least 2 options by this. Now here you can see minus. Therefore, y, it starts with 0. First term will be positive. Next will be minus. Why? Because y to the power 1. Yes, it's minus, plus, minus. It should alternate. And yes, it is alternating. What about the first term? X 3, 2, 1, 0. And it is over here y 0, 1, 2, 3. Yes, this is the correct answer. So instead of solving it up using the entire formula, you can just solve it. Just figure out which is the correct answer. We have done this a plus b the whole power 4 at the beginning as well, similar problem. This is the answer. And when it's minus, remember it alternates, the sign alternates. Now I'm just looking for a coefficient. Now this is a number, let me solve this up. See here, we know it's power 4, so I'll directly write the coefficients now. In fact, you can write 4C0, 4C1, but I know it is 1. Then we have 4, and then we have 6, and then again we have 4 and 1. These are the coefficients. And what about the next term? It is m to the power 4, m to the power 3, m to the power 2, m to the power 1, and it's 0. What about the next term? It's 1 raised to power 0, it's 1 itself, plus. It's all positive over here because it's plus. And then we have 1 square, again it will be 1, 1, 1, 1. So here basically it's so simple, m4 plus 4m cubed plus 6m squared plus 4m to the power 1, I'm not going to write it, plus 1. That will be the answer. Here we go. The simplified answer is over here. That's what we got. Here as well, it's just that there are plenty of coefficients. The coefficients will be 1, 6, 15. Then we have minus 20, 15, 6, and 1. I'll show you in the calculator. See, to use the C, first write what is the n value and shift and this division symbol, and then what do we have to do? Start with 0, that is 1, change it up, 2, started with 0, then it's 1, that is 6, and then we change it to 2, that is going to be 15, and then we are changing it to 3, that's 20, and then once it starts coming, reducing, that means it'll be the same numbers here, 15, 6, and 1. Even over here, it's just that we have to raise 2 to the power. Now, okay, this seems big. Let me solve it up. Now, the coefficients for such numbers, it's better to put in the calculator and find it out. So now we are dealing with 8C0. Of course, that'll be 1 itself. Even over here, it'll be 8. What is the second term? Here it is 28. So I'm going to write it out over here. 1, 8, 28. Now, I'm not so sure in the exam they'll give you such huge problems. Reasonably, it'll be a maximum of power 5. It's the same thing, but it'll just take too much time if you're solving these huge problems. So, if you know the concept, yes, you can just proceed with that. It'll just take time, nothing else. And over here, it'll be 70. And then over here, it'll be 56. So, this is 70. This is the middle term. Then we have 56, 28, 8, 1. Okay. Now first one will be d power 8, d power 7, d power 6, d power 5, 4, 3, 2. This is d, and I'll write the one below. That's 1, d to the power 0, which I'm not going to write. It's going to be 1 itself. Let it be. Now what about this 2? 2 to the power 0. That's fine. It's all plus, so that is very helpful. The sign doesn't alternate. Even if it's minus, it's not a big deal. Just that it'll be second term will be minus, third will be positive, fourth will be minus, fifth, sixth again will be minus. Alternating terms will be minus. Over here it's 2. Over here it's 2 to the power 2 plus 2 to the power 3 plus 2 to the power 4. Over here it's plus. Okay, it's not plus. This is plus. I hope you're getting it. This entire term plus. Then I need to write over here 2 to the power 5, then plus 2 to the power 6 plus 2 to the power 7, and lastly we have to do 2 to the power 8. Now you just have to put this in the calculator, you will get the answers. Now after finding the coefficients as well, see now for example 2 to the power 0 is 1, I'm not going to put this. 2 times 8 is 16, pretty simple. Over here also it will be 56. Now let's put these big ones. 2 into 2 to the power 3, that's 448. Let me look into the answer, see it's 448 over here. Now this one I told wrongly. 28 is 2 to the power 2 here. So that is 112. Then we got 448. What about the next term? It's 70 times 2 to the power 4. That is 1120. See, now don't think the coefficient will be the same. Why it will not be the same is this power varies, right? Say now the last term, it's 2 to the power 8. That is 256. The last term coefficient is 256. Over here it will be 2 to the power 7 multiplied by 8. So it's 1024. So you just put it in the calculator, these values, what we have written, and then you'll get it. Now, before that, you can eliminate many options. Look into the d. D is alone, so it should be d to the power 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and last one will not have d. So you can look into the options and check for the correct one. Here we can see again a real world problem similar to what we did earlier. A school band went for 4 competitions during the year and received a superior rating 2 times. If the band is as likely to receive a superior rating as to not receive a superior rating, find the probability of this outcome by expanding this term. Superior rating, no superior rating. S is for getting it and N for not getting it. Round to the nearest percent if necessary. Now here they have told superior rating is 2. So we have to look for the coefficient of the term S power 2. What about N? They've clearly mentioned it's as likely to receive that is to not receive. That means it's equal. If they're getting 2, then 2 will not be 2 won't be there as well, right? So this is the coefficient we are looking for. Let's expand it. The first one will be 1 s power 4. That's it. N is 1 plus. Let me write it over here because we need to look in the powers, right? So here we have 4 s power 3 n power 1 plus 6 s power 2 n power 2. Then we have 4 s power 1 n power 3, and lastly we have 1 s power 0 n power 4. So look into the coefficient of what? S power 2. And also look here, which is having S power 2. It's a single term. Then N is 2. So, of course, even if you don't know what is N, because I have not told, only the superior rating S is power 2. You know from here, S must be power 2. Look into that coefficient. That is our desired probability, desired outcome. What is the total outcomes? It's 1, all this added up. 10, 14, 16. So this would be the answer, 6 by 16, but they told nearest person. So what we'll do is we'll do 6 divided by 16, and to get percentage multiplied by 100, and here we go. It's 37.5, but what will be the nearest percent? It will be 38%. So answer is 38%. Here we go. So it's very simple. Now, Oliver shot 8 free throws at practice, making 6 free throws and missing 2. See here, how much is making? That is M. It should be 6 and not making is 2. So this is the coefficient, and then we just expand this because total is 8. Now here then the coefficients will be plenty. Now it will be starting with 1, m power 8, n power 0. But sadly you need to write all the coefficients. Now once we get this m6 and n2, I'm not going to write these. I'm just going to write the coefficients. I'll show you in a minute. Now next one will be 8, m7, and n is 1 plus, now 8 factorial, I'll just do it in the calculator in a while. This is nc0, nc1, nc2, that is m power 6 plus, and n is 2. Next on, I'm just writing the coefficients because I know this is the desired outcome. When we do the probability, it's going to be 8c2 divided by the total outcome, isn't it? So here I'll just write 8c3, then plus 8c4, 8c5, 8c6, 8c7, and 8c8. That is over here going to be 1, 8, but let's find the others in the calculator. Here we go, 8, shift on this symbol, 8c2 is 28. Now let me write it over here, it's 28, the value will be 28. And then just change this 2 to 3. The value is 56 here. And then next one also will be 56, I believe. No, it's 70. So this is 70. And then this is going to be 56, 28, 8, and 1. Yeah, that's the coefficients. So now what is the desired outcome? It is 28 divided by sum of all this. So I'm directly going to do it. 28 divided by 1 plus 8 plus 28 plus 56 plus, or you can write it in terms of 8c2 divided by 8c0 and all, but it's just too many things to type. Rather, you just find the value and then type the values, which will be easier. And now you can also put a bracket over here and multiply that by 2. It repeats, or you can just write the values here. 28 plus 8 plus 1. The answer, now this entire thing will be multiplied by 100 to the nearest person. It's 10.9. Nearest person will be 11%. That is how we solve it up. So it's just basically the expansion, the coefficients, and then finding the probability. Now here we need to expand these, but there are coefficients. See this 3, 4. So now what happens? To be very honest, when the options are given, because this is electronic part, it's not that difficult. You can easily figure out. You can just focus on one or two terms and figure out the correct answer. I'll tell you what I mean. It's power 5. So 5c0, 3x to the power 5, 4y to the power 0, plus 5c1, 3x to the power 4, 4y, this is 4y to the power 1, plus 5c2, 3x power 3 plus 4y power, not plus, it's multiplied. All these are multiplied. Now it's plus. Now just focus on these three terms, because when you look at the four options A, B, C, and D, you will see all the terms won't be the same thing. Now, if you're looking into the first term, maybe two options will have the same thing, or second term also two options. But all these three terms will not be same in all the four options. So if you thoroughly find this answer, that's more than enough. Now this is going to be 1, 3 power 5, x power 5, because this is 1 then. Now here it is 5. This is 3 power 4, x power 4, multiplied by 4 and y. Plus, now it's 5c2, it's 10, 3 power 3, x power 3, and 4 power 2, and y power 2. Now, even looking at the coefficients, another thing is, see, let's look at the answer. Since I know it's x and y, I should know that there is 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 for x, and y will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that is also another thing. Now, we will put this in the calculator. So here the first one is just 3 raised to power 5. That should be the answer. It's 243. Yes, that's the correct coefficient. What about the next one? There's 5 times 3 raised to power 4. And then we have multiplied this entire thing by 4. And it's 1620. Absolutely correct. Then we have 10 times 3 raised to 3. So it's not 2. It's 27. 3 raised to 3 is 27. Multiplied by 4 raised to 2 is 16. So here 4320. And this is enough. If at all you still didn't get the answer, go to one more term, you must get it. But within one or two terms, you can easily figure out the correct answer. The expansion, you know the formula continues until we get 5c5. And then you stop it. Same thing goes over here. It's just that there's minus. Now remember, it alternates. First term is positive, second is negative, positive, negative, positive, negative, and so on. And the powers, C will start with 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. D will start with 0, that is nothing. It'll start, second will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And the coefficients we have done just a while ago. Now remember here, the 2 also will be raised to the powers, and that also is included, and the sign. And here also, alternating sign. Now imagine you forgot the sign, you have just written plus here. That is fine. At the end, you look at the question, it's minus, right? It should just alternate. Start with plus, minus, plus, minus, plus. That's the only thing you should remember. Please try them by yourself. These methods are also over here. You can look into them. And also you can try assuming values for A and B and check this out, but it just takes too long. Rather than that, what you can do is check the correct answer by the formula, some of the tricks. So that's it. Now imagine you have 4 options and the third term is unique for all. Just focus on the third term and solve the third term properly. What I mean is, first, second, third is unique. So it will be 6C2 because it starts with 6C0, 6C1, 6C2. Now then it's the third term. So it'll be 6, 5, 4. And over here it'll be 3B, 0, 1, 2. So now I'll just solve this one. How do I solve this? Use the calculator for the powers. So here we have 6C2, sorry, it's C, that is shift and division symbol, 2, multiplied with 4 power 4, and then multiplied with 3 power 2. And it is 34,560. Yes, that's correct. And A is raised to the power 4, B is raised to the power 2. So just look into the term which is unique in all the 4 options and figure that one out. Then you can easily find the correct answer. Same thing over here, fractions. You can take it as 0.5 and solve, or you can take it as half, up to you. See, it depends on the options. If the options were fractions, then better to take it as 1 by 5. When you're using in the calculator, it automatically give you 1 by 32 or 5 by 16. This way only you get the answer. So stick to that itself. Same thing here. Now this is wrong, isn't it? Why? Because it's minus. See, this is wrong. Only mistake is the signs over here. This has to be minus. And okay, here you can see it's completely wrong. The answer is completely wrong. Let me solve this out. Why? Because they have written some extra terms and all. Now over here it's correct. Yeah, this is all right. It's just this part is wrong. Okay, if you refer to this one, it's absolutely correct. And let me see, this is also absolutely correct. So only missing thing is minus signs. So here it's minus 1/3. Here also it's minus, minus, minus. What happens here when you multiply it? This changes to minus. This will be plus. This will be minus, and the last one will be plus. So that is it. If you put this in the calculator, whatever the coefficient, that's the correct answer. This is erroneous. Same thing here. You can solve it by yourself. When it's plus, it's very easier. You don't have to worry about the minus sign. Just look at the coefficient, solve it up. Here as well, please do try them by yourselves and then look into the answers. Now we have a multiple choice over here to expand this. Now I'm not going to expand this entirely. I'm just going to look at a few of the terms. I can see this is wrong. Why? This is first term will be raised to the power 4. So 2 to the power 4 is 16. This cannot be correct. And the coefficient will be 1. That's fine. And this will be f. It's f. It's not h. Oh, sorry. Yeah, it is. I got confused. It is f. It's correct. But it's raised to the power 0. So it is 16h to the power 4. But this doesn't help. See, now the next term is same for all. So I'm not going to use this as well. I'll just jump to the last term. Here I can eliminate this. Why? Because I know the last term is f to the power 4. And it's 4c4. That's 1. And 2h is raised to the power 0. This must be the last term. So it's either this or this, this or this. Now, second term, I'm not going to use. Why? Because it's literally the same last term. Only the middle term, third term is unique, right? So I'm going to solve for the third term. 4c2, and over here you will have 2h to the power 432, and f, it'll be 0, 1, 2. Now 4c2 will be 6 multiplied by 4 h squared and f squared. So it's going to be 24 h squared f squared, not 32. This is wrong. This is the correct answer. It's 24. Option D will be the correct one. I hope this is clear. So look into the one which is unique and then solve it up. But initially we couldn't just jump to this because these both have the same coefficient in the middle. But we can see the last term is unique. So yes, this got eliminated. And then option C got eliminated because we got the correct term for the third term. Here they have told the first shelf on Anna's book. We did this at the beginning. The answer was 15.6. The coefficients of, it was, we had taken fiction and non-fiction. F to the power 4 and n to the power 1. We did that. The answer is 15. You can just go back in the video at the beginning. We have solved it. What about this? Select all of the following that would be a coefficient of the term. Okay, they just want to know the coefficients and say it's terms are just x and y. There's no coefficient over here. But what is the coefficient you will have with the c's? It'll be 7c0, 7c1, 7c2 until 7c7, right? Just use a calculator and we will figure out the correct answers. Here I put 7. C will be shift and division symbol. Let me put it as 0. It's 1. Option A is correct. And let me change this to 7C1. I can tell 1, 7, of course it's correct, 3 is wrong. Now let's go back and change it to 2. 21, 14 is wrong, 21 is correct. 3 will be 35. And then, yeah, it's more than that. The options, only those are the correct answer. It'll be 35, then again 28, 14, 21, 7 and 1, I guess. So those are the correct ones. Here we go. 4 correct answers. Before moving ahead, a quick reminder and a humble request. Please do share my channel and my videos with your friends and to whoever that can benefit from it. And I also kindly ask you if you can hit the subscribe button and like my videos, it would mean a lot. In this question, we will write the polynomial functions and graph them and then look at their zeros. Here we have a real world problem. A shipping company will ship a package for $7.5 when the volume is no more than 15,000 centimeter cube. So this is the maximum volume that can be sent in order to get this rate. Grace needs to ship a package that is 3x minus 5 centimeter long, 2x centimeter wide, and x plus 20 centimeter tall. So here they have given us the length, width, and the height. What is volume exactly? Volume is given by length times width or base or height. So width can be also taken as breadth. So that is the thing. It is equal to volume. So now what we do is we'll just substitute what is known. What are the coefficients we know? What are the dimensions? We don't have the values we have in terms of binomials. 3x minus 5, it's just a single term. 2x and x plus 20. That is equal to 15,000 because that is the volume maximum. So here we go. Now we have to just solve it up. Now you can see this is a single term. We can easily solve it up. I'll multiply it over here. So it's going to be 2x squared plus 40. 2 times 20 is 40x. And what is the first term? This is multiplied 3x minus 5. Now binomial to binomial, we are multiply this. It'll be 3 times 2. Let's see this term with this. Then minus 5 with both the terms. It'll be 6x power 3 plus 120x squared minus 10x squared and minus 200x. That is 15,000. Now we'll simplify the highest degree first. It is 3x, 6x to the power 3. Now what about x squared? There are two terms, that's plus 110x squared, and then we have minus 200x. That is equal to 15,000. So that is our equation. We can take the 15,000 to the other side if you want to solve it up. But here we go. 6x cubed plus 110x squared minus 200x is equal to 15,000 just by multiplying all the three terms. Here they have told us to solve this. Now solving can be done using calculator because it's a cubic function. I think so they have used graphing calculator. Yes, because to solve the cubic it takes a long time and they use the graphing calculator, but I'll show you in the scientific calculator itself. All you need to do is mode equation phi, and look at this, it's cubic, right? So it is option 4. And now type in the value coefficients. What is before x cubed? It's 6. Now before we go mode phi, you can see this form ax cubed, that means 6 is a, plus bx squared, so 110 is b, plus cx, but we are minus, so c is minus 200, plus d. So that means what we have to do is we have to take this 15,000 to the other side. So x cubed plus 110x squared minus 200x minus 15,000, that is equal to 0. Now we are having it in the form here as mentioned. So this is the values we need to type in. It's option 4. Let me type it in. 110, sorry, minus 200. And lastly, we have minus 15,000, not plus. So the value, the x can be 10 or it can be, see, there are imaginary numbers. They'll be in conjugate, two values. We need to ignore them. The only possible solution is 10. So x is 10. Here we go, x was 10, even by graphing calculator. Or by graphing, when you graph this given function also you can figure it out. And what the dimension should have. Okay, now if you know x is 10, substitute it back over here. Instead of x, you put 10 over here minus 5. That'll be 30 minus 5. It's 25 centimeter long. Here it'll be 2 times 10. That's 20 centimeter wide. And lastly, 10 plus 20. That's 30 centimeter tall. So these are the dimensions. Similarly, we have another problem. Please do try this by yourselves and then look in for the explanation. A rectangular garden is 12 feet across, that is tall, and 16 feet long length. It is surrounded by a border of mulch that is uniform width x over here. This mulch is of x. That means, what is the actual height? So much is 12. All this mud and everything over here to protect it is x up over here and up over here. They have told it's x width. Same thing here. So 16 is known, this much is 16, but then we have x plus x. So the actual length will be 16 plus 2x and the height will be 12 plus 2x. And that is the maximum area. They have told this cross-sectional area is how much? 285 feet squared. So here it is 12 plus 2x times 16 plus 2x, because area is given by length and width. 2x, sorry, this is equal to 285. We need to represent this in a polynomial equation. So we have to just do binomial multiplication, FOIL method. This and this, this and this. Here you can also see they want the maximum area. That means the maximum area of the garden is given over here. So whatever is the dimension for this can be easily found out by solving this equation. Let's solve it up. 12 times 16, that'll be 160, 192. I'll directly write it. 192. It's 160 plus 32. And then we have 24x plus 32x plus 4x squared. That is equal to 285. We can simplify it further. Let's write the x term first. 4x squared, x squared, the highest degree term. Then let's write the x term, that is 32 plus 24, 56x plus 192. That is equal to 285. But in order to solve, we have to have the right side equal to 0, isn't it? So it's 4x squared plus 56x minus, we need to subtract 192 from 285. So that's going to be 85 plus 8. It will be 90. 85 plus 8 will be, somehow my brain is not working. It is 98, 93, I believe, is equal to 0. So that must be the answer. Now, they have not taken it to the other side, but anyways, we will do it in the calculator and check. So this is the answer, whatever we got. You can just put it in the calculator by mod 5 and 3 because it's power 2, right? And now looking at the value of x, 4, then we have 56, and then we have minus 93. The answer is x can be 1.5 or minus. Which is the more possible answer? Like, you can't have negative numbers. This doesn't make sense. So the width, the x value, the width, this width has to be 1.5 feet. That is the answer. See, this is the equation, right? Now, when you solve it up, here the graphic calculator is used. You'll get x is equal to 1.5. So now substitute it back over here into the equations. 1.5 in both these two dimensions. That is 2x plus 16 and 2x plus 12. You just multiply x as 1.5 and solve it up. You'll get 19 feet and 15 feet. So the height and the width are found out. But this x value only is 1.5. Another real world problem here. A juice manufacturer is creating new cylindrical packaging. The height of the cylinder is to be 3 inches longer than the radius of the can. Okay, this is important. Now, do we know what is the radius? They have not told anything. They have given the volume. What is the volume of a cylinder? V is equal to pi r square h. Let me just check this out. I remember. Yes, it's V is equal to pi r square h. Now here, this is the volume formula for cylinder. But they are told the height of the cylinder is to be 3 inches longer than the radius. So let us take the radius as r. Okay. Now, generally it will be in terms of x, I believe. So let me take this as x. Radius is equal to x, the radius. So then what will be the height? So V is equal to pi x squared. The height will be 3 more than the radius. So it will be x plus 3 or 3 plus x. That's it. Now we'll simplify this. But we know what is the volume, right? It's 628. That is equal to pi x. See, I'll multiply pi x squared over here. It will be x cubed plus 3 pi x squared. I just multiplied pi x squared here and over here. Distributive property. So we get pi x cubed and 3 pi x squared. Now, once we get this, what do? We need to write everything in one side. And let's get this 628 to one side. It will be 0 is equal to pi x cubed plus 3 pi x squared minus 628. That's it. This is the polynomial equation. You can see over here pi x cubed plus 3 pi x squared is equal to 628. This is the answer. But we will have to solve this, right, by graphing calculator. Now we will use scientific calculator itself. Now here we can see the highest degree is power 3. It's cubic. Mod phi and it is 4. So what is pi? Just type pi. That's fine. It's 3.14. So it'll automatically consider that value. But they have already told use 3.14 itself. You can directly take 3.14. That's enough. Because they have clearly mentioned. And what about here? It is 3 multiplied by 3.14. It's 3 pi, isn't it? Before x squared. Now there is no x term. So here the c is 0 and last term will be minus 628. The reason being, you can clearly see here, there is x term that's missing. So there is no x term, that's 0, and last term, this is the constant term, minus 628, and press equal to, here you go, the answer will be phi, and then the imaginary numbers. So we ignore those imaginary numbers, we just take the answer as phi. So the radius, basically, which we assume to be x, is phi. So if radius is phi, what is the height? It'll be 8, because 5 plus 8, isn't it? So that will be the answer. In order to have the maximum volume of this much, you need to have a radius of 5 inches, because it's given in inches, cubic inches, and height will be 8. In this question, we will factorize polynomials. These are the formulas that can be used to factorize polynomials. You can see here, there is similarities between the formulas a cube plus b cube and a cube minus b cube. The only difference is the sign, plus and minus, plus and minus and plus. What happens is when it's a cube plus b cube, you start with the term a plus b. When it's minus, you start with a minus b. And then the next three terms, it's a squared, ab, and b squared. The second term will be always plus. Even over here, it's a squared, ab, that's a and b, and plus b squared. But in the plus, we already have done one plus, then the next one will be minus. Here it's minus, so the next one will be plus. That's the difference between them. So if it is plus, you start with plus, and the next, in the three terms, the middle term is minus. Whereas in minus, you start with minus, and then rest all three are plus. Now this is if you're using the formula. It's pretty straightforward. You can use this, use the formula here. But remember, it must be only when the first term entirely is cubed. Now, is this possible? No, here it's only c to the power 3. But what about 8? You can do one thing. You can take the cube root of 8. That is going to be 2 power 3. It's 2, right? So basically, if you cube 2, you will get 8. 2 power 3 and c power 3 minus, what about this? It's 3 power 3 and d power 3. So we can write this as 2c power 3 minus 3d power 3. This is what we can do. And then you can just use the identity. When you expand using the identity, it's shown over here the steps. This will be the answer. Now, what else is possible? You can easily use calculator and solve all these problems. Let me show you how. So here you need to assume C and D values. Now what I do is I just take 2 and 3 because it'll work everywhere, and I've tried all these problems. It will work every way. So what you do is, if it's x and y, I'm just going to take first one as 2 and 3. So it's easy to remember. See here, it's c is equal to 2, d is equal to 3. And here as well, x will be 2, y will be 3. Now what I do is I'll write this out. 8, the given question. Don't put alpha x or anything. Multiplied by, instead of c, I'll put it as 2 to the power 3 minus 27 times 3 power 3. That is d value. Now what is it? It's negative 665. So all I did is I put over here 2 and 3. I got the value of minus 665. This is the expansion, right? This is the same values. It's just written in different form. So if I assume the same values even here in the answer, I must get the correct answer, right? Yes, let's try it. 2 times, again, c is 2 minus 3 times D is 3, close the bracket. Open the bracket again, 4 times 2 squared plus 6 times 2, and then we have 3, and then we have plus 9 times 3 squared. The answer is same. It should match. If it doesn't match, that's the wrong answer. You can go to the next option. Here, what about this one? Same thing. Here you can see the worked out solution given. So we will check this out as well. It's 64, and I'm taking x as 2 to the power 4 plus 2 times 3 power 3. And what do we get? 1078. So I'm just going to remember that. If you can't remember it, please write it down. But now let's try this. It's 2 times, open the bracket, 4 times 2 plus 3, close the bracket, and open the bracket again. It's 16 times 2 squared minus 4 times 2 times 3 plus 3 squared, close the bracket, and it is 1078. That was the same value which we got over here as well. It has to be the same thing. You can try these all. You will get the correct answer. It's just a big value, but you need to put A as 2 and B as 3, and you will get the correct values. Same goes over here. Let me do some. Okay, now what about this one here? Here the option you will have prime, so it's easy to figure out. If none of the options work, then this is the correct answer. Is it possible to write this in terms of power 6 or power 3 or any other power? See, we can write 6 x power 6 as, as square and whole power 3. This is possible. So we can consider this to be a power 3. A is x squared. But what about 18? That's not possible. So we cannot write it in terms of a cube and b cube form. There is no way you can reduce. This is a prime number 5. There's no way we can get it in terms of a plus b, a cube plus b cube. Therefore, it's called prime. Whereas all the other problems, now this is, yes. Oh, now again, look here. 2, it's a prime number. You can't raise it. This also cannot be solved. Let's look into a problem. Okay, this is a simple one. I just want to show you the prime thing. See here, what we can do is we can remove this out. See, y has been removed outside. So what happens is you're remaining with x to the power 6, so y to the power 6. When you remove out, it's minus the powers, right? Y power 3, let it be out. This can be rearranged and written as x square whole power 3 plus y square whole power 3. That means it's like a cube plus b cube, right? But only thing is a value is x squared. So that is why we can write it as that is what exactly? A plus b, right? We can write it as x squared plus y squared and then continue with the formula. But again, the calculator method will easily work. But these are prime here, which we got. Now look at this one. This one is just factoring out. Let me do it in the calculator and show you. Here again, you need to assume few extra values in this case. You can't solve it up. It's very simple. You need to group x squares, y squares, and x and y. You can separate it out, remove the common term, and then get it in the reduced form. I'll show you the calculator method and then I'll solve it as well. But here, what are you assuming? I'll assume x as 2, y as 3, and then we have g, h, f. So I'll take g as 4, h as 5, and f as 6. These are all the values. Now this is going to take a bit of time because now what is g value? You should remember 4 times 2 squared. Okay, and then minus 3 times h is 5 times 2 squared. Then we have minus 6 times f is 6 times 3 squared, that is y squared, minus g is 4 times 3 squared, plus 6 times f is 6 times again 2 squared, and lastly we have got 3 times h is 5 times 3 squared. Please double check it because you might do some errors. Now g value was 4, so it's 4 times 2 squared minus 3 times 5 times, yes, it's correct, minus 6 times 3 squared, and then minus 4 times 3 squared plus 6 times 2 squared plus 3 into 5 into 3 squared. Yes, this is correct. And what is the value we get? Minus 125. So assuming this, we get minus 125 here. So now when we put the answer, we must get the same value. Let us try it out now. Here it's 2 plus 3, that's the first term. Then open the bracket, it's not ENG, it is this one again. It's 2 minus 3, close the bracket and open the bracket for the last one. 6 times F is 6 plus G is 4 minus 3 times 5. Here we go, it is minus 125. Only one answer will match. Now, if you want to do it in steps, it's pretty simple as well. So what I would do is I'll just group the x terms together. See, x, x, and x, right? So g x squared, then we have minus 3hx squared, and then we have plus 6fx squared. And what about the y terms? It's minus 6. Wait a minute. I have used g first here. So if at all there is y and g, I'll write it out first. So here, see, 1, 2, 3 x terms. I've written g, h, and f. So same order I'm going to follow with y squares. So which is having g and y? This is the one. Minus g y squared. And then I'm going to write h. That is over here plus 3hy squared. And then the last one is minus 6fy squared. Now I'm going to remove x squared and y squared out. So x squared is removed outside. It's going to be minus g minus 3h plus 6f. Now here I can't remove y squared, but look at this. Here I have g positive, here it's negative. So how about I'll try to balance this out. I'll remove out minus y squared. So what is remaining inside with these three terms? So this is this. Now what about this one? Here you will have sign change, that will be positive g. This plus becomes minus 3h, and lastly plus 6f. That's the thing. Now you can see this and this is common. So it's basically right telling x multiplied by a minus y square multiplied by a itself, because these two are common, right? These are the same. So what I can do is I can either take this common out to the right or left. I can write a is equal to x squared minus y squared, or I can write x squared minus y squared into a. That's the same thing. So that is what I'll do over here. I'm going to write x squared minus y squared and this term together outside, g minus 3h plus 6f. And then it's not done because x squared minus y squared, we might remember a squared minus b squared is a plus b and a minus b. This is another identity square, difference of squares. So now I can write x plus y, x minus y, and then we have g minus 3h plus 6f. This is the value. So this is the answer. Now here you can see x plus y, x minus y, and then g is written next. First is the positive term 6f plus g minus 3h. We have got the same values, but the order is just mixed up. But the answers are correct. So that is how we solve it. Similarly, you can try this, but you can try it in your calculator. We have just now seen you will get the correct values itself here as well. All these problems, I've tried it manually in my calculator, in my physical calculator. All the values are correct here as well. Now, how do we solve this equation? Since the electronic part, let's just go to mode 5 and 3 rather than any formulas or anything. You can just use scientific calculator. You click on mode 5, but here it's cubic, so it's not 3. 3 is for quadratic, cubic it's option 4. What is the coefficient of a cubed? Nothing, that means 1. Then we have minus 9. Then there is 14. And is there any constant term plus any number? Nothing, so it's 0. So the answer is 7 and 2. And there's 3 answers, so it's cubed, right? And 0. You can see 0, 7, and 2 are the solutions. You can also take out the a common out and solve it as quadratic, and then solve it, or you can stick with this method. Here, what we can do is we can group them up. Instead of writing x cubed equals, I'll write it over here, x squared, that is equal to 0. So it's basically x cubed term is there. It's 1 minus 3x squared. There is nothing for x, so it's 0x plus 0, that is equal to 0. So here, in mode 5 and cubic is for 4, we have 1 minus 3, 0 and 0. The answer is 3, 0, that's it. You have only two solutions that are the answers. Now, okay, there's one more way you can remove the common. Okay, yeah, it's shown over here. This is in writing, but calculator method is very easy. Now here the issue is you can't use the calculator method, right? Why? Because it's power 4. In the latest model of the calculator, yes, even these can be solved directly. But what about this one? If you're doing it in this calculator, so you can remove t power 2 common out because you can see there is t power 2 involved in all these terms. So I can write this, that is rewrite this as t square outside. 2 powers are gone. 4 minus 2 is t power 2 minus 3. 2 powers are gone. It will be only t. 3 minus 2 is 1. So it's only 1. And then minus 40 is equal to 0. So now if I multiply this t square inside, I'm going to get the question back. So here it's basically t square equals 0 because there are two terms that is equal to 0, or it's t square minus 3t minus 40 that is equal to 0. So here what is the square root on both the sides giving us? T is equal to 0. We got one root already. This must be done by yourself. But what about this one? Mod phi, and you can do it as option 3. Why? Because here it's quadratic. And now let's do 1 minus 3, and lastly we have minus 40, and here we go, it's 8 and minus 5, and don't forget the 0. So the solutions are 8, minus 5 and 0. Also, there is one more way to check the answers. Like you have this equation, isn't it? In the you'll have 4 options with solutions. You'll have this equation. So let's type it out. Let's write it as x power 4 minus 3x power 3 here, and then it's minus 40x squared. I'm writing t as x squared, and then don't write equals to 0. Why? Because I know right side must be 0 for these solutions because these are the points which give the answer equal to 0. If it was over here 5, then when you substitute these solutions, you must get the right side, the value as 5. So now what I'm doing is calc at 0. How much is the answer? Yes, it's 0, right side, that's correct. Let me do it at minus 5, calc at minus 5. This equation gives me 0 again. Calc at 8, it must be 0 again. So whenever we put the solutions, you must get 0. Now, how about we'll calculate it at, say, other value. You're getting different answers, say minus 2, which is not the correct answer. You will get some other value. Only at these 3 solutions, at the exact correct solutions, you will get the right side equal to 0. Same way, you can try this over here, or you can solve it and calculate it directly. It's a cubic one. And what about this one here? So now this can be, see, it cannot be done in calculator. There are ways to do it, like rearranging it, but this one, two methods. First one is, I can see this x power 4, right? What if I write it as x power 2 the whole power 2? That minus 625 is equal to 0. Can I make it like this? And imagine this is, because this is same, x power 4 is x squared to the power squared, right? Now instead of x, can I write it as a squared minus 625 equals 0. But what is a value? A is equal to x squared. So this is one way to solve. Now I can solve a squared easily in the calculator. We can go to mod phi and then use option 3 because it's quadratic. Before a squared it's 1. There is no x term, 0 and minus 625. The answer is 25 and minus 25. So here I can get a is equal to plus or minus 25. But the issue is it's not over x squared is equal to 25 because I know a is x squared and x squared is equal to minus 25. Now I need to solve these both equations. What happens? X squared minus 25 equals 0. X squared plus 25 equals 0. So let us put both of these. See, now this was just a part and then this is the final answer now. Mod phi, and again it's power 2, right? So it's option 3. It's 1, 0 and minus 25. The solutions are phi, minus phi, but what about the remaining? Let us do it. Mod phi 3. I got 2 solutions already, but there are 4 answers here. Then minus 1, 0 and positive 25 now. Gives me phi I and minus phi I. So that means there are 4 solutions. Now I realized that we didn't have to find the solutions, but whatever I just told problems are there in the future, here we just had to expand it. So you can assume certain x value and check, you will get the answer. But what I just now told is also important because we'll see problems on that. Now here they are just asking to expand. So what you do is assume this as certain value, say 2. I'll consider 2 to the power 6 minus 64. What is the value? It's 0. Now when I put over here 2, it must give me 0. Let us check. 2 plus 2. Let me open the bracket first. 2 plus 2, and then we have 2 minus 2. Now it will be 0, right? Why? Because 2 minus 2, this 0 multiplied, it will be 0. So I don't need to, sorry, it's 2 minus 2. I don't need to proceed further. But let me change the value of 2. Instead of 2, I'll take it as 3 power 6 minus 64. Here it's 665. So I need to choose 3 here instead of x. 3 plus 2. And we have 3 minus 2. And then we need to close the bracket, then open it up. 3 power 4 plus 4 into 3 squared plus 16. Close the bracket up, and it's 665 itself. That was the same value which we got when we assumed x as 3 in the question. So that's how we can check it out. So similarly, please solve the others. Look into the options and just substitute the values and simplify over here as well. Now, okay, they have asked us to simplify itself over here. So doesn't matter how big it is. See over here, this and this must be equal to each other. Whichever method you use, they must be equal. I'll assume y to be 2 itself, and I'll just raise it to the power 9, and I'm just going to substitute wherever y is there as 2. And here minus 2 times y again would be 2 to the power 6. In fact, this can be simplified as well. It'll be minus 3y to the power 6. Anyways, we'll take the question as it is. It'll be 2 to the power 3 plus 2 to the power 3 minus 1. So calculate this. You can just press equal to that's the thing. 343 is the answer. Now when we solve this, we must get the same thing. 2 minus 1, the whole cubed. And here we have 2 squared plus 2 plus 1 cubed. It's 343. So this will match. As long as you have written it properly, it should match. Make sure the cubes, squares, and the substitutions are proper, and then it will match the given question. Now here they have asked to solve. See, you can't put imagined number and check. So this must be solved, by mod phi 3. Then you will get the accurate answers. Now, how would you do this? The issue is we don't have x to the power 4. In such cases, assume it as x power 2 plus x power 2 itself minus 90 is equal to 0. I'm going to take a as x power 2. So this is a squared plus a minus 90 is equal to 0. So now I can easily solve this up. Mod phi and 3 gives me to solve the quadratic equations. It's 1, 1 and minus 90. And here we go. The answer is 9 and minus 10. Now a value is equal to 9 and a is equal to minus 10. That means what about x squared? A is x squared, that is equal to 9. A squared, x squared is equal to 10, minus 10. I need to get them inside. X squared will be minus 9 equals 0. X squared will be plus 10 is equal to 0. So I need to do this again. So one thing you can remember is whenever we get this type of questions, whatever answer you get, again, mod, or you can just press AC because we just did that quadratic. I'll type, I know the answers were 9 and 10, right? 1, 0, and this one, if it is 9, we have to choose it as minus 9 because we have to bring it inside the equal to. So the two answers, 3 and minus 3, must be visible. Yes, that's true. What about the next one? Now here it's 1, 0 and plus 10 because we had solution of minus 10. The answer will be plus 10. The answer is root 10i and minus root 10i. That's how we do it. Even this one can be done the same method, and then you can check the answer the same like previous one. You will have two normal roots and two imaginary roots. And what about this one? It's again same. There are different type which I'm waiting for. Let's say this cubic. Now this is again power 4. It's same like what we did. Okay, this one. So here we'll click on mode. Equations is given by phi, and this is cubic, so it's option 4. Now let's type in 1. There is no x squared term or there's no x term, so it's 0 and 0 over there, and then 2, 1, 6 positive. The answer is minus 6, 3 plus 3 root 3i, and it'll be minus. Always imaginary numbers are conjugate, so you'll have plus and minus. This one is similar, you can do it by yourselves. Now, this one we have done a similar one before as well. Just take it as squared and you'll get the two answers. Then you need to put them again back in the mode phi 3 and then solve it. Again, it's the similar. Please try them by yourselves and then check the answers over here. Let me do a difficult one. This is similar. And again, here you can see that I've taken the variable u. I had told you to take it as a. Anything is fine as long as you know this variable is equal to x squared. Then you can easily solve it up. This one as well is pretty simple. Let me try some. Okay, this one. Now, this one, what happens is we have x power 6. So you need to look at this one, x power 3, right? So I'm going to assume a as x power 3 here. So first term can be written as x power 3 the whole squared plus 7 x power 3 itself minus 8 is equal to 0. Now instead of this x power 3, I'll take it as a squared plus 7a minus 8 is equal to 0. So we can easily find the solutions of the roots here by mode 5 and 3. So let's go. Mode 5 is for equation and 3 is for quadratic. That's power 2. It's 1, 7 and minus 8. Now what are the answers we get? It's 1 and minus 8. Let me write it out over here. A is equal to 1 and A is equal to minus 8. But it's not A value which we are looking for. We are looking for X value because we know A is X cubed. So now we need to solve these. Here instead of A, X cubed is equal to minus 8. Now what did I tell? The sign changes. Why? Because it will go inside the equal to sign. This is equal to 0. X cubed plus 8 is equal to 0. We need to solve these both equations. Now here, mode phi, not the option 3, it's option 4. Why? Because it's x cubed. So it's option 4. Now let's type the coefficient 1. And there's no x squared or x term, so it's 0 and 0 and then minus 1. What is the answer? It's 1. And then you have imaginary number and an imaginary number. You can see. Okay, let's go to the solutions. Now this is for the first one. Okay, it's still not over. Okay, this is the first one. The solutions are 1. See now here they have simplified this. You can see this has been simplified. Now there are two solutions here. Plus and minus is two solutions. Let me show it to you. This and this is same. How? I'll just split it out. You can see this half divided by 2 is split out for both these terms. Plus and minus I square root 3 by 2. Now this is literally the same what we got. But we should have two. One is plus, yes, and one more will be minus. And then we got one of the proper solution, that is 1. Now it's not over. We have one more thing. What is that? That is equal to plus 8. So let me press AC. It's in cubic, or you can click mode 5 and 4. It's 1, 0, 0, but this time it's positive 8. Why? Because over here you can see x cubed equals minus 8. Inside will become positive 8. So let me write it out and look at the answer. It's minus 2, yes. But what about this? 1 plus root 3i. Yes, plus is true and even minus is there. This is the solution. So there are 6 roots. Because the highest degree is 6, there are 6 maximum possible solutions. In this, 2 are real solutions and 4 are imaginary solutions. That's how we solve it up. Even this one, you can try it by yourselves, just like what we have done. But now I'll do it directly. First, mode phi 4. No, sorry, mode phi 3. Because this will write in quadratic. It'll be 1, it'll be minus 26, and it'll be minus 27. And then what are the solutions we get? 27 and minus 1. Now I go mod 5 and 4. Positive 27, when it goes inside, it'll be minus. So it's 1, 0, 0, minus 27. And the answer is 3. And there are two imaginary numbers. Let's look into the solutions here. So here, this is the solution. 3, we got, yes, minus 3 by 2. It's split up. That's 1 plus and 1 minus. Now here, all we need to change is from minus 27. Also, there was answer of minus 1. X is minus 1. But we get it inside, it'll be plus 1. So I'll write it as 1. The answer is minus 1 and half square root. This just half is split up, plus and minus. So therefore, these are the solutions. That's how we can solve them up. Here as well, please do try it by yourself with the same thing. And then these will be the solutions. I'll do this one as well because there's 999. Any number, don't worry, it's mod 5. First, we have to do mod 5 3. It is 8, 999. And then this 125 is inside. So it'll be minus 125. The answer is 1/8 and minus 125. So these are the two solutions. See, 1 by 8 minus 125. I think so. Here they have got it wrong. It's x cubed is equal to 1 by 8. X cubed is equal to minus 125. So let us solve it. No, I think so. This is the solution. Sorry, this is correct. You can see minus. Yeah. Anyways, they have done a little different method, but let's look into the answers. This method, the answer must be same. Doesn't matter which method you use. Mod 5 and 4 now. It'll be 1, 0, 0, and minus 1 by 8. Minus 1 divided by 8. So what is the solution? It's half. Yes, we are getting half. And then we must have negative 1/4. Yes, this is correct. Root 3i and minus. That's correct. These two are done. What is the next one? Here it's 1, 0, 0. But now this time minus 125 goes inside. It'll be positive 125. And here we go. The solution is minus 5. That's true. And there are two conjugates of plus 5 plus 5 root 3. Yes, that is correct. And minus. That's it. So that is how we can check answers. Now what about this one here? See, what you can do is 4x power 4 minus 5x squared plus 1. This is how we can solve it up. Now you know the quadratic can be written as power x power 2 whole power 2. And then we solve it. Let me show it to you over here. It's mod 5 and 3. Let's write 4 minus 5 and then we have 1. The answer is 1 and 1/4. So now again, mod 5 3 itself, 1, 0. The answers were 1 and 1/4, right? So I'm going to write over here minus 1. 1 and minus 1 is the answer. And then that's done. What was the other one? It's 1/4. But when we get it inside, it'll be minus 1 by 4th. And here we go. The answer is half and minus half. That's how we can easily find all these solutions. And also, since there's no imaginary solution, if you put these values here in the given equation, you will get right side as 0. Now, this one, we just did it as well. Now, again, here, take this. Okay, now this one is a little bit interesting. It's not like the same one what we solved a while ago. Here you can see x power 2 must be considered. So we'll assume x power 2 is equal to a. So this will be written as a power 3. Why? Because x squared times to the power 3 will be x6. So now a power 3. And this will be 9a squared minus a plus 9. Let's use mod 5 and 4 and get the solution for the cubic. Mod 5 and 4. It's 1 minus 9 minus 1 and lastly 9. See, this is 9, this is a. Sorry to write it similar. I only got confused. The answers are 9, 1 and minus 1. Now you have x values, sorry, a values of 9, a is 1, a is minus 1. So now this is actually what? X squared. So we have to use now more 5 and 3. More 5 and 3 for quadratic. So here what do we do? 1, 0, and then get this inside. It'll be minus 9. Then the answer is 3 and minus 3. Let's look into the solution. Yes, 3 and minus 3 is correct. What about the next one? More 5, 3. It is 1, 0. And then we have 1 inside will become minus 1. It's 1 and minus 1, yes. And the last one will be 1, 0 and positive 1 because it's minus 1. When you bring it inside the equal, it will be positive 1. It's I and minus I. So these are the 6 roots. Similarly, you can try this by yourself and then check for the answer here. And now, again, which can be factored and not factored? This can be factored easily. You can assume the values of x and y and test it out. You will get the same values. Here's the answer. Now this one, okay, here, see the previous one, what we did was we removed terms common out and then we left it over there because we couldn't factor it more. Only the common terms can be removed out. You can see here 3 was common and then x was also common. Here there is a single term 7. 7 is a prime number and there's no way we can remove any numbers common out and there's no j and k here. So literally nothing can be done. This is it. This is prime. You can't simplify it anything further. You can't write it as a whole cube or anything. There is nothing to remove out because 7 is alone. It doesn't have j and k terms. So that's the thing. And over here now, this can be solved easily. You can use the calculator to solve, but over here it's not about solving, it's factoring. This can be, you can solve it. You'll get the answer. See, if you use mode 5, 3, the answers will be A is equal to 9, A is equal to minus 9, and A is equal to 2. Then we can write them inside A plus 9, A minus 2. That's how we get these factors. So, and also you can assume a value to be 2 and solve over here and the answer it will match. And this one as well, you can assume values for a and k and get the answers. Check the answers, sorry. Because you have 4 options, it'll be easy to solve here as well. Now you might think, why is this prime? I'll show you. Let's solve this up. Mod 5 and 3. The coefficient is 1, minus 8, and then we have minus 10. Look here, the values are not whole numbers or not numbers which we can write. It's not irrational numbers. It is no whole numbers. If it's imaginary or irrational numbers, then we cannot factor it out. It's not simple to write in terms of 2 factors. You might say we can write these as the factors, yes, but our main goal is to factor it without the calculator. So without calculator, we cannot factor this out. Why? Because we, in order to factor, when we multiply these both, we get minus 10, and then when we have the term over here minus 8. So we need 2 numbers that needs to be multiplied and we get minus 10 and added up to be minus 8. There's no such numbers. So that is why we can tell this is not possible. But since it's the electronic part, you can do shortcuts for all these here as well. You can just check it out in the calculator whether it's correct or wrong. Here as well, you can solve it in the calculator and then do it as well. Mod 5, 3. When we solve it up, 1, minus 12, and lastly 36. We get only one root here, x. There is no x1, x2. Why? Because this is a repeated root. That means it's, see here, x is equal to 6. Only one root, right? X minus 6 the whole square. It's repeated twice. It's like a parabola. It touches only at one point. Basically, that's the reason. And here as well. Now, this is a prime as well over here. Why? Because you'll get imaginary numbers. If you're solving this, minus 25, 25 to the other side, minus 25, square root is on the other side. It'll be imaginary. Therefore, we can't even have a product and sum as well. And this one, generally you will get a term which can be simplified in the exam. You'll have 4 options, check all the options, and then go to the correct answer. Same thing here. Please try them and then check the answers. And this is over here. So you can choose n to be 2, put it in the calculator, you'll get one value and it should match with the answer. And Now power 4, but since it's equal to 1, and now they're not asking exactly to solve for m, you're just factoring out, just choose m as 2 and check it out. You will get this, the question and the final answer will match. The numerical value will match. Before moving ahead, a quick reminder and a humble request. Please do share my channel and my videos with your friends and to whoever that can benefit from it. And I also kindly ask you if you can hit the subscribe button and like my videos, it would mean a lot. In this question, we'll find the factors of polynomials and use synthetic substitution. Here they have told us to find the factors of this given polynomial. They have given us one factor to begin with, so that you can divide. But that would be a long method. There are easier methods. One way is multiplying all the answers, and then you will get this answer, the given question. That'll be the correct factors. But that'll be too long. You need to multiply all these, so many times. The more easy and the best way is the calculator method. So when you have the calculator, all you need to do is solve this up. Mod phi, and you can see this is cubic, so it's option 4. Now what about these coefficients? A is 6, that's the coefficient of x cube. X square's coefficient is minus 25, and lastly C is 2. And D value is whatever is the last term, that's the constant term. So I'll choose over here. Let me just go back. Mod phi and 4. This is cubic. Let me type it out. 6 minus 25 to 8. The answers are 4. Let me write it out. Here we got x is equal to 4. X is equal to 2/3, 2 by 3. And then there's one more answer because it's cubic, isn't it? There'll be x3. It's negative half. That's the last one. So let's write minus half. X is equal to minus half. Now let's solve them up. See here, they are not written equal to. You're right in terms of factor. That means take it inside the equal to. It'll be x minus 4. Then what about this one? See here, there is no term with x minus 2/3. So what you need to do is, you need to multiply both the sides here by 3 because you don't have any denominator, right? Remove this denominator. Whatever is this number, multiply both the sides. It will become 3x is equal to 2. Why? Because 3 multiplied by x is 3x. Over here, if you multiply 3 and over here 3x, this cancels off, you're remaining with 2. Now take this 2 inside, it will be 3x minus 2. This is one factor. And what about this one? You have to multiply with the denominator, that is 2. So it will become 2x is equal to minus 1. Take it inside. It's going to be 2x plus 1. Now we didn't need to do that because this is the given one itself. So that is there in all the options. That doesn't help us. You can eliminate this because there are only 2 terms. Cubic means there must be 3 x's. This cannot be the solution. Now let's see which is having 3x. This is the correct one. Look, even with 1 or 2 terms, just with this one you could have figured it out. This is not possible. Why? Because though x minus 4 is there, it has only 2 terms. This is wrong. This has no x minus 4. This is the correct one. You could have directly guessed it. But it's better to do all the terms just for better understanding. Now that's the answer, option C. And what about this one here? We need to find the value of k so that the remainder is 3. Now this have some tricks, but it doesn't work for all problems. So I will tell a method which will work for all the problems, but you need to know synthetic substitution no matter what. It's also called as synthetic division. There is one trial error method and then there is one actual method. See, the actual method is a bit longer, but let me show it to you. But first I'll do the shorter method. That's the trial and error. Look, this is the given question, right? Write the coefficients. Let's set up for the synthetic division. That is 1. Over here, coefficient is 1, 5, and 7. And what is this exactly? This is the k value, right? So x plus k, x is equal to minus k. You should write this one here, the k value. But now one of this is the correct answer, isn't it? So how about this? I'll put this 1 and I'll test. I'll assume x plus 1. So the value over here is minus 1. Whatever this sign, x plus 1, it's a factor, opposite sign, because you need to make it equal to. That time it becomes minus. If it was already minus here, then it would have been plus. Then what about the synthetic division? What happens here? 1 goes down as it is, and then you multiply this with minus 1. Let's see, it'll be minus 1, and then add them up. You add these, right? 5 minus 1 will be 4. 4 times minus 1 is minus 4. And the last term is the remainder. And look, when you add them up, what's the remainder? Yes, this is correct. 1 is correct, but we need to check for all, even the next option. So this is correct. Now I know this, and this can be correct. This is wrong. Why? Because it doesn't have 1. So this. Now then, because remainder is 3, that is true. Now what I'll do is I'll just change this value. Only few things changes. Then everything else remains same because we want the same remainder no matter what, isn't it? So now I'll change the color here. And what I'm going to do is I'll take it as 3. So the next one is x plus 3. So what is the value here? Minus 3 here. So 1 goes down, 1 times minus 3 will be minus 3, add them up, it will be positive 2, 2 times minus 6. See, the remainder is not 3, this is wrong option. So this is wrong. So option A is wrong. Option C is also deleted, not there. Now you can, let's do 4 and then we will go to 0. So here I'm just going to change this once. What will happen here will be minus 4 because now we are considering here x plus k is 4. I know for sure 1 is correct. Now 1 comes down, 1 times minus 4 is minus 4, add them up, it will be 1. 1 times minus 4 is minus 4. Yes, when you add you will get 3, so this is correct. So option B is the correct answer. I'm not going to go further. This is correct as well. Option 4 is correct, but it doesn't have 1, isn't it? These both are true. So this is wrong. This is the trial and error method. But if you want, I'll try 0 as well. What happens here is you will have 0. That is basically x plus 0. So minus and plus 0 is neutral. So you just write 0. 1 times 0 is 0. Add it up, it will be 5. 5 times 0 is 0. Add it up, it should be 7 here. So it's not 3. This is wrong. 0 is wrong. So this is how we can do the trial and error method. I got the answer. Correct answer is B. And you can see that is the correct answer. But what about the actual method? Now the actual method, I will just do it here. I'm going to leave few things. This and all will remain same. But now what is the k value? I don't have a k value. Actually, I should take it as minus k. So let me take it as minus k itself. And then let us start solving. 1 comes down, 1 times minus k. What is the value? It is minus k. So here, now minus k plus 5. I'm going to write the k term first because the variable first and then the constant. It's minus k plus 5 here because I add them both up, right? You can write 5 plus minus k also, but I'm just writing minus k first and then the number. Multiplied with minus k, what happens? Minus k multiplied by minus k plus 5. It'll be minus and minus becomes plus k squared and then minus 5k. So when I multiply these both, I'm going to get k squared, that's positive k squared, minus 5k here. And then you need to add them both up. But we know already the answer, the remainder is 0. So this is 0, sorry, it's 3. This is going to be 3 itself. So let me write it out in the equation. 7 plus k squared minus 5k. That is equal to how much? That is equal to 3. So let me get the 3 inside and let me write the highest degree first. K squared minus 5k. 7 minus 3 because it will come inside, right? It will be 4. It's plus 4. This is equal to 0. Now you can use the calculator and solve it. It's a quadratic equation. So here I'll just do mod 5 and 3. That's quadratic. What is the coefficient of k squared? It's 1 minus 5 and then we have 4. The answer is 4 and 1. Yes, that's the correct answer. So this is the actual way. But you have to do all this k squared and everything. But otherwise the trial error method also works. You should just know the setting up for the synthetic division. Then it's very easy. So moving on to the next problem. Here they have given a polynomial equation. We need to find its factors. Now basically you have to divide it, but I'm just going to use the calculator and solve it up. Look here, you can see this is x power 3. Then what do we have to have? It should be x power 2, but is there any x power 2 term? No. So it's 0. Then we have minus 3x. First the highest degree power 3, 2, 1, and now it's plus 2, that is equal to 0. So I'm just going to use calculator and find the factors directly. Here it's going to be mod 5 and 4 because it's cubic. 1, 0, minus 3, and lastly we have positive 2. And the answer is minus 2, 1, and that's it. We have minus 2 and then we have 1 and then, okay, now here there is a repeated roots because there are only 2 solutions, but actually there has to be 3, isn't it? So in the solution you can see one of the term is having power 2. Now how to figure this out? See here, this is the answer, right? X was how much? Minus 2 and 1. X is equal to minus 2, x is equal to 1. We'll bring it inside, it'll be x plus 2. That is one factor, x minus 1 is one more factor. But the issue is we don't know which is power 2. So in this case, which I forgot to tell, in the first problem, there's another method which is very crucial here. What you need to do is, okay, let me have that over here. Either this or one more option can be like this. X plus 2 the whole square times x minus 1. So which exactly is the correct answer? Now, if you do the division, yes, of course, you're going to get the correct answer itself. But now, without doing the division, let me tell you a shortcut. Type in this given question, that is x cubed minus, press next, and then minus 3x plus 2. Calculated at certain value. I'm going to just choose 2. The answer is 4 here. Now I will calculate the same x value and solve over here for both these options. Okay, we must get x value at 2. The answer must be 4. Let's try it now. X plus 2, close the bracket. I'm going to use the wrong option here. Squared times x minus 1. Close the bracket. Calculated at 2. Is it 4? No, it's 16. It doesn't match with the given question. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to change this and I'll use the correct answer now. This is the correct answer. Calculated at 2, you will get 4. So only one option will match. Now the same thing can be done for all the options as well. Directly you can solve it out. Let's try another problem like that. Now see, this problem, it's better to do it like that because otherwise it's going to be just way too difficult, It's power 4. There are ways to solve it, but what you need to do over here is, let me just clear it off. Type this given thing, x power 4. Then we have plus 2x cubed. See, these are all shortcuts because you have the 4 options in front of you. That's why we can, manipulate the method which we're doing. Here now, calculated at 2, it's 0. So now what I generally do is, okay, this is a factor, that's why it's 0. If you're getting 0, just change the value. See now, whenever you're trying these factors and all, if it's 0, yes, you will get 0 here as well, but then it's not highly reliable. If you get a value, then it's fine, like a 4 or a 5 or minus value, then it's fine. So what you can do is, you can either choose 2.5. Usually, you will get proper answer for 2.5. Or what you can do is, say, for example, you can choose a huge number like 10 or 12, something like that. But I'm going to go with 2.5. Let me try. If at all I'm going to get a 0, that's fine. Then I'm going to change to another value. At x is equal to 2.5. What is the value I'm getting? 34.3125. So now I will have to put in all the 4 options and I'll check which gives me this value. So here, x plus 2, close the bracket, and then we have x minus 2. You can see here, if you have plus 2 minus 2 here, if I taken 2, it will be x 2 minus 2, 0. When multiplied, everything is nullified. So therefore, I change the x value assumption to 2.5. Here then, x squared plus 2x plus 4, close the bracket, calculated at 2.5. And what is the answer? Yes, it matches. If you had anything other than this, say I had over here instead of 2, I had 3, it changes the value entirely. See, it's not the same thing. I hope you'll solve them out by yourself. See, this one, you can do it in mode 5 and 4 because you have cubic. And it's 1, -1, -10, and lastly -8. We have got 4, -1, -2. Okay, these values are wrong. Why? Because it should have been x minus 4, x plus 1, and x plus 2. This is okay. You can see the question. The solution set is of a different question altogether. That's the reason. Here you can see the question and this question doesn't match. I apologize for that. It's similar, but they're not the same. You can see it's x cube, yes. -8 is right, but these two are different. So there's a change in that. But the solution I'll write for this problem, the factors will be 4, -1, and -2, right? It's going to be x is equal to 4, x is equal to -2, and x is equal to -1. So this will be x minus 4, one factor, x plus 2 is another factor, x plus 1 is another factor. These are the factors of this particular question. And you can see this is correct, x plus 2 is correct, but the other two factors are these both. Similarly, you can try these. Let me see. This is, yeah, this is correct. Now here we have a repeated root. Do the check by using your calculator and you will get the answer. Let me do it over here. So first, let me type in the given question. X power 3, then we have minus x squared, then minus 5x minus 3. Calculate this. I'm just going to take 2.5 is better. You will get a unique value no matter what. So at x is equal to 2.5, I'm going to get the value of minus 6.125. So now what do I do? Here, I will have to try all the options. Now, if you do mode 5 and 4, you will get the answer as x minus 3 and x plus 1. This much you'll get, but you don't know which is repeated roots. So now I'm going to try the correct answer, x minus 3, and we have x plus 1. Close the bracket, square it up, and calculate it at 2.5. The answer is, yes, this is correct. But let me show you, if at all you are thinking the other way around, if this was repeated, then no, this is absolutely wrong. It gives you a different answer. So that's how we can solve that. And over here, let me try it by mode 5 and 4 at the beginning. Here it's 2, 17, 23, and lastly we have minus 42. The answer is 1. Let me write it. X is equal to 1, x is equal to minus 7 by 2, and then minus 6. X is equal to minus 6. So here x will be minus 1, that is one factor. X will be plus 6, that is one factor. You can easily get these two. But what about this? You need to multiply both the sides by 2. It will be 2x. And then minus 7 inside will be plus 7. That is another factor. That's the answers. Same thing. Again, we have to do mode 5 and 4 and type in the values. That is 2, 7, minus 53, and minus 28 here. So the answer is minus 7, 4, and negative 0.5 is negative half. So here it's going to be negative half. That will be 2 goes to the other side, 2x plus 1. And the other two are very simple. Here you have 4, so it will be minus 4, and it was minus 7, so it will be plus 7. Now this one here, there are few methods to solve. See, to the power 4, if you have the latest model of calculator, you can solve it. Mode 5. Over here, we are restricted only till cubic. But type it out over here, mode 1. Let's type this out. And you need to put in all the options, and then you'll get the answer. 2x cubed plus 2x squared. And then we have minus 2x minus 3. Calculate at 2.5. Here we are getting 74.81. I'll just keep it in my mind. And then let me look at all the... Okay, this is the expansion. These are the factors, right? Let me try that. X minus 1 is one factor. X plus 1 is another factor. And then we have x squared plus 2x plus 3. Close the bracket and calculate at the same value. You should get 74 point something. Yes, 74.81 is the correct answer. This one is by mode 5 and 4. I'm just going to do all, but you can skip all these because I'm sure you're thorough by now. Go to the other problems, which are different method. Here it's 1, 2, -1, and lastly we have -2. The values are 1, -1, and -2. So we get all the three solutions. Now again here, see, this is wrong solution set. My apologies. When I was doing this, you have a lot of questions for the grade 10 advance, and I was doing in midnights, lack of sleep. I have made many blunders. I apologize for that. This is the wrong solution, but I'll write the solution here. It is x is equal to 1. Then we have -1 and -2. So here there's x is equal to -1, x is equal to -2. So when we take it inside, it'll be x minus 1 is one factor, x plus 1 is another factor, and x plus 2 is another factor. So these are the correct factors. Now this one as well. If you see this carefully, it's the same problem, isn't it? Yes, it is the same thing. Only the thing is the factor given to us is different. They have given us this factor. In the previous one, they had given us this factor. You just do mode 5, 4, you're going to get the same answers. You can see these are the correct factors here. What about this one? Mode 5 and 4. We have 1, 1, -5, and 3. So we have -3, 1. That's it. Now here in such cases, you need to make sure you check it by putting in the x values. So let me try that. Let's go to mode 1. You can easily get these two, but you don't know which is the power term, that is power 2. Because if you do the synthetic division, yes, of course, you'll get the correct answers, all the three factors. But now without doing that, you can just type in the value x cubed plus x squared minus 5x plus 3, calculated at 2.5, and answer is 12.375. Now here, x minus 1 the whole square times x plus 3 gives you, calculated 2.5, 12.375. Yes, this is the correct answer. Whereas if you change the power term, you will have these two terms, but you don't know where is the power. See, it's not the same. It's not 12. So it's 45. It's a wrong answer. This one here as well, you can just try by first do mode 5 and 4 for cubic. It's going to be 1, 3, -4, and -12. See if you're getting three answers. Yes, you're getting all the three answers. So then it's done. See, these are the solutions. It's x plus 2, x plus 3, and there was initially minus x minus 2. So all the three factors are over here. Same thing goes. We have done all these problems, similar ones. Mode 5 and 4, 1, -6, 11, -6. It'll be, see, x minus 1. Whatever answer you get, it'll be a different opposite sign. X minus 1 is one factor, x minus 3, and lastly, have x minus 2. So there we go. Mode 5, 3, 4 again. You can type in 1, 2, -33, and -90. Here we have -6, because it's plus 6, it'll be -6, one factor, plus 3, and lastly it should be -5. Yes, this is correct. Now, if you are thinking, why am I doing all these problems? I get many questions, many messages saying, do all the problems. So that's why I'm sticking to all the problems, guys, but they are literally the same thing. And I get a lot of comments sometimes. If I missed one problem, please do it again. So that's why I'm doing it at once, all the problems. But you guys can skip ahead, because this is, if you understood this, just skip ahead. Now it's 1, -6. There's no x term, so it's 0 at x, and then we have 32. So here we are getting, here again there are repeated roots. So -2, that means plus 2, and plus 4 means it'll be x minus 4. But we don't know which is repeated. So what we need to do is assume a x value. Let's type it out. X power 3 minus 6x squared plus 32, calculated at 2.5. The value is 10.125. Now let's try this out. It should be 10.125. X minus 4, close the bracket, square it up, and x plus 2, close the bracket. And here, because it's already the same value, 2.5, yes, it is 10.25, 125. Now, if at all I remove this, then it's not going to be the same answer. This is entirely different. And if I square this up, also it doesn't help. That is also a different answer. It's not the same. It's mod 5 and 4. Let's type 1 minus 1 minus 10, and lastly we have minus 8. So here it's 4 minus 1 and minus 2. So we can look into the answers. All the three factors can be easily written. X minus 4, because over here we get plus. Now minus 1 means it'll be plus 1, and lastly it's plus 2. Yes, these are the correct answers. Again, mod 5 and 4, 1 minus 19, and see there is no x squared term. This would be wrong. X squared is missing, so it's 0, then minus 19, and then we have 30. Here we're getting x1 as minus 5. Let's see, it should be plus 5, yes, and then we have minus 3, and lastly it should be 2 here. That will give us the factor of x minus 2. Same thing goes here. Mod 5 and 4, 2, 1, minus 2 and minus 1. The answer will be 1. That gives us minus 1 as the factor. The last factor is done. Here it's minus half, so it's going to be x is equal to minus half. Multiply both the sides by 2, it will be 2x is equal to minus 1. Take it to the other side, it will be 2x plus 1. Whenever you have negative over here, in such factors, it will be plus. If it was plus here, then it will be minus here. It changes its sign. So then, last factor is minus 1, so we get plus 1 here. This is, okay, it's not the same. It just changes a little bit. It's 2, 1, minus 5 here, and then last one is 2. So the factors are, you can easily compare. Minus 1 means plus 2. Minus 2 becomes plus 2x plus 2. 1 becomes minus 1. And lastly, we have 0.5. What is 0.5? It's half, isn't it? X is equal to half. It's going to be 2x minus 1. So this is the factor. So here we go. If it was plus half, it'll have minus 1 sign. Mod 5 and 4, it gives us 3, 4, minus 5, minus 2. Minus 2, 1. And this is already given the last factor, so we don't have to bother about it. Let's look into the final answers. That is, minus 2 becomes x plus 2. The next factor is 1, that is minus 1. Lastly, we have negative 1/3. So x is equal to minus 1/3. That will be 3x, and this is equal to 1, minus 1. When it comes inside, it will be x plus 1. That is the factor. So it's 3x plus 1. Here it's mod 5 and 6, mod 5 and 4. And we have 3, 1, 1, and minus 2. So here we go. Now it's 2/3. Let's look into the solutions. 2/3 becomes 3. Okay, now what about the other two factors? Look here. Now in such cases, we are getting 3 factors. Let me first solve this 2/3. It'll be 2/3 is equal to x. It'll be 3x is equal to 2. It'll be 3x minus 2. So therefore, we get this factor. That is fine. But what about the imaginary terms? Whenever you get these imaginary terms, write it down. I'm going to write it down. 1 by 2 plus root 3 by 2i. And then the other one will be just minus. So it's going to be conjugate plus and minus root 3 by 2i. Now you have 4 options. This option may not be there. They may not split it out because it's imaginary, right? What you need to do is mod 5 and split this out to check. Mod 5 and 3. It's 1, 1, and 1. Look here. Is it the same answer? Minus half plus root 3 by 2i and minus half minus root 3 by 2i. Yes, absolutely. It's the same answer. So that means this is the correct option. So one of the factor can be easily found out, but the next one needs to be split again and compared with the solutions you got. And that's how you can consider that to be the correct answer. Now here, let's try this. Mod 5 and 4. It gives us 6 minus 25, 2 and 8. Here it is 4, 2/3. Let me look into the answer. 4 is correct, minus 4. 2/3, it's going to be 3x minus 2. Yes, that's correct. And it's minus half, so it will be 2x plus half. Yes, this is correct. Now this problem, you have x power 5. Now when you have the options, you just have to put in the proper options in. Let's look into the answer. Here they have divided once, and of course when you divide x power 5 by 4, it'll be reduced to power 4. So they have considered, now you can keep on going further, but that's not required. Usually see they have clearly told over here from the factor theorem. The given question can be written as a factor of 2x minus 3 times here. That's the Laplace polynomial. So now here this can be further divided. You can keep on dividing it 4 more times, but it's just repeating more than once. But here what you can do is to check. First put in the question, that is 16x raised to the power 5, and then we have minus 32x raised to the power 4 minus 81x plus 162. Now here it's 162 calculated at 2.5, and the answer is 272. It's easy to remember. Now let's type in this, the can be factored as, now here it is 2x minus 3, and then we have 8x raised to the power 4 minus 4x cubed. Then we have minus 6x squared minus 9x, and lastly we have negative 54. Close the bracket, it's 54, and calculated at 2.5, it is 272. Yes, that's correct. Now if at all they divide it further, then they'll write another terms. They'll split this into two factors. Put in all the factors, that's it. All your 4 options, put it in the calculator. Only one will match with the given question. That is the factor. It should match. Only one can match, and that'll be the answer. Now here then, they have asked us to find what is the value of k. See, we did this at the beginning, similar ones, but here you need to know how exactly the synthetic division works. Here we have x minus 1, so it will be 1 over here. What are the coefficients? It's 1, minus 1, and k. So let's solve it up. See, now here they have clearly mentioned the remainder is how much? 3. So if the remainder is 3, I can write it out directly. This is 3. So this much won't change. Now here let me write it out as well. It will be positive 2. The coefficient is 1. K and minus 17. The remainder is 3. Let me write the remaining part. What changes? This comes down. It's 1. 1 times 1 is 1. Minus 1. Add them up. It's going to be 0. 0 times 0 is 0. So here we have k plus 0. Because we add these two terms, that is equal to 3. So the k value is 3 itself. That's it. What about this one here? It's 1. 1 times 2 is 2. 2 plus, it'll be k plus 2 here. And then again multiply, it'll be 2k plus k times 2 is 2k. 2 times 2 is 4. Now when we add this up, this is equal to 3. It's minus 17 plus 2k plus 4 is equal to 3. Now let's solve it up. Let's take all the numbers to the other side. 2k is equal to 3 plus 17 minus 4. That is going to be 20 minus 4. It's 16. That's 2k, or k is equal to 8. That is the final answer. Or you can just put this entire thing in the calculator. Take k as alpha x and shift and solve. You'll get the answer. So here the first one k is 3. Second one k is 8. Similarly, we can do this one as well. Now here, this is missing. I think so we did this at the beginning. The answers were 1 and 4. Yes. Instead of this method, you can also assume, look into the answers and then try it out. At the beginning of this question, we had already done this problem. I did trial and error method and then the actual method. Now, what about this one here? This is again same. Here, what we need to do is 1, 4, 1, k. And the remainder is 3. So no matter what, the last term will be 3. And over here we have minus 2. Why is it minus 2? Because over here it's plus 2. And so we write this down. It'll be it's 1 here. 1 times minus 2 will be minus 2. Add them up. It's positive 2 minus 4. Added up minus 3. Multiply, it'll be positive 6. So it's k plus 6 is equal to 3, or k is equal to 3 minus 6, which is minus 3. That will be the correct answer. Or you can even choose the options and then solve it up. The remainder must be 3. But this one is pretty simple, It's not complicated. There's no power 2 or anything. So you can just use this method. In this question, we'll find the roots of the polynomial equation, find the number and the types of roots. Here you have been given 2x squared minus 5x plus 14. This is a quadratic equation. Now you can easily solve this up in the calculator and select the correct option. Let us solve this. We have mod phi and it's option 3. Why? Because this is quadratic. Only option 3 gives you the solution for quadratics. Now here we have the coefficients of 2, minus 5 and 14. It's 14. Here we go. The answer is 5 by 4 square root 84i. But you can see there's no way none of this written in this form. And then it will be minus because imaginary numbers are always in conjugates. So let us write one of it and then the other one will be just minus I. I mean this entire term and I. But look at this. Here, which will be the correct answer? 87, square root 87 is there in 3 of these options. Now this can be eliminated because I is on the left side, this is wrong. But these, now there's no I over here, this can be eliminated. But how do we write this and this? It's the same thing, we can split out this 4, so it'll become 5 by 4 plus square root 87. Here we go, 87 by 4. And this I, instead of writing beside it, we can write it after it. And that is how it's written in the calculator. So we can match them up. So here is the option D. That is the correct answer. Now this one cannot be directly solved in calculator because it's option power 4. Some calculators can use this. Now it's not about solving it directly, finding the answers. It's about how many negative real zeros are there. Now the actual method, if this is say more than 4, say it is x to the power 5, you need to know the method. Now when it is positive and negative, I'll do for both. For positive real zeros, it's very easy. You should just see the number of times the sign changes. That means this is positive, right? It became negative, so 1. And then again from negative it became positive, it's 2. Now positive, positive, all are same. So done. There are 2 positive real roots, or it can be 2 positive real roots and then you can have imaginary roots as well. So subtract this by 2, it can be 0. So it's 2 or 0, that's what we tell. Imagine you got 5 sign changes in some other question. So it can be the 5, subtract this by 2, it can be 3 or 1. These are all the possibilities. But what about negative real zeros? Now we don't have positive real zeros, it's negative. So what we do is we put this x as minus x. And then everything remains the same. It's instead of x minus x to the power 4 minus 5. But now instead of x we put minus x to the power 3. Only this x value changes. See these. And now here it is plus 2x becomes minus x the whole square plus 5 times minus x plus 7. Whenever there is even number in the powers, that's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, the sign becomes positive. It becomes just plus 4. Because you can try this out. Minus 2 to the power any of this even powers, the final answer will be positive. But if it is say like 2, 4, 6, 8, but say it is odd numbers like 1, minus 1, 3, 5, 7, the negative sign remains. The answer will be minus something. So then what is the next term? Here the minus sign remains. So minus and minus will become plus. So it is 5x power 3. Why? Because there are 2 minuses now. Because it's odd power. Now this is even power. This will become positive. So it's plus times plus itself. It will be 2x squared. Now it's minus here. So minus 5x. And lastly we have plus 7. Now let's count whether the sign changes. It's positive, positive, negative. Now here there is one sign change, negative to positive. There is second sign change. So it's 2 maximum roots, negative real roots real zeros can be 2 or it can be 0 because I told you to subtract 2, isn't it? So it's the option C here. That is the correct answer. Now let's look into more of the problems. Now they have told us to just solve these equations. Now the first one is just a linear function. The number of root can be only 1 because it's x power 1. How can you solve it? Directly in the calculator, it is possible. That is 5x plus 12 equals 0. Or you can manually do it and then press shift and solve and then equal to, it's negative 2.4. So you can see here it's negative 12 by 5 is basically 12.4. Your one real root. Why? Because it's not it's not imaginary, it's real. All linear problems will have real roots itself. Let's solve this one. That is by mod 5 and 3. Here we have 1 minus 4 and then we have 40. Here you can see it's imaginary roots, I. Therefore, there are two imaginary roots, no real roots over here. Next, what do we have is x power 5, but we cannot solve this out. So what we do is we do, we can remove the common terms out. That is possible, or you can do some rearrangements of take one term out and then you will have x power 4 plus 4x power 2, and then we can take u is equal to x power 2 and then solve it up, because this can be solved as quadratic. Now another thing is you can take highest degree. What is common degree? It is x power 3 that is common outside. What remains is x power 2 plus 4 that is equal to 0. See, now there is x power 3 here and then there is x power 2. Now we have to equate both to 0, isn't it? X cube is equal to 0 and then we have x squared plus 4 is equal to 0. So how many total zeros are there here? Now this is cube. So that is basically x is equal to 0, x is equal to 0, x is equal to 0. There are three roots here because it's the repeated thrice. We have power 3. What about this other one? You can use mod 5 and 3. And now let's type it out. 1, 4, it's 0 because there's no x term, and then we have 4. There are two imaginary. So there are 3 real and 2 imaginary. You can see here the solutions will be this one over here. There is 3 real, that is 0, 0, 0, and then there is 2 imaginary which we got plus or minus 2i. So this will be the answers. There are total 5 roots, 3 are real, 2 are imaginary, because we got 2. When we solve the right side, we got I. That's plus or minus 2i. How can we solve this one up? Now this one, instead of x power 4, if we have x power 2 minus 625, yes, we can solve it as quadratic, right? Now we will do a substitution. Let's consider u to be x squared. So what is x power 4 then? U squared is equal to x power 4. So I'm just going to rearrange over here. Instead of x power 4, I'll write u squared minus 625 is equal to 0. Now can I solve this up? Yes, you can directly solve it by taking 625 to the other side, but I'll show you in calculator. All we do is mod 5 and 3 for quadratics. Now coefficient of u squared is 1. There is no u term, so it's 0. And lastly, we have minus 625 as the constant term. So the answer is 25 and minus 25. So u is equal to 25 and u is equal to minus 25. But actually u is not what we are solving for. We need x. And what is x? U is equal to x squared. So I will write it over here. X squared is equal to 25. X squared is equal to minus 25. And now I solve them up. You can use mod 5 3 itself. Now, but this is going to be square root 25. That's 5 plus or minus 5. And here there's minus. So x is equal to plus or minus 5i. How can you do that in calculator? See here, whenever you're taking square root of negative number, you will have to just do the number. 25 will be 5 plus or minus 5, but then remember to write I. Mod 5 and 3. Now remember here, when you're putting in the calculator, you must write x squared minus 25 is equal to 0. And here it will be x squared plus 25 is equal to 0. This is what we put in the calculator. We equate it to 0 and then solve it up. It's 1. Then there's no term, that's 0. And lastly, we have minus 25. So the value is 5 and minus 5. And what about the other one? It's just 25 here, positive 25. So it's 5i minus 5i. So the number of roots are 4. And you can see here, they are 5 minus 5. 5i minus 5i. That's 2 real and 2 imaginary. Similarly, we can solve all these. I'll directly start solving in the calculator now. It will be mod phi, and then we have option 3. It's 4 minus 4 and then minus 1. And here we go. The answer is just two solutions, and they're real solutions. Let's look into the solutions. You can see it's plus and then it is minus. So it's plus and minus and two real. Next one. Now here, okay, so it is not a direct problem because you can see it's x power 5 and then there is no other term, there is x. So what you can do in such cases is you have to remove the x term outside, and now it is x power 4 minus 81 is equal to 0. One root is x is equal to 0, but the other one is x power 4 minus 81 is equal to 0. You just remember in a couple of problems ago we did u equals x squared. So what is u squared? X power 4. So that is what we are going to do. But since it's the multiple choice part, I will show you a shortcut. Mod phi 3. First, now you need to know this much. It'll be u squared. So I'm going to use this. Let me write that part over here. U squared minus 81 is equal to 0. I'm directly going to use this out. That's 1, 0 and minus 81. What's the answer? It is 9 and minus 9. Now again I'll have to use mod phi 3 and it'll be 1, 0, but now write the solutions. One was 9, so you'll get plus or minus 3i, that is plus and minus. And then one more is minus 9, isn't it? So that'll be positive or negative 3. So there are 5 roots. You can see here 0 is one of the root initially we got, then plus and minus 3, plus and minus 3i. So therefore you can count out 3 real zeros, 0 minus 3 plus 3. And 2 imaginary, that is 3i and 3i, minus and plus 3i. Quadratics are pretty easy. Mod phi and 3. Type in the equation 2, the coefficients, 2, 1. And lastly we have minus 6. So the answer is 1.5, that's 3 by 2 and minus 2. So there are only 2 roots here. And there are 2 real roots. Both are real. What about this one? Mod phi and 3. It is 4, 0 and 1. It's two imaginary roots, minus and plus 2i, half of 2i. One is minus half I and plus half I. I told 2i, sorry. These are the roots. You can see in the calculator they're both imaginary. Mod phi, not 3 here, it's cubic. So mod phi and 4, let's put in the cubic equation. It's only 1 before x cubed, that is a. There is no x square and x term, so it's 0 and 0. And lastly, we have 1. So it's minus 1. Then there is 2 imaginary. So there are 3 roots. 1 is real, 2 is imaginary. But because minus 1, then you can see 1 is half plus or minus root 3 by 2. You can write it like this or this form. It's up to you. And then minus. So 2 imaginary and 1 real. Here it is now mod phi. It's mod phi and 3. So it's 2 minus phi and 14. Let us see the answers. It's 2 imaginary roots over here, and these are the roots. You can easily solve them in the calculator. You can modify the form. If you split this 4, it's going to be what you got in the calculator. And here as well, mod phi and 3, minus 3, minus phi, and lastly we have 8. So it's 1 and minus 8 by 3. That's going to be 2 real roots. Both are real, negative and positive roots, but they are real numbers. There's no imaginary numbers, so they are called real roots. You can do the methods as well, but since you'll be given the choices, easy to do in the calculator. Again, it's mod phi, but this time it's mod phi 4. It's cubic here. 8. There's no x square term. 0. No x term. 0. And lastly, minus 27. So here we go. It's 3 by 2 and then 2 imaginary roots. So you can see that's the answer. It's 3 by 2 and then 2 imaginary roots. So it's 1 real and 2 imaginary. Now this one requires modification. We will assume u to be x squared. So u power 2 is equal to x power 4. So this will be solved as 16u squared minus 625. That is equal to 0. So now you do mod phi and 3 Let's put in 16. There is no x term 0 and minus 625. So here we go. The answer is 6.25 and minus 6.25. So the value of u is equal to 6 plus or minus 6.25. Now if you're solving this u, that's it. But we need to find x value. So you need to substitute u as x squared. That will be again mod phi 3. Whatever you get these answers, put them over here. 1, 0. This doesn't change because the coefficient is 1 over here and there's no x term. Let's start with 6.25. It's going to be imaginary roots. It's 2.5i and minus 2.5i. And then what you do is change this to minus 6.25. And here we go. It'll be 2.5 plus or minus. That's it. So there are 4 roots, 2 imaginary, 2 real. And these are the roots. It's plus, minus, plus, and then I, 2 imaginary as well. What about this problem? It's cubic, mod 5 and 4. It'll be 1, minus 6 and 7. The solutions are, okay, 3 roots. They're all real roots. 0, you can see here, 3 plus root 2, 3 minus root 2 and 0. This one, what you can do is, you can remove x term out. But see, now this is a little bit complicated. Let me show you. Why? Because over here, x power 5 is there. Now, if you're going to remove out x, this is going to be x power 4 minus 8x squared plus 16 equals 0. Now what? Now, assume u to be x squared. So, one root is done here. X is equal to 0. That is done. We have 4 more. But here, instead of u, instead of x power 4, I'm going to put u squared is equal to x power 4. Is that okay? So what I'm going to do is, see, wherever x squared is there, I'm going to put u, and wherever x power 4 is there, I'm going to put u squared. So here, this is going to be u squared minus 8u plus 16. That is equal to 0. Now let me solve this up. Here we go. It'll be a quadratic form. Mod phi 3. The coefficient is 1 minus 8. And lastly, we have 16. So the values are 4. Okay, now it's only 4, but this is quadratic. So it's a repeated. Now this is having 2 roots of the same thing. It's repeated roots. So what happens is, the answer is over here. U minus 4 the whole square. This is the form we write it in. Okay, it's like this basically. But anyways, now we are going to solve it. There are u is equal to 4. U is equal to 4 because if it's a parabola, it touches. It should be at 4 over here, positive 4. So it touches over there, just over there. That means it is repeated twice. Now then, this needs to be solved again, right? Now this is pretty simple. X squared is equal to 4 twice. So mod phi 3, 1, 0 and 4. Just 4. Why? Because we have only positive 4. Sorry, it'll be minus 4. My bad. Why? Here it is plus 4. It goes inside. It'll become minus 4 equals 0. So it's 2 and minus 2. So here you can see what's happening. We got the answer. 0 was there already. We got x squared is equal to 2. So x squared minus 2 is equal to, sorry, it's 4, isn't it? Here it was 4. And then we got x is equal to 2, x is equal to minus 2. Yes, 3 roots, right? But what happened here? I told you, right, it's a repeated. So let me just go back here. The same answer is twice. So what I did over here, I need to repeat it twice. Basically, this is true. And again, I have one more root that's giving me the same answers because these are repeated roots. So therefore, I repeat minus 2, 0, 2, 2. And all are real roots here. I hope that's clear because though it's a quadratic function here, we were just getting one answer. So that means it's power 2. That means the same thing is twice, repeated twice. So in such cases, you have got 0, it's fine. Now whatever the answer you get in the final, it was 2 and minus 2, just repeat it twice. That will be your final answer. That's how we do that. And here as well, it's the similar case. It's not the same problem, but it's the similar problem. Here x, we remove it outside, so you'll get x power 4 plus 2x squared plus 1. That is equal to 0. So now one root is done. X is 0, done. But what about x power 4 plus 2x squared plus 1 is equal to 0? You need to assume u is equal to x squared, so then u squared will be x power 4. Let's substitute in this equation here. It's going to be u squared plus 2u plus 1 is equal to 0. Now, after we write that, we can use the calculator to solve this, right? That will be mod phi and 3. The coefficient is 1, 2, and lastly we have plus 1. So the answer is minus 1. Now again, it's repeated. I'm just going to write it once. So we got x squared is equal to minus 1, and bring it inside, it's going to be x squared plus 1 is equal to 0. But remember, this entire thing is repeated. I'll just write repeated twice. So whatever the answer I get it, I have to write it two times. Mod phi and 3. Let me write this 1, 0, and then we have 1 again. So it's I and minus I, but there are two times I, minus I, minus I. So four times you have imaginary roots. So you can see it's minus I, and then 0. So only one real 0, that is 0, and then four imaginary roots. Now here they have given us this function, and over here what they ask is you can just solve it up. Mod phi 4, 3 minus 4 minus 17, and then lastly 6. You can see these are the roots, right? But what they actually want is how the zeros change, how many positive and negative real zeros are there. So in the solution, you can directly jump into the conclusion there are two positive real zeros, and how many negative real zeros? Only one. So you can directly jump into that conclusion. But remember here, when you're solving it up, you should write like this. See, I'll tell you how it's positive real zeros. Just start counting. Plus to minus, one sign change. Minus, minus, then again plus, second sign change. That is positive real zeros. It can be 2 positive or 0. So this is the possibility. So now you know it's 2, but you should do also 2 minus 2. So this is the solution. So this is why, imagine there was imaginary root, it will be hard to directly jump into conclusion. So just double check it in the equation. Now then, once you have got this 2 or 0, what next? Here then, you can change this x to minus x. Now what I'll do is over here, this is going to be minus x whole power 3, minus 4 times minus x the whole power 2, minus 17 times minus x plus 6. So this is going to be minus 3x cubed minus 4x squared. Why? Because this becomes positive and the minus remains. Now minus and minus will become plus 17x plus 6. What is the final answer? Now let's see the change in the root. Minus and minus doesn't, over here it changes 1. That's it. Only one negative 0 is possible. So it has to be one negative 0 and the remaining are 2. And we saw we got two positive real zeros, yes, and one negative. The table includes imaginary as well. See, now what is the possibility? You can have either two real zeros, one negative real zero, and this is cubic. So maximum is 3 roots. Done. There cannot be any imaginary. But what if you have two imaginary? Then negative real 0 cannot be negative numbers. It should be 1 itself. This will be 0. So then maximum 3. But the first case is the true one for this particular equation because we saw in the calculator. So here then we will try this. Mod phi and 4. There is 4 minus 12 minus 1. And then we have 3. So what are the solutions? It's 3, half, and minus half. So we know there are two positive real zeros, one negative real zero. But we need to have the inclusion of imaginary numbers as well, isn't it? So you can write like this, 2 or 0. That is real positive real roots. Negative will be only 1 because there's only 1. Imaginary can be the 2 or 0. So this will be the final answer basically. See here, because there are two positive real zeros. If you use the Descartes, this is given by Descartes. I think so, the scientist name. Yeah, Descartes rule. We pronounce it as Descartes. And that tells us how many positive and negative real zeros are there by the counting of signs. Now here, you can count the signs and get 2 or 0 for positive, 1 for negative, and 2 or 0 for imaginary. But imaginary cannot be found out here. You do the table. If there are two positive real zeros, then one negative real zero, how many imaginary? It's 0. But in case 2 minus 0, 2 minus 2 is 0, right? There can be 0 positive real zeros, 1 negative, and then 2 imaginary. So therefore, those are the situations. It's either 2 or 0 for positive, negative is 1, and then imaginary is 2 or 0. Similarly, you can solve this. We will do mode 5 and 4 here. It is 1 minus 8 plus 2, and then we have 4, minus 4, sorry. And here we have positive, and then you can see it's imaginary, and then imaginary over here as well. So 1 positive, 2 imaginary, no matter what. Since the imaginary numbers are involved, let's just count it out over here. How many? There's 1 sign change, 2, 3 sign changes. So there is 3 positive real zeros or 1. And then we know it's 2 imaginary. From this we can reduce, but it's better to use Descartes' rule and find the exact value. Here it's going to be minus x power 3. I'm not going to write it and change it directly. I'm doing it. Here the minus sign is also, it's minus 8x squared, and over here it'll remain minus x minus 4. Look at the sign changes. It's 0, right? So it's cubic. It's either 3, 1, 0. So, sorry, this is the thing. 1 or 2. Sorry, 0 or 2. It's 0 or 2. So what I'm trying to say is, you know there are 3 sign changes for positive real zeros. It can be either 3 or 1. And there were how many imaginary? We got 2 imaginary. So when there is 1, there can be 2 imaginary. And when there are 3 here, you can't have any imaginary. That will be 0. 2 minus 0, 2 is 0. So what is the negative zeros? Already it's full, cubic. All the 3 can be positive only. There's no way for negative. And over here as well, if 1, then this is 2. You can't have like 2 over here, because this is the, if you reduce it 2, you add over here, right? And if you do negative real zeros, it's basically 0 here. So this would be the solution. So it's 3 or 1, 0, 2 or 0. Again, let's now stick to this direct method, because this is more reliable. Because sometimes when imaginary comes, you can't only rely on the calculator, because you're getting solutions. We have to find the number of positive and negative and imaginary zeros, isn't it? So there is 1 sign change, there is 2 sign change, and then there is 3 sign change here. And what about the other way? It'll be minus x power 3 minus x squared minus 4 minus 6. There is 0 negative. Positive is 3 or 1. So imaginary I will be 2 or 0. So these are all the possibilities. Now let's look over here. That's the solution. It's 3 or 1, 0 or 2 or 0. Now we are power 4. We can't do this in calculator. We have to use Descartes' rule. It's no sign change, only 1 sign change. So positive real 0, it's only 1. That's the possible zeros. What about negative? So it's going to be x power 4. It'll be minus, it'll be again plus x power 2. See, here in the middle there is 0, okay? But we don't need to write it, because it'll be just plus itself. And then over here we have plus, there'll be minus and minus. So this is going to be only 1 sign change. So negative is also 1 possibility. Then what? Imaginary is 2 here. So here, this is the only possibility, because there is 1 positive, 1 negative, and then 2 have to be imaginary, because the total zeros possibility is 4, isn't it? So it has to be 1, 1. We got it from the sign changes by counting the sign change. So the imaginary is 2. There is no other possibility here. That's the only possibility. Now what about this one here? It's 1 sign change, then again another 1 sign change. Positive real 0, it's 2 or 0. What about negative? So it'll be x power 4 itself, but this will change to x power 3 because sign changes. Now this will remain the same, and over here it'll be minus plus 1. So same, but there is 1 sign change, and then there is again second sign change. So negative can be 2 or 0. So what happens if there is 2 and 0? Then this will also be 2 or 0. imaginary. So these are all the possibilities. If you're writing it in the table, say for example, you have two positive real zeros, negative and imaginary, right? Two negative. How many imaginary is possible? Zero. Then there is, imagine there is zero positive and there is two negative, then there is two imaginary. But there's one more possibility. Here there can be two and this can be zero and then this. So these are all the possibilities here. Okay, then I missed one more. What is that? Both are zero. Okay. What if they both can be zero as well, right? Then it'll be four imaginary roots. So these are all the possibilities. So it should be 2, 2, 0, 0 twice. So this is how we do it. These are all the possibilities. So you can write it out 2 or 0, 2 or 0, 4 or 2 or 0. Here, this is very important with the imaginary part because both can be 0, isn't it? Positive and negative. Then all the 4 will be imaginary roots itself. So this is a very important thing to remember. Here, then, it's only one sign, two, one over here and another one over here. So positive is 2 or 0. What about negative? It'll be the same. This is going to be 5. It changes its sign, odd power. Then this is going to be the same thing, changes, same. So it is 1 over here and 1 over here. So it's 2. Again, it's 2 or 0. And imaginary can be 4 or 2 or 0. Why? Because we can see the table. It can be 2 positive, 2 negative, then 0 imaginary. But it can be 2 positive and 0 negative, then it's 2 imaginary. In the first case, it was 0 imaginary, then it's 2. What if positive is 0 and negative is 2? Then 2 imaginary. But what if both positive and negative real zeros are 0? Then it will be 4 imaginary zeros. These are all the possibilities. But when we write, we just write 0 or 2, 0 or 2. And over here, it's either 0, 2 or 4. Back to cubic, you can use calculator to check the values. Here it's 1 and then there's no over here, it's 2. So positive is 2 or 0. What about negative? This is going to be minus 2x cubed minus 7x squared plus 2x plus 12. So it's only one sign change over here because then it's again positive itself. Only over here minus to plus changes. So it's 1. How many are the imaginary? So it can be only 2 imaginary. Let's look into the table. These are the conditions which we just write. There can be either 2 positive real 0, 1 negative, then imaginary are 0. But what if positive is 0? Because this or this, right? Negative is 1 itself. It doesn't change. Imaginary will be 2. That are the only conditions. And here now we have power 5. But it's the same thing. Minus to plus, 1 sign change. Again, last one sign change. Positive is 2 or 0. What about negative? It'll be 3x power 5 because odd number, sign changes here. This will remain same. And over here also it will be remaining same. And then minus 8. So same, same, same. There is only one. So negative is only one possibility. So imaginary basically can be. See now, if this is 2, then how we do is, let's do the table. There can be 2 positive, 1 negative, positive, negative, and imaginary. So what are the remaining? It is x power 5, 2 minus 2 and 1. That's 3. 5 minus 3 is 2 here. 2 will be imaginary. Now another thing is 0 and 1. So this is going to be 4 here. So that is the conditions. So you can see there's only 2 possibilities. But now what? How many possibility for imaginary? It is either 4, 2 or it has to be 4 and 2. You can't have 0 here. Because see, no matter what, there is one negative real 0. So these are the only 2 conditions. You can't have more than that condition. So here you can see it is either 0 or 2, 1 and 2, and that is 2 and 4. I hope that's clear. This is 2 or 4. That's the only possibility. Here you can see 2, 0, 1, 1. That's only once you can write, and 2 and 4. Here we have how many sign change? 1 and 2. So positive is 2 or 0. What about negative? It's going to be x power 4 minus 2x squared plus 5x plus 19. So there's 1 and 2. Again, it's 2 or 0. that is for negative. So we have 2, 2, then it's going to be 0 imaginary, or it can be 2 and 0, then it's 2 imaginary. It can be 0 and 0, then it's 4 imaginary, or it can be 0 and 2, it can be 2 imaginary. So imaginary is either 0, 2, or 4. All the three possibilities are possible here. So here we go. These are the four cases which I just wrote down. And so here we have 0 or 2, 0 or 2, but this is 0, 2, or 4. Now it's power 6, but method is just the same. Here we have 4 plus, there's one sign change, second sign change. Positive will be 2, 0. Negative will be 4x power 6. Then we have, this is going to be the same thing because it's positive even power. That's going to be 5. We don't worry about the coefficients. We just worry about the signs. This is also the same thing, plus 24. It's literally the same thing. There are two sign changes only for negative as well. Now here, you can either have 2 or 0. Here, this can be 2, 0. Now again, it can be 2, 0, then which swap it. Okay, these are all the four possibilities. So 2 and 2, that will give us, 4 roots, but there are 2 remaining. So that is 2 here, no matter what. Now if both are 0 and 0, then 6 here. If one is 2, then one is 0, then you have 4, and over here also 4. So the imaginary roots, there is no 0, but 2, 4, and 6 are the imaginary possibilities. So here we go. It is 0 or 2, 0 or 2 for both positive and negative. So 2, 4, 6 is for the imaginary roots. And here we can see it's the power 5. One sign change, and over here another sign change. Positive is 2 or 0. What about negative? So this sign changes, x plus 5, and over here again sign changes, and this also sign changes. So here we have only 1, and then all its minus. So negative real zeros would be 1. So how about imaginary? Let's do the table. It's very simple. 2 and 0 is the possibilities of positive. For negative, it's only 1 and 1. So it's 5, isn't it? So you can either have 3 is done 2 or 4. So these are the possibilities. It's 0 or 2, 1 and 2 or 4. Whatever we do in the table, just write it out over here. Before moving ahead, a quick reminder and a humble request. Please do share my channel and my videos with your friends and to whoever that can benefit from it. And I also kindly ask you if you can hit the subscribe button and like my videos, it would mean a lot. In this question, we'll find the sum, difference, product, and the quotients of different functions. Here we have been told to subtract, that is the difference between two functions, and the functions are given f of x is x minus 2 and g of x is 2x minus 7. So all you need to do is see which is the first function. F of x, write it out, x minus 2. Minus the second function, minus, let's open a bracket, 2x minus 7. Here this minus is multiplied throughout. It becomes x minus 2 minus 2x and plus 7. So when you simplify this, what happens? Here it becomes minus 2x and plus x. It's basically minus 2 plus 1 will be minus x. And then 7 minus 2 is plus 5. It can be written as 5 minus x or x minus x plus 5. You can see it's option C. Or it can also be written as 5 minus x. Look into the options and then finalize your answer. So here we go. And what about this one here? We have to just divide, that is minus x squared plus 6 divided by 2x squared plus 3x minus 5. Now if you look into this solutions, you can easily figure out option C is itself the correct answer. But what is this? X is not equal to. You just need a calculator. Here let's solve the denominator, that is mod 5 and 3. It's a quadratic equation. 2, 3 and minus 5. So what are the solutions here? It's 1 and minus 5 by 2. So these two will be the solutions of this quadratic, which makes the denominator 0. So you need to avoid these two numbers because denominator, if it's 0, it's undefined. You can't divide anything by 0. Say any number divided by, it's divided by over here, 0 will make it undefined because it's infinity. That's the reason. So that is why we will basically write x is not equal to 1 and minus pi by 2, because that will make this equation undefined. Now there are other shortcut methods because the electronic part. Now what you need to do is assume x values. It takes more time actually. Like let's take at x is equal to 1.5 or 2.5. The reason I'm not taking two or whole numbers is it tends to be, because over here it's square and everything, you might get zeros over here. But if you take 1.5, 2.5, you will always get the answers properly. Now what you need to do is divide these both, right? So I'll write minus x squared plus 6 divided by 2x squared plus 3x and lastly minus 5. Now calculate this at 1.5 or say 2.5, any value you can take. I've taken 1.5, so the answer is here it is 0.9375. Now if you start solving these equations, only one will give you the same answer. Let me try it. Here the first one, it's positive x squared minus 6, and here we have 2x squared minus, so of course that's wrong. Let me just give you an example why, and it's plus 5 here. Now if I calculate it at say 1.5, I'm getting negative 0.75, which is wrong. So let me go to the option C, which was correct. That's basically the same question what we have written. So I'm sure this, you understand, this is just a longer method than the simpler solving method. And over here we have minus. So here we get, yes, the same answer, that is 0.9375. Only one correct answer must give it. But if there are two correct answers, then look into this. Whatever is the denominator, just solve it up. Mod 5 and 3. And then use the coefficients 2, 3 and minus 5. That will give us 1 and minus 5 by 2. So this is the correct answer. Even the previous one, you can do the same thing. Say for example, I'll assume the same value 1.5. Now here, let's go back to the computation mode. Let's write x minus 2, then open a bracket, and then, sorry, it's minus, and then open the bracket, 2x minus 7. Close the bracket and calculate it at 1.5. You're getting 3.5 as the answer. Here we got 3.5. So now what we have to do is basically solve these all. 3x minus 9 calculated at 1.5. Are you getting the same answer? No, it's minus 4.5, which is wrong. Now let us change this to 2x squared minus 11x plus 14. Is it the same thing? Calculated at 1.5. No, it's 2. Let me just try last one before we go to the correct answer. X minus 5 and calculate this at 1.5. Here we are getting minus. No, it doesn't make sense. Last one is the correct answer. The third option, minus x plus 5 calculated at 1.5. Yes, you're getting 3.5. Only one will give you the correct answer, and that's your correct answer. Similarly, you can try that calculator method, but I'm going to solve all these problems directly because they're pretty easy to solve. So now here actually they're saying all the four things. That means you need to do addition, subtraction, multiplication and division. Let's try them. So addition will be just minus, add them up. Because it's electronic, I'm going to write it directly. When you add it up, it'll be minus 2x plus 5. That is plus. What about minus? When you minus, subtract 2x, minus and minus will become plus 4x and minus 5. That's going to be 6x minus 5. How about multiplication? You just have to multiply them up. So here we go. It'll be 2x times 4. 2 times 4 is minus is there. Minus 8x squared plus 10x. That'll be the answer. And lastly, we have division. That is 2x divided by minus 4x plus 5. But what is not allowed? Here, the denominator cannot be 0. You can use it in the calculator and solve. This equation can be solved in the calculator, but I'm going to do it over here. 5 equals 4x. X cannot be equal to 5 divided by 4. So this is the domain that is not allowed. X cannot be 5 by 4. If it is so, then this is undefined. So these are the answers. First one was minus 2x plus 5, 6x minus 5, minus 8x squared plus 10. And lastly, we have over here the division. but then it's not equal to 5 by 4. Similarly, this one you can try them by yourselves. Adding up gives us here, add it up, 5x minus 2. So it'll be 6x minus 3. That's when you add it up. What about subtraction? X minus 1, it's minus, this is the bracket here, 5x minus 2. So it'll be x minus 1 minus 5x plus 2. So here we go, it'll be minus 4x plus 1. Multiplication is given by x minus 1, 5x minus 2, and here we have 5x squared minus 2x minus 5x, and lastly we have plus 2. So it'll be 5x squared minus 7x plus 2. The division is just writing these two terms, numerator, denominator. That's it. And then what is the denominator not allowed to be? 5x minus 2 cannot be equal to 0. Let's use the cannot be equal to directly rather than equal to and then change it up. So 5x cannot be equal to 2, or x cannot be equal to 2 by 5. This is the solution. So here we can see x minus 3 correct, minus 4x plus 1. Yes, this is also correct. Multiplication is 5x squared minus 7x plus 2. And lastly, 2 by 5x is not equal to, but these two you just write it down as numerator and denominator. Similarly, these problems as well. X minus 2 plus 2x minus 7. The first one for the addition, the answer is 3x minus 9. What about subtraction? It'll be x minus 2 minus 2x plus 7, because it'll be minus these two terms, right? So it's minus x and plus 5. Then multiplication would be x minus 2 times 2x minus 7. X times 2x will be 2x squared minus 7x minus 4x and plus 14, and the answer is 2x squared minus 11x plus 14. And lastly, division is very simple. Write the numerator up and the denominator down and solve the denominator. This will be 2x minus 7 cannot be equal to 0. So 2x cannot be equal to 7, or x cannot be equal to 7 by 2 or 3.5. Here we go. The answers are all correct, I believe. There might be sometimes when I do it in hurry, I just miss sometimes. But yeah, all the answers are correct. I'm just double checking the answers. Yes, that's all correct. So here the same answers are there. And similarly, this one, x squared plus x minus 5. That's it, the addition. You just write them together. Subtraction would be x squared minus x plus 5. Done. Multiplication would be x squared times x minus 5. That gives us x cubed minus 5x squared. Isn't that very easy? X cubed, this is division. X cubed divided by x minus 5, where x cannot be equal to 5. As simple as that. Why? Because x minus 5 cannot be equal to 0. If you take minus 5 to the other side, it will be this one. So as simple as over here, that will be all the correct answers. Here as well, now we have two quadratic. That will be adding and subtracting is pretty simple. When you multiply, right, you will have to understand all these terms must be multiplied by FOIL method. Let's first add it up. So we just write them all together and add it up over here. 3x minus 5. So x squared, it's plus x squared. And then we have plus 3x and plus 1. That's the first answer when we add it up. For subtraction, it is minus x squared plus 6 minus 2x squared minus 3x and plus 5, because all the signs change. And here we will have minus 3x squared minus 3x plus 11. So that is about subtraction. What about multiplication? Multiplication will be minus x squared plus 6 multiplied with 2x squared plus 3x minus 5. So first term with first, it will be minus 2x power 4 minus 3x cubed. See what happens is this multiplied here, here, and the last term. Then we have plus 5x squared. Then with the 6 over here throughout, it will be plus 12x squared plus 18x minus 6 times 5 will be 30. And here we go. Let's simplify this. Minus 2x power 4. And there's only one cubic term, minus 3x cubed. There are two x squared terms, plus 17x squared. And lastly, plus 18x minus 30. So division is the most simplest one because you just write it out, numerator, the first term in the numerator and the second, the denominator term in the denominator itself. 3x minus 5. But here, please remember, we need to tell x is not equal to what? Let's use the calculator and find it out. All you need to do is mod 5 and 3 and put the coefficients 2, 3 and minus 5. We had done this at the beginning, but anyways, it's 1 and minus 5 by 2. That means x cannot be equal to 1 or negative 5 by 2 or negative 2.5. So that is the final answers. Here we go. This is correct. Subtraction is also correct. Multiplication is over here. Let me just double check. Yes, now we got 17 over here. I think so. I missed a sign or something. Yes, that is gonna be no. This is all right. Now 6 12 x squared. Now this is yeah, minus and minus is plus. I think so. The solution set as an error. See, what happens is when you multiply this minus with minus 5, it becomes plus 5x squared. So this is wrong over here. It should be 17. The solution set is wrong. Whatever I had written a while ago is absolutely correct. So remember here, this whatever we got the answer is absolutely correct. So in the solution set, please remember that this part, it's plus 17, not plus 7, because it becomes minus x squared times minus 5 is plus, because 2 negative makes positive, and then we add this 5 and 70, 5 and 12 gives us 17x squared, and everything else is correct. Here we have again a quadratic, two quadratics. So let's add them up. 3x squared minus 4x plus x squared minus 8x plus 4, and this becomes not 3, it's just 4x squared minus 4x 8x, and it is 0 because why? Minus 4 plus 4 cancels off, it'll be 0. So this is it, that's the answer. What about subtraction? With 3x squared minus 4 minus x squared minus 8. Okay, now here, yeah, we have done it. Yeah, 4x squared, this is correct. Addition is correct. Now subtraction, you need to change the sign. Minus x squared done. This will be plus 8x and minus 4. So that will give us 3 minus 1 will be 2x squared plus 8x, and lastly we have minus 8. Now let's do the multiplication. It will be 3x squared minus 4 times x squared minus 8x plus 4. That will be 3 times x power 4. You need to multiply all the three terms. Minus 8 times 3 is 24 x power 3, and 3 times 4 is plus 12x squared, and then the same thing over here, minus 4x squared minus 32x, and lastly we have minus 16. And then we will just group the terms up. There's only one cubic, that's fine, this is correct, but there are two quadratic, that's power 2. So we solve it up, it'll be 8x squared then minus 32x minus 16. Division is pretty simple, just write 3x squared up above, and denominator is x squared minus 8x plus 4. And x will not be equal to, you need to solve it in the calculator. All we have to do is mod 5 and 3, put the denominator 1, minus 8 and 4. It's, 4 plus or minus, it'll be 2 times. So just write that so you can see it's 4 plus or minus 2 root 3. And rest of the answers are all right. Okay, I did a mistake here. I wrote quadratic throughout. It's just that continuously recording all these videos, my focus has just gone away as my voice. So here it's 3x to the power 4 minus 24x cubed plus x squared minus 32x. Now wait a minute, it should have been minus and minus is positive. See, this is another mistake I've done, the blunder. When I multiply this minus 4, plus minus 4 with plus x squared will be minus. This will give me plus here, so this is positive. My bad, apologies for that. This is the correct answer. So here you can see it's all right over here. Each step is done, so you can just follow this. In this question, we'll find the inverse of a function. Here they have given us the graph, and then they have told this is f of x graph. We need to find which is f inverse x. Now there are quite few ways to solve this, but the best way would be look into the graph, where is x and y. See, inverse is basically, say imagine you have function y is equal to x squared plus 2. You swap x and y. This becomes x, this becomes y2, and now you solve for y, and that will be the inverse function. So you're swapping x and y. Whatever was x becomes y, and y becomes x. Here, what is it exactly? If you look properly, it's 1, 2, 3, isn't it? So here we have got x value to be 3. And what is the y value? It is 1.5. So in my inverse function, this is x and this is y, isn't it? It's minus 1.5, my bad. It's going to swap. This x is going to be y. So y is going to be 3, and that's going to be the y value, and the x value is going to be minus 1.5. It's going to be somewhere over here. So this will be the inverse function. If you just join it and draw a straight line, you'll get the answer. Now, how does that help me? I will come to know what is the intercept in this. What exactly is the intercept? This value, that's 3. So whatever plus 3 must be there. It's a linear function, so it's very simple. And now the slope. Now just look over here. If you know the y-intercept, that's more than enough to figure out which is the correct answer. Or if you want, you have these 2 points, isn't it? You can find the equation as well, but that'll just take time. Instead of going through all that, figure out which will be the option. Now, if there are 2 options, say this and this, then what you can do is find the inverse of these both. That will be the function, right? I'll find the inverse here. That is y is equal to 2x plus 3, right? Now let me solve this up. It's going to be x is equal to 2y plus 3, and that will be, first take this to the other side. X minus 3 is equal to 2y, and divide both the sides by 2. So you're going to get, let's divide x by 2 minus 2 by 3 will be 3 by 2 is 1.5. That is equal to y. So now here this is the inverse function. Is it true? Say for example the intercept, is it true? Yes, this is true. Let me find the inverse of this function if this was 3 as well. X plus 3, it's plus 3, y is equal to, we'll swap it, it'll be x is equal to y plus 3, and take this to the other side. X minus 3 is equal to y. Is it true? Is it at 3? No, it is not. So the first option A is the only correct answer. This is how we figure it out. I mean, since you have been given with the multiple choices, it's very, very easy and simple. So that's how we can do it. Or you can find the inverse of all the 4, and then you can match with the given equation as well. So that is the correct answer. Just look into this x value, that'll become y, and the y becomes x over here. Now you have to find the inverse of this function. Now the calculator methods by putting in the values of x, and then there is an inverse function, but that is not reliable. So I'll stick to the reliable method. That is, write this function y is equal to half x squared minus 1, isn't it? Swap them up. Now here x becomes y and y becomes x, so it'll be half y squared minus 1. And then you solve for y. Let's take the 1 to the other side. It'll be x plus 1 is equal to half y squared. Multiply both the sides by 2. It's going to be 2x plus 2 is equal to y squared. Now take square root on both the sides. That's plus or minus this one. So here, which is the correct answer? It's option C. That is the correct one. It's plus 2. Here we go. Similarly, we will solve these problems, and they have asked to graph. Now, graphing can be done in more than 7. It's very easy to figure out the graphs. That's not a problem. Let's do the inverse of this. X, we have y is equal to x plus 2. So it'll be x is equal to y plus 2, and it goes to the other side. X minus 2 is equal to y. And yes, that is the correct answer. We can see here. Now, inverse is basically plus becomes minus. So instead of plus, we have minus. And now since this is a very basic graph, the original graph is plus 2. See, this is the function. minus 2 just over here, draw a 45-degree line, that will be the answer. If it is single functions, now I can just tell the inverse is 1 by phi x. Why? Because it's phi multiplied by x, you need to divide now. That'll be the answer. But this doesn't stay good if it's a complicated function, because it's okay, but it's not that easy to figure it out. So we do the method, and you can see this is the inverse function at x is 1, sorry, 1 and dy by dx. So for 1 y, you will have to take phi x. Yes, that's correct. That's the slope. And over here, what you need to do is, let's write it out. Y is equal to minus 2x plus 1. So here, we will take this 1 to the other side. It will be y. Sorry, we swap them, not to the other side. Swap them first. Then we move it to the other side. This is it. Now let's take this minus 2y to the other side, because y needs to be positive, right? It'll be 2y is equal to, and x to the other side becomes minus x plus 1. And divide both the sides by 2, it'll be y is equal to minus x by 2 plus half. Or you can write it as minus x plus 1 by 2, whichever. See over here it's written like this itself. That's the inverse. And then we have to graph it up. I'll just show you how to graph. The method of graphing for all the problems is same. You just go to mode 7 for table and type in the function. Let's graph both of it. It'll be minus 2 plus 1. And over here it's x, minus 2x. There is don't put this because most of the calculators won't have this option. Let's do one graph at a time. Start at say minus 5, end at 5, and give a step of 1. So these are the values. At minus 5, what is the value? It's 11. So the function at minus 5 will be 11. It's way up, which is not considered. Let's go from minus 3. So 1, 2, 3 here. It's 7. It should have been 7, which is out of this graph. Minus 2 is 5. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is the point. Here we go. And similarly, you can see the other points here. At minus 1, it is 3. Let's see, minus 1 is 3. At 0, it is 1. 1 is minus 1. And then it'll be 2 of this point. And that's it. You draw a straight line, you get the graph. What about the other line? Same thing. Just put this equation. Let me go again. It is mode 7 for table. Let us type it out. Minus x by 2. This is plus half. That is 1 by 2 or 0.5. Now you start at minus 5, end at 5, and step of 1. Here we get minus 5 is positive 3. Let's see here. This is 2, 4, 5. You can see this is 1 point. At 4, it is 2.5. Is it correct? Yes. Yes. And some other values, if you go over here, you can see these will be the values. You just draw a straight line. And that's how you graph it by mode 7. I'm not going to do the graphing again and again. It's very simple. But the solving I'll do for all the problems because that's very important. Now, how do you find the domain here? See, they are also told to restrict the domain. The inverse is what we are solving now. Restricting domain mainly comes when there is square root, which I'll show you when a problem comes. But here now, it's y is equal to x minus 4 by 3. Swap the x and y. X is equal to y minus 4 by 3. 3 to the other side becomes 3x is equal to y minus 4. And take the 4 to the other side. 3x plus 4 equals y. Now these are all having domain of minus infinity to infinity. There's no problem. These are all linear functions. Here we go. The graph is very simple. Now what about this problem? Y equals minus 5/3 x minus 8. Now what we do is we swap these y and x. The same position of the coefficients, only the x and y changes. This is y now. Now minus 8 goes to the other side, becomes plus 8. That is equal to minus 5 by 3y. Now what I did is I moved this to the other side. Let's change the sign first. Let's swap the signs. I'll multiply both the sides by minus. So what happens is basically this becomes plus, isn't it? So it'll become minus x minus 8 is equal to 5 by 3. That's positive y. Now move the 3 to the other side and 5 to the other side. It'll be 3 by 5 times minus x minus 8 is equal to y. You can take the minus outside. So it'll be minus 3/5 of x plus 8. That is equal to y. It depends on your options. Let's see which option is given over here. The answer. See, it's minus. Generally, when there are both minus, they remove that outside and that's it. Now you can initially take this to the other side and solve it up as well. It's up to you. And here we go. The answer is the graph is over here. And this question, it's pretty simple. What happened? What's the inverse of plus? It's minus. So it's just x minus 4, nothing else. We have done a similar problem. Very basic. Now this is going to be 1/4 x because it's single term. It'll be 1/4 x. We can graph them up. Now this one here will be y is equal to minus 8x plus 9. It'll be, let's take this swap first, minus 8y plus 9. Let's take the y to the other side. It'll be 8y is equal to minus x plus 9, and y equals minus 8x by 8, minus x by 8 plus 9 by 8. This will be the final answer. It's negative x by 8 plus 9 by 8. That is the inverse function. So here we go. Usually that finally when we change it, right, we write f inverse of x. You have to just look into the function and choose the correct answer. Now we have x squared. What happens here? It's y is equal to 5x squared. Swap them up. It'll be x is equal to 5y squared, isn't it? Now let me take this 5 to the other side. It's going to be x by 5 is equal to y squared. How do you remove this? Square root on both the sides. This becomes y equals plus or minus square root x by 5. So we have got a square root function, and there is plus and minus. Now here, is there any plus? See, this x is alone. That means the graph will start from the center itself. You can see here, let's look into the graph. Okay, why did they write it like this? Because they have removed it out. Let me show you. Let me just take a calculator and show this. If you put in the calculator square root of 1 by 5, what happens? You'll get square root 5 divided by 5. How does that happen? That is basically, imagine this x, I'm just writing 1 now, 5. You can multiply and divide by 5, isn't it? That's fine. We are not doing anything wrong because that's 1. You're multiplying by 1, it remains the same. So up is 5, down is 25. Now square root of 5 remains as it is. But what about square root of 25? It's 5. That's how we get it. It's up to you. You can just figure it out. If at all there's no this option, just put x as 1 and solve it in the calculator. 1 by 5, you get this. So that is the correct answer. So you can see here. Now let's look at the graph. You can see the graph here. What I told from center, right? Absolutely. It starts from 0 up and down. Now look carefully. The answer is like this. Here we have plus and minus. This is not the answer, sorry. It's plus or minus square root 5x by 5. It's with the x is also under the square root. Now when is it positive and when is it negative? Now remember, this joint goes over here, whereas this part, the right side part, comes up. So if we restrict the domain from minus infinity to 0, so this one, and from 0 to infinity, what happens is you will have the negative part of the square root x. Whatever it is, whatever the function, negative will be in this range and the positive will be over here. This is very, very important. Now, if at all this domain was, the center was over here, imagine it was like this, then the inverse will be right side. Then you should count over here and write that. When we get the problem, I'll teach you that. Now you don't need to worry about that. Just focus on this part. The domains are restricted based on the function. Or it's very, very easy to remember. Whenever there's a square root function, the negative of the square root is from minus infinity to 0 and 0 to infinity is positive. So you can read over here, if the domain f of x is restricted from minus infinity to 0, then the inverse is this part, negative square root 5 x by 5. Because there are two answers, isn't it? It's plus or minus. There are two solutions. So when is the negative solution? When it's in the negative quadrant. Whereas when you go from 0 to x, that's the positive x-axis, it'll be the positive, that's square root 5x by 5, it's positive. Now let's look at this one as well. Here, when we find the inverse, it's going to be x is equal to y squared plus 4. I just did this step directly, and now we'll take this to the other side. It'll be x minus 4 is equal to y squared square root over here. So it's plus or minus. That's the thing. Now, if you look into the graph, what happened is it is up, but this is not altering the x coordinate. It's just the y coordinate. Y axis it's swapped. That doesn't make any difference. So even now here from minus infinity to 0, it is the negative part. See, the answer is there, right? The minus square root, you can see the minus square root is from minus infinity to 0, but from 0 to infinity, it will be the positive square root value. Whenever we have plus or minus, here at x tends to minus infinity to 0, this is the negative square root x minus 4. And when we have 0 to infinity, that will be, this is a small bracket. Whenever we have numbers, we put the big brackets, and this infinity cannot be considered because it's an undefined number, so we do the open bracket here, and it'll be positive x minus 4. So this is what we need to write. That's it. Here we go. That's the solutions. You can read it out over there. Now, how do you find the inverse of this? Y is equal to 4, that is x is equal to 4. Very simple. Just make y as x because there's no other x term. That's it. And what about this one? It's 1/3 x. We did this a while ago. A very basic one again. Now this is going to be x minus 2. I guess we did this problem as well. X minus 2. Now what about this one? You just have to write y is equal to 2x minus 1. It'll be x is equal to 2y minus 1. X plus 1 is equal to 2y. Divide both the sides by 2. It'll be x by 2 plus half. That is y inverse. Now even over here, there is a relationship. If you look carefully, 2x, so it's divided by 2. So this both thing gets divided by 2 and plus becomes minus. So it's x by 2 plus 1 by 2. That's the answer. Sorry, this is the answer. Here we go. Now they have not split the denominator. We have split it up. It's absolutely fine. Now again we have square. Let's solve this one up. You will have, this is y is equal, it will become x is equal to half y square minus 1. X plus 1 is equal to half y square. Take it to the other side. 2 times, I'll just write it directly. 2x plus 2 is equal to y square. Take the square root over here. Square root plus or minus 2x plus 2. That is the solution. Now here as well, the positive will be in the positive x quadrant, negative will be in the negative quadrant. Now look here, it's not to the x, this minus 1 is to the y-axis. So if you look carefully, when I initially saw this, I was thinking, okay, is this the graph? It's not that graph. Look carefully here. This is a parabola, and the other graph will be this one here. That is the inverse graph. So how would you see which is the positive and the negative quadrant? So here, this positive one is for all the domain in the x-axis, negative infinity to 0. Whereas this down part, the negative part will be from 0 to infinity. That'll be over here. You can see this minus is with the negative x-axis quadrant and positive x-axis will be positive value. Now this one has some difference. Let us solve this up, then I'll tell you what it is. Y equals x plus 1 the whole square plus 3. Here we will swap it. X is equal to y plus 1 the whole square plus 3. And then we'll take this 3 to the other side. X minus 3 is equal to y plus 1 the whole square. Here now, how do you remove this? We have to take square root on both the sides, isn't it? We take the square root on both the sides. It will be plus or minus square root x minus 3. That is equal to, it's y plus 1. And this goes to the other side. It's plus or minus square root x minus 3 minus 1 is equal to the inverse function. Here you can see the square root, everything is there, and then there is minus 1. Now when we split out the domain, it's not from 0, it's from minus infinity to, what is this? It's minus 1. And then from minus 1 to infinity. So here this will have the negative part of the square root x minus 3 minus 1. And this will have the positive square root x minus 3 minus 1. This is the splitting of these two. Here, why? Because there's minus 1. If you carefully analyze, what is this? X, the axis, it touches not, the parabola is not at 0. It is at x is equal to minus 1. So at this point, the parabola goes up. And then it is again added up 3 units, right? So if you look into the graph, it's swapped to minus and then it is moved up by 3. So look carefully, it is here, this point. So it is at -1, minus infinity to -1, and -1 to positive infinity. Now this -1 remains same. See, now we have written -1 at the right. That is absolutely fine. Don't worry about it. But the main thing is, see, the plus or minus is only for the square root x, whatever is inside the square root. This one is standard. Doesn't matter what, it'll be over there itself. Same number in both the cases. This problem we had done at the beginning. Just look into the x and y values and then you can easily figure out the correct answer. And this was the first problem which we did at the beginning with the options. Here we have an open response question. Let's look into this. Find the inverse of this function. Now here, this is basically y equals x squared plus 4x plus 3, isn't it? Now let's swap it. That's going to be x equals y squared plus 4y plus 3. There is no way I can solve this. Why? Because there are two y terms. But imagine you had x plus 2 the whole square. What is the expansion of this? It's x squared plus 2 times 2 is 4x plus 4, right? Now, I know this term was initially x plus 2 the whole square. If this is given over here, I can absolutely solve it up. So I can do something called completing the square. That means the rule is just like this. Whatever is there, it should have a coefficient of 1. Then write this x only plus whatever is the second term divided by 2. 4 divided by 2 is 2. And make it whole square. And minus whatever is this term, you need to square it up, minus 4. And then what is remaining over here? Plus 4. So it cancels up your remaining with this. Now the same concept. If it was minus here, you put minus. That's it. Now here I'm going to use the same concept. Y as it is, power 2 becomes power 1. And then I have plus, here there is 4, right? Divided by 2 will be 2. The whole square. Now minus 2 square will be 4. And then what is remaining? It's plus 3. So here, now when I solve it up, it'll be y plus 2 the whole square. It'll be minus 1. So let me take this to the other side. That's going to be x plus 1. That is equal to y plus 2 the whole square. Now I'll take square root on both these sides. It's plus or minus x plus 1 equals y plus 2. Now I'll take this 2 to the other side. It'll be square root x plus 1 plus or minus 2. That is the inverse function. Here we go. That will be the final answer. And now you can see here they have written minus 2 first. Then the minus 1 will have a domain. We did this a while ago, right? What will be the domain? It will be from minus infinity to what? Minus 2. Sorry, it's like this. And then this is the negative part of it. The positive square root x plus 1 minus 2 will be at minus 2 comma infinity. This will be the restricted domains. So you can see here the negative one will be from minus infinity to minus 2. The positive one will be from minus 2 to infinity. Before moving ahead, a quick reminder and a humble request. Please do share my channel and my videos with your friends and to whoever that can benefit from it. And I also kindly ask you if you can hit the subscribe button and like my videos, it would mean a lot. In this question, we will simplify expressions in exponential or radical form. There are a few important things to remember. Whenever there is a square root here, if there's nothing, that means it's 2. It's always a square root. This means, say you have x square root, it is x power half. Similarly, if you have x, say over here you have 5, then it is x power 5 by 2. What it means is whatever is there, just divided by 2. If it's nothing, it's 2. But if it's any other than square root, it will be mentioned 3, 4, 5 or any other number. Then imagine over here there is 6. Then it's 1 by 6 and so on. So that is one thing to remember. So now here you can see there is nothing, it's 2. So now how would you solve a power 16? Just let's focus on this term. It would be a power 16 divided by 2. So that will be a power 8. Answer is this or this or this. But same way you can solve the others. This will be b power 10, c power 6. So these all have the same thing. This can be easily eliminated. Now what about the square root 81? You can just use your calculator, put square root 81, you will get 9 as the answer. But don't think this is the correct answer. Why? Because there's a minus sign outside the square root. That minus sign also will remain. So option B is the correct one over here. That's it. So option B. Here minus sign is there, it remains. It will not be inside the square root because whenever there is any even numbers, even number can be 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Imagine you have 10. You cannot have minus because that would be imaginary number. But if it's a cube root or any odd number, 5, 7, 9, then it's fine. Even inside you can have the number, that's absolutely fine. You can have negative numbers inside. Look at this one. Now here what happens is it's 4. So this entire thing becomes divided by 4. What is the answer? It'll be x minus 4 to the power 1. Very important thing to remember. If the final answer is an odd number, then you need to write absolute value symbol. It will become absolute value. Say now you have 12, x to the power 12, and over here you have, say how to make it odd, 4. What would be the answer? It'll be x12 divided by 4, isn't it? That's going to be 3, x power 3. Now, whenever we have odd powers, you can have positive or negative. So we write whatever is this will be only a positive value. Why do we put the absolute value is? Because here inside the square root, there is no possibility of minus numbers. So that is why this answer, whatever we solve, we write the modulus. To just denote that inside the square root it was inside a square root or an even power. That's why whenever there was even power here and you solve it up and it becomes odd power, always write absolute value. For example, which I just gave you was 4 over here and x power 12. So it's x power 3, but write the absolute value. This will be the correct answer. Now here then, what is the radical 4 of 81? It's 3. 3 power 4 is 81. That's why you can easily remember it. It's either this or this, but then we have minus 4, so it's option C, the modulus symbol, and that's it. Now we can solve all this. See over here, there is outside plus or minus, so leave it as it is. Here also plus or minus, leave it as it is. What happens? 121, square root is 11, x power 2, y power divided by 16 divided by 2 is 8. Same way here, it'll be 15, a power 8, and b power 18. Here we go. That's it. See, there are no odd powers here, therefore we just write them as it is. You can see here, plus or minus 11 x squared, 6 to the power, y to the power 8, and similarly here, this is the correct answer. Now, what if it's only minus? Just write minus. Here, you can write plus or minus. It'll be 7x squared here. Why? Because it'll be plus or minus. Square root of 49 is 7. And then whatever the power is, they just divide it by 2. But this number you can put in the calculator. Square root of 2 will be, square root of 49 will be 7. Here it is minus 4c power 2. And you have to write modulus. See here what happens. Minus, leave it. Square root 16 is 4, c to the power 2, but this is 2 lines. Very important. Why? Because the answer will be odd. That's why. Whenever there is even power outside, that's very important. If it's odd power, you don't care. It doesn't matter whether it's odd or positive or negative. So all these are even powers itself. Over here you will have 9, and then just divide all these by 2, and remember the minus sign. Here it's 20 minus 20, x 32 by 2 is 16, and 40 by 2 is 20. See, these are all even numbers, even powers, so you don't have the absolute value function here. What about this one? Here you will have odd power. Why? Because, see, this one is 2, radical 4, because 2 to the power 4 is 16. Big line, x minus 3, and then what do you have over here? It's 3. This is fine. Oh no, this is also not fine. It'll be x power 2, that's fine, but over here you will have y power 1. And so we don't write y power 1, we just write y and the absolute value. There we go, that'll be the answer. So why is this now? Okay, I've made a very important mistake here. I've written the power 3 outside. Look here, it should be power 3 and then the line. My bad, always. See, when it's x power 3, then the line, isn't it? So absolute value, that's how we write it. So you can see clearly in the solution here, that is the answer. What about over here? X squared is fine, but y, you need to write absolute value. Similarly, try solving these. Over here will be power 1, and this will be 3. So it is 3, absolute value x minus 4. What about this one here? It is again absolute value and x power 3. So you can say absolute value x power 3 because it's an odd number. Here as well, it'll be 3 odd numbers, so you'll have to write absolute value. Now what about this? This is an odd number here. So divided by 3, 12 divided by 3 is 4. Doesn't matter if it's odd or even, you just write a to the power 4. Even if it was, say, an odd number here, doesn't matter. You just write a to the power 5. Now imagine it was a15, odd number, right? You just write a power 5. Doesn't matter, because even if it's positive or negative, you have an answer for odd radicals. Only when it is even number, you cannot have a negative number inside a square root. I mean, the root is there, right? You can have minus only when it's even. Odd, it doesn't matter. How about these? See here, the rule is very simple of exponents. If you have a to the power x and a to the power y, you just add the powers. It'll become x plus y. That's it. There you go. So here what you do is you just add the powers. You can just use a calculator and directly solve it up. I'll use the calculator and show you. So all you do is write the fraction 1/3 plus is 2/5, 2 by 5, and here we go, the answer is 11 by 15. X power 11 by 15. Same thing, 4 by 9 plus next, and 1/4 is 0.25. You can write 1/4 itself. It'll be 25 by 36. So generally it'll be written in fractions itself. So let me just, it's 25 by 36. That's the correct answer. Now what about these? See here we have a rule for exponents. Whenever you have a power minus 1, this is equal to 1 by a positive. Let me take 2. Minus 2, it will be 1 by a power 2. This is very important to remember. When you take it to the numerator, it becomes positive. So here what happens is, say you have b power 3/4. That is minus, right? So you write it as 1 by positive 3/4. This is correct. But your option may not be like this. They'll try to make the denominator a whole, in the sense, what they'll do is 1 by b to the power 3 by 4. How to make this whole number is multiplied by 1/4 and over here as well. So basically we're balancing it. It cancels and becomes 1 itself. Now when you add these powers, over here in the numerator above, it's 1/4. But below, 3/4 plus 1/4 is 1. So what you do is, that's it. 1/4 by b. b to the power 1/4 by b. So here we go. That will be the answer. That is just to make the denominator a whole power. You can easily check this in the calculator as well. Let's write x power minus 3/4. 3 by 4, isn't it? Let's test a value of, say, 2. How much is it? 0.5946. Now even this, let's take it as x power 1/4, 1 by 4, divided by x, that's whole x to the power 1, calculated at 2. It's the same value, so you can easily check the values. For every problem you can do this calculator method, because you have 4 options, right? It's just that you need to try all the 4 options. It'll take some time. This is how we can check it out over here. Now what happens in the next one? See here, it'll be 4 by 5. How to make 4 by 5 whole? 1/5 is missing, so you have to multiply and divide by y power 1 by 5. When you add it up, it'll become 5 by 5, so this is the whole number. Y power 1, y power 1 by 5. And here as well. Now here we have odd power. Look at this. So what is the square root, cube root of 27? It's 3, b power 6, c power 4. That's it. You don't have to write any absolute value. You can see here in the answers. Okay, now this is all even numbers itself, but even if it was odd number, you don't have to write anything. Now here minus sign remains. This will be magnitude or absolute value, or magnitude is the same thing. Absolute value 2x plus 1 power 3. See, absolute value. Then it's inside absolute value, it's 2x plus 1. 6 by 2 is 3. And minus sign remains. What about here? It's 1. So just remember it'll be 9. And absolute value x plus 4. What about this one here? 24 divided by 3 is 8. So it's a positive, even number, not positive, sorry, even power. So it doesn't matter, just write 4x minus 7, a positive, that is even number 8. Why won't we write absolute value is whenever there is even, if you have minus 3, if it's 2 or 4 or 6 or 8 or 10 power, it'll be positive the value. Why? Because whenever there is even power, the minus sign goes off. But when it's negative, odd number, negative sign remains. That's the reason we put the modulus only for odd numbers, because even numbers, the minus sign will dissolve anyways. Now here it'll be 6 by 3, that is 6, doesn't now this is a odd radical, so it doesn't matter at all. Now this one, 12 by 4 will be 3, so you put the absolute value. Now what about this? Radical 4 of 256 is 4, that you write it outside. Only this variable, this is a positive value, you don't do anything with that. Only the variable part, this part, you write modulus. That's the absolute value. Now here, square root of 196, it's 14, I believe. Yeah, 14. Now, when you divide 6 by 3, it is 6 by 2, it is 3. So we put the absolute value and d squared. What about this one? Here now, it is error. Why? Because we have a square root inside. Now, whenever you have a square, how do you do it is, actually you do minus 1, then square root 64, then square root y power 8, square root z power 6. What happened? What is square root negative 1? It's I. Then you have 64, that is 8. And then your y power 4 and z power 3. So I put the modulus symbol. This is the way you solve it. You can write it as 8i. Whenever you see minus number inside a square root, inside any of the square root functions, you write I here. This is very important. So it's 8i y power 4 and z to the power 3, you'll write absolute value. Now here you can see it is a odd power. It doesn't matter. You can write it as minus 3, because if you put this in the calculators, cube root of minus 27, you'll get minus 3 itself. I'll show you in calculator. So cube root can be found out, shift and this symbol over here and write minus 27. The answer itself is minus 3. Let me have any odd number. You will have a negative answer, a negative value itself. But if I put a even power, say 10, I'll get an error. Why? Because it's imaginary then. Now don't put imaginary over here. There is no imaginary in this case. Why? Because it'll become, we'll come to this in a while. Why over here becomes minus 3, a power 5 and b power 3. See here, these are odd numbers. We don't put the absolute value. Now here when we solve this, this is going to be radical 4 minus 16, x power 16 by 4 and y power 8 by 4. Here it's very easy to find x power 4, y power 2. But what about this term? We have minus, right? So we can write it as y power 4 minus 1. And radical 16, what happens to the power 4? Radical 4, it's 2. 2 power 4 is 16. So I can write 2 x power 4 y squared. What is this exactly? Now split it as radical minus 1 the whole, it is, sorry, not whole square, 2 and 2, right? Minus 1. Because I can split this out as 2 radicals. Now how would you consider it as? X power half, x power half. What is the answer? It'll be x power 1/4. This is basically square root x. Over here what happens? It is radical 4, isn't it? Same way I can split this out as square root and square root. It'll become 2 square root of minus 1s. Now this is I, this is also I. That is basically I square here. And that is I square would be minus 1. The value of I square is minus 1 actually. But here they have not done the simplification. See here, whatever we have written, 2 x power 4 y power 2 is correct. And what remaining is, they have just left it like this. Minus 1, radical 4. So you can just leave it like that, that's okay. But actually this will, if you simplify imaginary numbers, you're going to get minus 1 as the answer. So this has to be minus actually, minus 2 x power 4 y power 2. But here they have written it as a whole thing. You can just leave it like that. It's absolutely fine. look into the options and then you can easily figure it out. What about this one? You just add the powers, add it up, you will get the answer 12 by 4. Now, what is 12 by 4? It'll be 3. Same thing, add the powers up. Here you get 10 by 3. You can't simplify it further, leave it in fractions itself. What happens when you take power to the power? If you have x power 3, the whole power 5, what happens? Do we add the powers? No, we multiply the powers. It'll be 3 multiplied by 5, that is x power 15. The rule is xa whole power b will be xab. You multiply the powers. Now here the thing is your b 3/4 multiplied by 1/3. It'll become b 1/4. And what about this one? Y negative 3/5 multiplied by negative 1/4. This minus and sign goes off. You will have y 3 by 20. Why? Because 5 times 4 is 20. That's how we can simplify these. Here we go. It is positive 1/4 and positive itself, because 2 minus make it positive. 3 by 20 will be the answer. And what about this one here? We had done this a while ago. D, it'll be 1 by d power 5 by 6, but let's make it a whole. So it'll be 1/6 in the numerator and this will be d. Why? Because what will make this 1? How much is missing? 1/6 is missing. So multiply and divide by 1/6. Denominator becomes d to the power 1 then. So here d power 1/6 by d. Even this is correct, 1 by d, or you just use a value, assign d a value of 2 or something, and then check the answer. Here as well, it'll be 1/8. So w 1/8 by w. So how much is missing? You can just do 1 minus 7 by 8. It'll be 1/8. So w 1/8 by w. Here now we have a little complicated terms. Let's solve them one by one. So what you can do is, see here, denominators have been multiplied, right? And the bases are same. You can just add these powers up. There are various ways to do it. How I would do is, leave the numerator as it is. 4f half plus 1/3. You can just put that in the calculator, and whatever answer you get, you can use it. So let me, sorry, it's not plus. Why? Because it's minus, right? Plus of minus becomes minus, okay? Here it becomes minus. So this much is, okay? And now what you do is, you can simplify this. Just use a calculator and simplify. Minus 1/4, and this is 4. Let that 4 be there. It's just a number. Leave it. The constant just remains. Now this one, what we can do is, to make it even, it'll be 2 by 2, and over here do 3 by 3. So here the denominators are same, so we can simplify. It'll be 3 minus 2, so it'll be 1 by 6. That's what's remaining. So f power 1 by 6. Now then, we have to get this down. So when we get this down, it'll be 1 by 4. F 1/6 is already there. That will be multiplied with F 1/4. And then we can add them up again. So this is possible. There's another way which I'll tell you in a minute. Now what you can do is just multiply this by 6 and 6. And this by 4 and 4 to balance it. Just use a calculator, guys, instead of all this. Basically, you have to add 1/6 and 1/4. Okay, so it'll be 6 here, denominator, sorry, 6 fours are 24. And we have 6 plus 4, that is 10. So that will be the thing. You can simplify f to the power. You can simplify it further by writing it as 4 by f power 5 by 12. I think so. This is what, okay, now you need to balance it out, make it a whole, right? You can add over here how much? 7 by 12. So it'll be f 7 by 12 divided by f 4. Now this is correct answer, but I'm not sure what is the option given to us. Yeah, this is the final answer itself. Now there are different ways. Now you might argue, okay, how about I do solve everything at once? I will show in the calculator now. The reason I did all this method is this the actual method. Now here you can do one thing. Up whatever is given, minus 1 by 4th, let's write it out. And minus whatever is down, use a bracket, half. And if there are two terms, you need to add them up. But this is minus, so plus of minus will become minus 1/3. Close the bracket. So this is the answer in the numerator. It should have been f minus 5 by 12 if it was up, right? That is what we'll get. So whatever answer we get, minus 5 by 12 is like this, divided by 4. Now, how do you balance it out? You can just do 1 minus this answer, 1 minus 5 by 12. You're going to get 7 by 12. So the numerator will be f 7 by 12 divided by f and 4. That will be the final answer. Or you can just assume a f value. Write this as it is. You can just write whatever alpha x. So you should press alpha and x and then calculate it at 2. You'll get some value, right? Match it with all the options. Only one option will match with the question. Plenty of different methods to solve. Even over here. Now I'll just directly do it in the calculator. What I'll do is 2/3, that is 2 by 3 minus 1/6, 1 by 6. So here we go, it's half. So what you can do is, instead of writing half, the actual answer is c power half, that's it. You can write it as square root c, isn't it? Rather than going to write c power half divided by c, it doesn't make sense, right? Just write square root because it's positive. You don't need to do this at all. But power half is its square root, so I think so the square root will be the answer. They've just written it as half, it's fine. But actually this also can be given as your option because anything power half means it's a square root. What about these? Please try them by yourselves. Over here it'll be 4/5 minus half, and here we go. They have balanced it out and it'll be 3 by 10. Now it's positive, so you leave it. Z power 3/4. If it was minus, you do it as fraction. Now here square root 36 to the radical 8. Put it in the calculator, you'll get it. And h 4 by 8 is half. J 4 by 8 is half. Now this one, how no, it is not directly possible to get this value. I'll show you why. Because many times in the calculator you might get a decimal value. See, I'm just gonna put this 8 and then 36. Now this is the issue. So what you need to do is, doesn't matter, remember this value, just solve this up, all the 4 options. 1/4 will match exactly, yes, it is 1.565. So this is how we can easily compare. And here we have AB by square root C. Let me just see the option answer, what they exactly want to do. Okay, they want everything up. I mean, this is very silly. This is already simplified. But see, AB, you can multiply both the sides. They don't want the square root, they want a whole. That's it, whole power. Multiply both, up also by square root and below also by square root. Square root C, square root C. So you can write it as AB square root C by power C, divided by C power 1. This is how we write it. This one again. Now what they want to do is multiply cube root up and down. Basically, see here, everything is same. Y remains the same. Don't think this is y power 3, that is separate. All you're doing is you want to make this a whole. So it'll be easier if you write z power 1/3. This is much easier to understand. Now how would you simplify this? This is 1/3, right? So here x, y, z power 1/3 up. Sorry, it's 2/3 here. Why? Because how to make this whole? You need to add 2/3, multiply z power 2/3, okay? Not 1/3, it's 2/3, divided by z power 1/3 multiplied by z power 2/3. See, this is balanced because you're just adding, multiplying and dividing. It's 1. That's fine. You can multiply anything by 1, it'll remain the same. So here, when you leave this over here, they want it in radical form. So x, y, this denominator is 3, so it'll be cube root, radical 3, right? Z square remains. But what happens here? 1/3 plus 2/3 is 1, so it'll be only z. So this is the final answer. If you're getting too much confused, you can just assume values. You can assume value for x as 2, y as 3, and z as 4, and then check which option matches. But even in the options, you need to choose the same values. X is 2, y is 3, and z is 4. And then these both values will match, and therefore that will be your correct answer. In this question, we will graph and analyze square root functions. Here we have been told to identify the domain and range for this function. Now looking at this, you can see the radical symbol without any number. That means it's always 2. That is a square root function. But it can be, say, 3, that is cube root function, it must be mentioned 3. If it is 4, it will be mentioned 4, 5, 6, any other number than 2. But if it's nothing, you should understand that is 2. It's a square root. Now, how do we understand these domain and range? Domain is to do with the x values. Range is to do with something that's added or subtracted, because see over here, when you subtract 1, that relates to y outside, which is relating to x, this part. But now here, this is a square root function, so whatever is inside x, let's consider x plus 2. Now we know so much for certain that inside the square root, we cannot have negative, right? Why? Because then it will be imaginary number. So whatever is inside the square root must always be greater than or equal to 0, isn't it? So what will be the domain? Just take 2 to the other side. X must be greater than or equal to minus 2. Sorry, not 1. Minus 2. Because 2 to the other side will be both the sides minus 2. This is the answer. Now here you can see in the options there are 2x greater than or equal to minus 2. That's one way to figure out the domain. We don't know which one is the range now because there are two answers. Let's see. What is being added to it? That is minus 1. But now square root functions are always like this, or sometimes it goes like this. I'll come to that in a while. That will be y is less than or equal to certain number. But most of the functions will be like this. When is it? Whenever the function is positive. See over here, this is plus 5. If it was minus 5, it's altogether a different story, which we'll see in the later on problems. But here now, you can see this is positive and you're minus 1. But the domain part, the square root is positive, isn't it? You don't have any plus or minus over here. See now, if you had minus x plus 2, this is minus, it goes downwards. But now here, if you have, say, minus 2, this doesn't matter. Here, this is to do with the range. Only if this is plus, the square root function goes up. If it is minus here, square root function goes down. Doesn't matter which number you have, 7, 10, doesn't matter. That number doesn't matter at all. That will just do with stretching or compression. So this is very important to understand, the sign, plus or minus. Now look here, is there any plus or minus? It's plus. There's no sign. That means it's plus. So here what you need to do is y will be greater than or equal to whatever the number is added or subtracted, minus 1. If it was y equals minus 5 square root x plus 2 minus 1, then you should write y less than or equal to, because this minus sign is there, then minus 1. That is the difference. I hope that's clear. It's very important. Now here then y is greater than or equal to minus 1. This is it. And over here we had x is greater than or equal to minus 2. So option C is your correct answer. That's one type of questions we'll be getting. Now what about this one? So you will have 4 options with you. So there's no problem for you to easily figure out which is the correct answer. I'll do the actual method. Look here, minus 2. That means what? It is moving downwards by 2 units. So which is moved downwards by 2 units from the x-axis? This is more than 2. This is at 0. This is minus 6. So this is the correct answer. That's it. Now x plus 4 is equal to 0. So x is equal to minus 4, right? Where is it minus 4? Basically, it's greater than or equal to minus 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes. And we are 2 units down. This is the correct starting point for the square root function. It should be D. But if you're getting confused how to figure out the other way. Now, I know this answer is D, but let's take our calculators. Look here. I'll just type this function, square root x, write alpha x itself, not any number. Write it as a variable x minus 2. Okay. Now then, choose any x value. I'll choose x value of 0. Calculate it at 0. What should be the answer? If it was the first option, it should have been something like 1.7. Is it correct? No, it's 0 we should have. This is also wrong. It's 0. It's minus something. 0. We don't have any answer. 0 is 0. This is the correct graph. Then we choose some other value. Calculate it at 2. At 2 it is 0.44. Let's check. At 2 it is 1, 2, no. At 2 it is minus, no. At 2 it is not there. At 2 it is, yes, 0. Nearly half, right? That's the correct answer. Only one graph will give you the correct answer. Now, in your exam, you might get somewhat like this. You will have 4 equations and 1 graph. What you can do is you can try all the graphs and check whether it's the correct one. That is one way, or you can figure out by the translations which is the correct graph. We will see the problems in a while. Now here, I'm just going to write the domains quickly because these are all simple problems. It's plus square root. There's nothing added, that means it's 0. So domain will be y is greater than or equal to 0. What is the range? We just have to find the domain and range. X is greater than or equal to 9. Why? Because whatever is inside here must be greater than or equal to 0. X minus 9 is greater than or equal to 0. Take it to the other side, it will be positive 9. That's the reason. You can directly do it. So here we go. The domain is nothing added, so it's 0. And range is 0, greater than or equal to 0. And domain is 9. So that's the answers. Now what about this one? Here it is just minus 7. I'll just change this over here because we are plus 7. When it goes to the other side, it will become minus 7. And there's no addition of any number. So it is greater than or equal to 0. That's the answers. What about this one? Here now, 6x. I'll come to that in a minute. Now here what happens? This changes. Why? Because see, minus is that I told you at the beginning. If it is minus, it becomes less than or equal to 0. Range is done. What about domain? 6x must be greater than or equal to 0. Divide both the sides by 6. X is greater than or equal to 0. So literally all the values more than or equal to 0 are considered. Why? Because we are not, we are not considering this digits. Oh, it's 6, so it should be 6. No. If it is plus or minus, we take it to the other side. Now it's multiplied, so we divide both the sides. 0 divided by 6 here is 0 itself. So please remember, if you don't have anything plus or minus, it will be greater than or equal to 0 itself. See here? This is the method. I hope that's clear. And over here then, see, this is not required. You can just remember whenever we add something, you can just use it rather than this method. So now over here, whenever you are minus, it will be less than or equal to. See here, it's less than or equal to. When it's positive, it will be greater than or equal to for the range. Now this one we did at the beginning, that will be greater than or equal to. Now it's not 0. Why? Because we have minus 1. So this changes to minus 1. What about the x value? It is minus 2. We did it at the first problem with the choices. Here we go. These are the answers. This one here. See, the range will be just y is greater than or equal to 0. But what about the domain? Here we have 3x minus 4. That must be greater than or equal to 0. So it will be 3x is greater than or equal to 4, or x is greater than or equal to 4 by 3. This will be the final answer. So it's 1.333 or 4/3. X is greater than or equal to 4/3. What about the range? Domain is done. Range, it's greater than or equal to 0. So this is the easy methods. And what about this one here? Again, we have domain of plus 2. So it should be greater than or equal to or less than or equal to plus 2. But look at this minus sign. That will make it as less than or equal to plus 2. You can just write less than or equal to 2. No need of plus. What about the other one? Domain, x is greater than or equal to 2. Why? Because minus 2 to the other side becomes plus 2. Here as well. Now it's minus. So the range will be y is less than or equal to 0 because there's nothing added or subtracted to it. This entire thing is for the domain only. Now what about the domain? X is greater than or equal to minus 1 because it's plus 1 to the other side becomes minus 1. Ignore the term which is, multiplied to it, 1/3. That will just depict the graph, See now, this is the graph. Here you can see the range is less than or equal to 0. The domain is greater than or equal to minus 1. How do you graph it? You can do the table, mode 7 table, or just put an x value and check. If you put x over here as 0, what will be the value? It will be some value over here that is negative 1/3. Yes, this matches. If you put over here minus 1, then the entire thing will be 0. I'll show in the calculator. Just type this equation out. It's 1 divided by 3 minus 1 by thirds square root x plus 1. So I'll calculate this at 0. What is the answer? Negative 1/3. Are you having? Yes, this is almost negative 1/3. Let me take it as 2. What is the value? It will be minus 0.57, see it's at 2. Yes, it's nearly 0.6 minus downwards. Yes, that's correct. So you can keep on changing the value and check which is the correct answer. And domain and range, we just now did it as well. And here we go. This is for the domain and range. Now, what did they tell over here? You know how to do the domain and range, right? They're telling what is happening to the graph here. See, this is very important. This minus sign, right? So what happens is it'll be reflected, not translated, reflected. So if it was upwards, because of minus, it'll come downwards now. This is wrong. It'll be going downwards. So it's reflected along which axis? It always reflects along x-axis if it's plus. If it's minus. If it's plus, just leave it as it is. There's nothing. The parent graph is always going like this. So you tell the transformations from the parent graph. It'll reflect downwards if it is having minus. Now look over here. There is 1/3. What if it was 2 root x? Root x is something like this. Now if it is 2 times that, it will go bigger. 3 will be more bigger. You're stretching it out. Imagine you're putting more force. As the number is more, you're pulling the graph with more force. You're pulling it from here and over here, down and up. So it'll be going upwards like this, pulling it up, not compressing it, pulling it up and down. What happens when you pull to, say you have a plastic bag, you pull it, it stretches out, right? So that is called stretch if it's a bigger number. But look at this, it's a fraction, it's minus doesn't matter, we have taken care of it. If you have fraction like half, anything less than 1, 0.25, 0.1, 0.75, all these numbers less than 1, like a fraction, 1/5 or anything, compresses it. It makes it go flatter and flatter. See, it compresses, goes less and less because it's lesser. If it is big number, it goes more, it stretches, less number, it compresses. So there's compression here. Now what is this? Always the compression happens vertically, right? From up to down. So you can just write compressed enough. Oh no, compressed vertically is there, yes. It's compressed vertically. And then what else? There is no translation up and down. Why? Because there is no plus or minus y. But here you can see there is x plus 1. So then the the translation happens along the x-axis. Plus 1 means it's at minus 1. So here you can tell it's translated 1 unit left. So you can see this 1 unit left. Why? Because it is translated x is equal to minus 1. That's the reason. So here we go. That is all the possible transformations that's happening over here. Let's look into one more problem. I'll tell you directly now. First thing, minus. So reflected along x-axis. You can write in your own words along x-axis. Next, I'll write this minus 2 translated. Now minus means plus, 2 units right, 2 units right, because it's going, if this is 0, it'll be 1, 2 over here. Why? The domain is x is greater than or equal to positive 2. And what is the range? Y is less than or equal to 3. Why? Because it's plus 3. Now here you need to tell, see this plus 3 means it's going up itself. Translated 3 units upwards, or up you can write. So these are the 3 important things to write. That's it. Now this is about the translation. You know the domain and range. Graph can be easily figured out in the calculator. So this is the domain greater than or equal to 2. Range is less than or equal to 3. And look at this. Here we have, it's reflected along x-axis, translated 2 units right, and 2 units up or upwards. That's how we figure it out. Very easy. Now this one again, there is no translation up or down. There's no translation right or left. There is only stretch. Stretch vertical stretch. That's it. You can, then the domain and range is y and x are both greater than or equal to 0. See, x will be greater than or equal to 0 because there's nothing plus or minus. Y also, because it's not minus, it's plus here. That's it. And graph, you can easily figure it out. And what do you tell for the transformation? The transformation is stretched vertically. That's it, because it's 2. If it is less than 1, you tell compressed vertically. How about this problem? See, these are all same. I'll write the domain first. X is greater than or equal to minus 3. Y is greater than or equal to 0. There is translation to 3 units left. Because it's minus 3, that means goes left. And that's it. There's nothing other thing. See it translated 3 units left. See here, there's no number that's added. So you can't translate it up and down. And there's no plus or minus. There's no minus sign. So only translation to the left because of x-axis. That's the domain. Here as well. Now this is translated 5 units down. It is stretched vertically. That's the two things that come to my mind. And y is what? Greater than or equal to minus 5. Why? Because it's positive here. And what about x? It's greater than or equal to 0. There's nothing added or subtracted to x in the square root. So here we have, okay, I forgot to tell stretch vertically. Did I tell? I'm not sure. It's vertically stretched. Why? Because it's more than 1. Whenever it's more than 1, you should tell it's stretched. Stretch is very important, and you always tell it's vertical stretch. If it's less than 1, you tell compressed vertically. Translated how much? 5 units down because it's minus 5. Here, translated minus 2, that is 2 units down. Translated 4 units left. That's it, those two things only. And the domain is greater than or equal to minus 2 and x is greater than or equal to minus 4. Graph, very simple, put it in the calculator, figure out the correct answer. And here, yes, translated 4 units left and 2 units down because of minus sign. If it was plus 2, it will be 2 units up. Now here we have been given a graph. We need to figure out the correct answer. Look at this. Where did it move? 1, 2 units right. So it should be right means x minus 2 inside the square root. And 1 upwards, so it's plus 1. And it's going in the right thing, so it's this one only. But now if you look at this, there is up and down, so it's a cube root function. So this is the equation. Now this is a cubic graph. So you can see the answer. It corresponds to this. Why? Because I just figured out where is the center. See, the center of the cubic function is, it goes something like this and it goes something like that. But that is moved here. You can see this is the center now. So that is 1, 2 units. X is how much? Positive 2. So when you bring it inside, it will be minus 2. And this one, it's 1. You just add 1. But this isn't inside the radical, but it's cube root because this is a cube root function. If it was square root, it will just be like this. So therefore, it's easy to detect which is the correct, correct graph function. If you're getting confused, what you can do is, I'll show you in the calculator. Use your calculator, write this function. This is cube root, so shift and this symbol here, or you can use shift and this and put in value 3, x minus 2 plus 1. So you go next and then plus 1, it's outside the radical. Now I'll calculate it at say 0. What is the answer? It is negative quarter. Yes, it's around that. I'll calculate this at 1. It's 0. Is it correct? Yes, it's 0. I'll calculate it at 2. It's 1. Is it correct? Yes, it's at 1. So this is how we can figure out the correct answer. You can choose any other value. It will match to the graph. All the other options will not match. Only one correct answer will match. So that is your correct answer. Here as well, it is 0. See, now there is no changes at all. There is only stretched. It is stretched upwards. And this is also stretched up, up and down. This is a cube root function. But now, how can you find this is, when x is 1, how much is y? 1, 2, 3, 4. So you need to write 4 cube root x. That's it. That is because it's stretched 4 times. So that is the answer. Or you can put this in the calculator and then check it out. So when x is 1, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4 units, right? So that's it. Don't go for any other terms. Don't go for 2 and 3. Only at 1. In the next problem they have given us the equation. We have done this similar before. So what you do is, first let's write the domain. That is x is greater than or equal to positive 5. Y is here greater than or equal to minus 6. Why is it? Because it's positive. This range, that is y, you need to take this number as it is. For the domain, whatever is inside the square root, we change its sign. Now then you can easily, figuring out the graph is very, very simple. Put this in the calculator and then figure out the points, whether they match. If they match, yes, that's the graph. Otherwise, go to the next option. And what about the translation? It is stretched vertically. Why? Because it's 2. It's more than 1. translated 5 units to the right because the domain and range I'd showed you, it's greater than or equal to 5. It's 5 units right, 6 units down. Same thing over here, the translation 3 units up, that is positive 3. 12 units left because x plus 12, it changes its sign. And this is compressed because it's 3, 4, that's less than 1, it's 0.75, it's compressed vertically. Now what about the domain and range? X is greater than or equal to negative 12, y is greater than or equal to 3. So these are the answers. And then we have done this. It's very, very simple, straightforward. You can check this ahead. See, compressed vertically. Why? Because it's 0.75. 12 units to the left because it'll be minus 12 and 3 units up. Similarly, I'll just show you the answer and walk it through. Now this minus, so here, one important thing is the range, that will be less than or equal to. Then everything else is same. So less than or equal to minus 4. What about the domain? Domain is greater than or equal to positive 1. Graph can be easily found out in calculator. And what about the translations? Here you can see there is minus 1 by 5. It's compressed vertically. Translated 1 unit to the right because it changes its sign. And translated 4 units to the downwards. But here I forgot to tell you, reflected along x-axis. Why? Because it's minus, isn't it? Whenever there is minus, there's a reflection. Instead of the graph going up, it'll be downwards. Wherever the translation happens, and then it'll go downwards. That's the very important thing. So here we have reflected in the x-axis if it's minus. If it's plus, you just don't mention anything over there. Here as well, it'll be reflected along the x-axis. It's more than 1. So see now here, don't get confused, it's minus 3. No, we take this minus separately. This value, we take it separately. This value only. 3 is bigger than 1. So it is vertically stretched. Then we take x is greater than or equal to minus 7. So that is the domain. What about the range? This minus makes it y is less than or equal to 9. You need to remember these conditions and then we can easily figure it out. So that's the domain and range. Graph can be easily found out in the calculator. And if at all they ask you what's happening, it's vertically stretched. It's reflected along the x-axis because of minus value. It is moving how many? Minus 7. That is, x is translated towards 7 units left. It's 7 units left and 9 units upwards because it's plus 9. So that's how we write it. Here as well. Now this is a cube root function. Remember, cube root function, domain and range is very simple. It's minus infinity to infinity no matter what. Range, domain and range, both. Domain, that is DL, right? Range, both of it is just minus infinity to infinity. You don't have to worry about it at all. See here, the answer is this. Only the translations, we have done this translations, right? Now what is happening? Minus means it's reflected along in the x-axis or along the x-axis. Now it's 1 by 3, which is less than the number 1. So it's compressed vertically. It's plus 2. So it is translated 2 units left because it goes to the left. And what is the y value? It is translated 3 units down. Here the only difference is domain and range is always minus infinity to infinity. These other things are the same thing what we have done for square root. It is same thing for cube root as well. Here again it's cubic. So let's see, the domain and range will be minus infinity to infinity. Here minus means it's reflected along the x-axis. Half is less than 1. So it is compressed vertically. Let me just show you one by one. Over here we have, see it's first I'll tell reflected along x-axis because of the minus sign. Then half, it's compressed vertically. Then here, if you find the domain, we know the domain and range, it's cube root. But just equate this equal to 0. X is equal to 1 by 2, okay? So here it is translated half units to the right because it's plus half units to the right and 3 units above or up. That's the answer. Here, if you look at it, it's inequalities. Now, don't worry about inequalities. There are only few things to remember. Just consider this to be equal and solve the problem. But now, it's not written properly. See, always we write this terms first, right? This is the y term. So what I'll do is I'll just rewrite this like this. Y is equal to minus 3 square root x minus 4 plus 6. Now can I write the domain and range easily? X will be greater than or equal to 4. Y will be less than or equal to 6. Why? Because you can see it's minus. Then what is happening? It is reflected along the x-axis. It's vertically stretched 4 units to the right, because it's x, that's 4 units to the right, and 6 units upwards. That's it. Now the graph changes a little bit. Here it's less than or equal to, look here. So it's a straight line. But if it was, say, less than, then it would be dotted line. Now, after all this, after you draw the graph, there is one very important thing to understand. Less than or equal to, right? Your graphing must go down. Is that okay? So one thing I forgot to tell you just a while ago is this range, hold it. Now this is correct. X is less than or equal to, yes, in this case it's correct. Hold it. Look for the inequality, then you realize the range, not directly. Here, just forget the range, just mention the domain, but this is the inequality. So how you can do is use the calculator, easily you can find the correct graph. And then see, it's less than or equal to, it should be a straight line and it should go downwards. This is the correct answer. Let's see another problem. Here, it's less than only, so it should be a dotted line. Your final answer will be dotted line. And the domain, what is the domain? It will be 12 by 4, it's 3. See, what happens here is, x is greater than or equal to positive 12 divided by 4, that is 3, right? So that is the domain. And then what we have to do is see the graph. It's dotted lines. Why? Because it's less than. And over here, domain, this plus 8. Okay, it's at 8. Yes, correct. And then x value at 3. Correct. You can use a calculator and easily figure it out. But they have told y is less than. So all the portion below it is shaded. This is the correct answer. And what about this one? They have given us the graph. We need to figure out where 1, 2, 3, 4, minus 4. That means x plus 4 and then minus 2. So the answer will be, see here, this is the answer. It's square root x plus 4 minus 2. Now what happens is this is reflected along the x-axis downwards, so it's minus sign. Or just put it in the calculator, you'll get the answer. We have done this many times before as well. So you can just choose the values and check which is the correct graph. But you need to do for all the 4 options. This one here, it's cubic. Why? Because you can see it's both the sides. So it's cubic function. It's going 1 unit to the left. So it's x plus 1. And 2 units. It's 2 units down. Minus 2. Now here, right side is going up. Left side is going down. So it's plus. If at all, right side is going down. Left side is going up. Then it would have been minus here. So this one is the correct answer. You can see that's the correct. Okay, now there is one very important thing. I forgot to take in the compression. See, other things are all correct. Only the compression is missed out. How did the compression happen? Now see here, it's not so, what to say, you can not easily understand. But if you look at it, this is 0, right? This is minus 1, right? 1 unit. It's not going here. If it is going over here, it's 1, 1. But look carefully, how much is it going? For 1 unit, it's just going half the value, so it is half. If at all, imagine this was going from here to directly jump here, then I should have taken 2. It's vertically stretched. Here there is a compression, because if I look 1 unit, how much is it in vertically? It's only half. That is how we write half. The exam will be easily visible. See, now just look over here. This is the point. Take 1 unit of x. And how much we did? That is half over there. So therefore, we must have the compression as well. That's half. In this question, we'll find the composition of functions. Here they have asked us to find the composition of f and g. That is f composition of g. It's very important which letter is first. Why? Because here the answers vary. If it is g composition of f, it is completely different to this particular thing. Let me solve for both and I'll show you the difference. Let's first solve the given question. F composition of g of x means f of g of x. Here basically what you're doing is, wherever the function f is there, instead of x you put the function g of x. So here instead of this x value, you have to put this entire thing and solve it. So let me solve it up over here. It'll be 2 instead of x, just put this 4x plus 3, the whole square, minus, again, instead of x, you put 4x plus 3, and then lastly we have got plus 1. So this is basically f of 4x plus 3. So if it's f of x, we have this function. Here x is x. But here instead of x, we have 4x plus 3. So therefore, instead of 2x squared, we have 2 f of x plus 3 the whole square. Now how we can solve it is by using the power rule. It's the binomial formula. A plus b the whole square. That is the first term squared plus 2 times ab plus the second term squared. If it was minus, here it would be minus. So let me write it out. It will be 4x the whole square. So this entire thing is multiplied by 2. So let me write the 2 outside. Then I have plus 2 times AB. Let's multiply both these numbers and 2. So 4 times 3 is 12. Times 2 will be 24x, because over here it's 4x. And then we have plus 3 squared is 9. I'll write 3 power 2 itself. Then and then over here we have minus 4x minus 3 plus 1. So when I simplify this, 2 here, okay, now once you write this composition, there is a shortcut to figure out the correct answer, which I'll tell you in a minute. But now I'm just going to solve one problem properly. 4 squared. So this is like AB whole square. What happens here? It is A squared and B squared. So here we have 4 squared, that's 16, and x squared is x squared plus 24x plus 9, that is minus 4x is remaining, and minus 3 plus 1 is minus 2. So we'll multiply 2 inside, it will be 16 times 2, that's 32x squared plus, see, now we can eliminate many because x squared is done. So this is wrong, this is wrong. There are two options here. 24 times 2 is 48x plus 9 minus 4x minus 2. So you can see over here 48 minus 4 will be 44. So option A is the correct answer. It will be 32x squared plus 44x. And then we have missed something. That's 2 times 18, not 9 itself. It's 18. 18 minus 2 is 16. That's plus 16. So option A is the correct one. Now I told you can figure out which is the correct answer. That is like this. You need to have your calculator with you. Now, once we do this substitution, you have to do this. This is the answer, but it's not simplified. You can see here 2, 4x, everything whole square. That's the answer, but it's not simplified. So what I'll do is I'll write it out. 2 bracket 4x. I've not put the bracket. Let me just put over here the bracket. And 4x, that is alpha and x over here. Square it. No, sorry, don't square it. Plus 3, close the bracket and then square it up. That's done. Minus. Again, we have 4x. Let me put the bracket because it's again at the term. 4x plus 3, close the bracket, plus 1. Now calculate it at certain value. I'll take it as 2. I'm getting 232. So you write it down over here somewhere. After you write this, at x is equal to 2, I'm getting 232. Now you need to solve all the options and check which matches with this. Let me try 32x squared plus 44x plus 16. Calculate it at 2, you will get 232. Of course, that's the correct answer. But if it was anything else, say we had 22 over here, and let's try the option C. We had 6 and 22. This is, sorry, not 2, it's 22. Calculated at 2, what's the answer? It's 178. It doesn't match with 232. Similarly, you can try the other options. It will not match. So we can conclude this is the only equivalent answer. So option A is the correct answer. If you don't want to do all this formula and everything, so I'll just erase what's not required. Because this is in the multiple choice part, you can use the shortcut. See, all this formulas and everything is ignored. Do the substitution properly and then select this as the correct answer. That's the answer. Now this one is all linear. There's no power 2 at all. So it's very simple. It's again f of g of x. So what I'm going to do is f of g of x is x plus phi. That is what I'll solve. Instead of x, I have x plus phi. Instead of 2x, It's 2 times x. It's 2x plus 10. That's the answer. Now, it is very silly to try the calculator method over here because you'll just waste so much time because you have to do this anyways. Now, 2 multiplied by x is 2x. 2 multiplied by 5 is 10. So, option D is the correct answer. Similarly, let's figure out more problems. Now, they have asked us to find the domain and range as well. First, let's do f of x. Okay, I told I would do g of x for the first problem, but anyways, I'll do it over here now. You can understand both f of x and g of x. So first, composition of g of x. This is this one here I'm doing. So what happens here is, I'll directly do it. You need to put this x value as 3x. So it's going to be 2 times 3x minus 5. Solve it up, it'll be 6x minus 5. That's your answer. Now the second one, which I'm writing in, I've encircled it, that'll be g of f of x. So that is equal to what? Now here, 3, instead of this x, you need to put all that. That is 2x minus 5. We have to just multiply 3 throughout. It will be 3 times 2 is 6x minus 3 times 5 is 15. It's almost same, but it's not the same. 6x minus 5, 6x minus 15. Now look at the second part. They have also asked us to find the domain and range. Before we look into the domain and range, see what type of function it is. It is a linear function. X, everywhere it's x. There's no x squared. But it's parabola, we have to do something else. We'll see that in a while. But what about these linear functions? All real numbers are the domain and range. You can also write it as minus infinity to infinity. This is it. So that'll be the answer. So here we go. That is these are the two answers. Yes, we got that 6x minus 5 and 6x minus 15. And here we go. The domain and range is over here. That is all real numbers. That's it. What about this one here? We need to find the compositions. We'll quickly do it. First one will be, I'll just substitute this g of x inside f of x. So it's going to be minus, now here we have a huge, cubic function. So it's going to be 2x power 3 minus x, close the bracket, plus 1. That's going to be 2x cubed minus x plus, sorry, it's minus 2x and plus x plus 1. That's the first one. That's the answer over here. Similarly, you can solve the next one as well. Let's do the g of x. Here, what you do is, look at the function g of x. You need to substitute f of x over here, but everywhere, wherever x is there, you need to substitute that. So that is going to be 2 instead of x. What do we have? Minus x plus 1. The whole cube. Minus, again, look, x changes to minus x plus 1. This is it. Now here, there is few important things which you must remember. If you're using the rule, that is a plus b or a minus b, or the binomial theorem, take it like this. 1 minus x the whole cube. Now you can easily apply because this will, or you can even use this, it's fine, up to you. But I'll just use the calculator method and show you. But let's first check how it is written. So you can simplify this further. Now I'm not going to expand it to the power 3, but it's going to be plus x minus 1. Let's see whether they have left it like this or they have simplified it further. Yeah, they have simplified it further. But now I will show you in the calculator method that this is the, we can equate these both equations. All you need to do over here is first put this out. 2 times minus x plus 1, the whole cube. You make this power and make power 3 plus x and minus 1. And calculate it any value. Let me take 2 and it's minus 1. So I must get the same thing here as well. It's, let me take minus 2x cubed. See, as long as you've done this properly, you will get the matching answer. So you need to make sure you substitute everything properly. It's 2x squared and last minus 5x plus 1. We have to get minus 1. Calculate at 2. Yes, it is minus 1. So this is correct. Now, what about the domain and range? See, even cubic, it's all real numbers and all real numbers. It keeps on going forever, right? Only the square root is an issue. Now, cubic, it goes like that. Sorry, it's not like that, but it goes eventually upwards and downwards. One left part goes downwards, right part. If it is minus, say now this one, it'll be like this. It goes towards infinity, both x and y axes. So that's how we can easily solve them. Now let's try these problems here. I'll quickly solve them. And since they are linear, you don't have to bother for the domain and range. They're all real numbers. Now the first one, here I'll just write 1, 2. 1 will be 2 times x plus 5. That's going to be 2x plus 10. Second one will be 2x plus 5. That's it. So here we go. That is the answers. And they're all real numbers for both. So 2x plus 10, 2x plus 5. They're all real numbers for domain and range. Now what about these? Here again we have first one, that is f composition of g of x. It'll be f of g of x basically. So here we will have minus 3 times minus x plus 8. And if you multiply minus 3 inside, it'll be plus 3x minus 24. And for the second one, we would have minus, instead of x, minus 3x plus 8. Now here then, it'll be minus and minus will be plus. That will be 3x plus 8. This is it. So here we go. I hope it's correct. Yeah. Just substitute. Look at which is the function. If it's g or function composition of f, g will be the prime function. So over here, you need to just substitute the second function. Instead of x, it is minus 3 of x. That's it. So and then solving it up. So here we go. These are the answers. And they're all linear. Both are linear functions. Therefore, they're all real numbers, domain and the range. Now here we have a quadratic function. So what happens here? Look, let's first do the problem and then let's do the functions. The first one will be, instead of x, we have x minus 6 the whole square plus, here again one more will be 6 times x minus 6, and lastly we have minus 2. Whenever it's quadratic, it's better to simplify it in terms of a quadratic equation, a standard form. If it is cubic, you know the domain and range is all real numbers, all real numbers. But for this one, there's a little bit of method. So here you can expand it or use the calculator method and figure out the correct answer if the 4 options are quadratic equations. Now what do you do? X squared minus 2 times 6 will be 12x plus 36. And then we have plus 6x minus 36 minus 2. Here these two cancels off. It's x squared minus 6x minus 2. This is the answer. Now I'll do the second one as well. What about the second one here? Instead of this x term, I'll have to put the entire above term, x squared plus 6x minus 2 minus 6. And the answer is x squared plus 6x minus 8. This is it. You need to remember the vertex, how to find the vertex. This is here quadratic, something like this. You need to find where is the y value for the range. Domain is all real numbers. The domain is very simple, minus infinity to infinity. But the range varies. Range, right? Y will be greater than or equal to certain number because it's all both are positive here, right? It's greater than or equal to certain number. But what is that number? If this is the graph, I don't know which is this number. So what you do is find x value of that point, x-axis value, by this formula minus b by 2a. This is the x value of the vertex. This is a very useful formula. We have done this before. I hope you remember it. So this is always ax squared plus bx plus c. Now what is b? It's minus 6. So minus is already there in the formula, and then we put minus 6 here divided by 2 times a. What is a? Nothing, that's 1. Same thing goes over here. What happens? It's minus positive 6 by 2 times 1. Here it's going to be minus 3. Here it will be plus 3. So the x value is plus 3. Now what you need to do is take your calculator and substitute 3 and find the value. That will be the range here. And range for this one, y will be greater than or equal to whatever the minus 3 will give you, right, for this equation. And that'll be the value. Let me show you. See, first you need to solve the equations. Once you solve the equations, find the x value of the domain. In your exam, you'll have either one. So if you get this, do this minus b by 2a. I got 3. So now take the calculator. Here type this equation, the final answer of the equation, that is x squared minus 6x minus 2. Calculate at what? 3 here. It's minus 11. See the final answer, right? These two are the final answers which we got. You can see they're literally the same. And what is the domain and range? The first one, domain. Domain is all real numbers. There's no problem at all. Domain is all real numbers. What about the range of the first one? Function f of g of x. It is minus 11. Y is greater than, I'd written over here, y is greater than or equal to what? Whatever the answer we get over here. Now, how do we find the second one? What was the composition? That is x squared plus 6x. Here it's plus 6x. And then we have minus 8. And what was the vertex value we got? It's minus b by 2a. That will be minus 6 by 2 times 1. That's 3. So calculated at, sorry, it's minus 3 here. Minus 6 by 2a, that is minus 3, and answer is 17, minus 17. So we put over here y is greater than or equal to minus 17. So this is the thing. Whenever we get quadratic, we have to simplify these functions. We have to use them, find the x value, then substitute that x value to get the y value. That is how we find the range. I hope this is clear. Let's do this one as well. I'll do one after the other. I'll do first one separately. It is 2 times 4x plus 3 the whole squared minus, again, 4x plus 3 plus 1. Now it is 2 times 4x squared will be 16x squared plus 3, 12, 24x and plus 9 minus 4x minus 3 plus 1 will be minus 2, and over here we have 32x squared, 24, 48 minus 4 will be 44x, and lastly 18 minus 2 is plus 16. That's the answer. Now it's done. But what is the vertex value? Vertex is minus b by 2 times a. Now how do we solve this up? Minus b, that is minus 44 by 2 times 32. So I'll put that in the calculator and I'll get the value. Here we have minus 44 divided by 2 times 32. And that is, you can take it as minus 11 by 16 because this is not the final answer. And it should be accurate. Take the exact value. Now take the fraction itself. And now we put it in this equation back again. Because we know the domain is all real numbers. What is the range? That will be 32x squared plus 44x plus 16 calculated at minus 11 divided by 16. Here we go. It's 7 by 8 or 0. Let me just check the answer. I'm not so sure about it. See, that's the correct value. Yes. Is it? Okay, yeah, it's correct. I thought it's going to be a whole number or something. But yeah, this is the correct answer. Y must be greater than or equal to 0.875. That is the correct answer. Now let me do it for the second function. How do we do the second one? Here, instead of this function we put the above. It will be 4 times 2x squared minus x plus 1 plus 3. And then we substitute, multiply it. It will be 8x squared minus 4x plus 4 plus 3. That's going to be 8x squared minus 4x plus 7. And here we go. We have to do the b by, it's minus b by 2a, right? So it will be minus 4 by 2 times 8. That will be 1 time. And over here we have 2 times. It's negative 1 by 4. 2 times 2 is 4. So it's 1/4. So what I'll do is I'll write this out here. It is 8x squared minus 4 plus 7. Calculated at minus 0.25 is 1/4. The answer is 17 by 2. That's 8.5. Let's just a second. What did I do wrong? Did I take the values correctly? It's minus b. Yeah, I have done a major mistake. Can you look at this? The formula minus b by 2a, right? It's minus times minus, so it'll become plus here. It should be plus 0.25, not minus. That was my major mistake. Calculated at 1/4. That is positive 0.25. And the answer must be 6.5. Here we go. If anyone had figured the mistake which I did, well and good. See, I had made a mistake. You guys don't do the same mistake in the exam. Make sure you take the correct value. It should be plus. And you can see that's the correct answer. 8x squared minus 4x plus 7. And then when you find the domain for the only for the domain and range. But in the exam, they might just ask you the composition. Composition, you can easily find it using your calculators as well to verify the four options. Here we go, that's the answers. In this question, we will convert from one form to other, that is from radical to exponential form. Here the exponents can be written as fractions, or we need to rewrite to radical, or from radical to exponents. Now here we have a to the power 1 by 5, that is 1/5. Which is the correct one? If you look carefully, 1 by anything means it's square root of that number. If I add 8 power 1/3, it's the cube root of 8. But here, what do I have? I have 1/5. That's the question, right? So 5 and radical 8. That's it. Now, one more way to understand is using the calculator. You can start solving the given question. It's 8 1/5. What is the value of that? That is 1.5157. So start solving all these options. It's the cube root of 16, that is 2.51. No, it's not the same. It's to the radical 5, root of 5, and over here we have 8 is, yes, it's 1.5157. But as all the others, you will never get the same answer. They must be different because there's only one single correct answer. This is different, and similarly you can try power 5 here and 1/8. It will give some other value. It has to give some other value. Here we go. Only one correct answer. That's option B. What about this one? Here you can see there is a cube root. Now phi, how do we write it? 1 by 3. X, 1 by 3. But we have y power 2 already instead of power 1. This is 5 power 1. So we write 1 by 3. But y is already power 2. So we divide it by 3. That's 2 by thirds. Now you can assume x values and y values. You can assume at x is equal to 2 and y is equal to 3. Put the values here in the calculator and solve all of them. But this is such a silly problem, so you don't need to do that. See here, this is the correct answer, option A. Because this is wrong. It's not 5 to the power 3, not 125. This is correct. No, here y is wrong because y already has a power 2. So only option A is correct. That is the correct answer. Similarly, we'll solve these. X 4/3. Now what's happening? How do we write it? X, whatever is up will be the power, but the root will be, radical will be having whatever is down. So that's the answer. And what about this one here? X power 2 divided by 5 would be the correct form. Those are the answers here. This is it, and here as well. Similarly, what about these? Here we have 8 radical 5 outside, and over here we have 4 squared and 7 outside. This is the forms. This is the radical form. You can directly write the answers, and it's the options. You just have to choose the correct answer. Even if it was writing, you can just directly write the answer. Now here what they have done is 4 power 2 is 16. So they have split it out. They have used the power. Here as well, we don't have number here. We have a variable x. So what happens exactly? See, these two powers, they are multiplied because it's power to the power. So it becomes 3 times 3 is 9. And it's square root. You can write it like this, or you can leave it like this. That's fine. It's square root. And what about this? It'll be 7 power half. If it's radical, you have to convert to exponent, exponent to radical. So those are the answers. And here we go. It's 17 power half. And here as well, whenever we have radical power 3, it's phi 1/3, x 1/3, and y already square is there, divided by 3. And what about this? It's 625 to the power 1/4, and then x 2 by 4. You can simplify this. X becomes half. That's square root. And what about this one here? It's 5, but I think so. Let's see how is the answer written. It is written as 5, yes. So if you simplify, you can just put in the calculator. It becomes 5, because 5 to the power 4 is 625. So the answer is 5x power half. These are the correct answers. And that is the end of all the electronic part questions. I hope you have found this videos helpful. And if you can do a huge favor to me, that is by sharing these videos with your friends who also can benefit from it. All the advanced grade videos, EoTs, and lesson explanations are available. Please do share it for those who can benefit. And also, if you could subscribe to my channel or like these videos, it would mean a lot to me. Thank you very much for watching my videos. I wish you all the best for the exam.